Chapter 11. Livia and No say goodbye in the parking lot of the apartment building where they live together. No, leaning against his car, watches Livia as she checks the contents of her bag before getting into his own. Remember, I'll be busy all day today, he informs her. The oil press conference is in the afternoon, followed by the board meeting with Alexis Rodriguez partners, so I'll probably be back late at night. You know exactly what comes next, so get ready. Livia nods, understanding the importance and seriousness of it all. Okay, she replies. See you tonight then. I'll wait for you. I'll be pretty busy too, but I'll make the time and contact the investigative team to try to locate Carla Rodriguez. No nods, leans toward her, and they say goodbye, their lips touching in a sweet broth. Then, without another word, he gets into his car and starts the engine. Livia follows him with her eyes as he pulls out of the parking lot and disappears into the city traffic. She also gets into her car and, before starting it, activates her cell phone, which she had turned off the night before. As soon as she does, she frowns as a series of calls immediately begin to come in, all from the Casa Garcia presidential office's private line. Something's not right. Without wasting any more time, she starts her car and heads straight to her office. She knows that if they've been so insistent on contacting her, it must be something urgent. Upon arriving at the building, she boards the private elevator and immediately heads to the top floor, where her office is located. As soon as the elevator doors open, she bumps into the visibly tormented face of Nolan's secretary, who rushes to meet her. "Good morning, Mrs. Garcia," he greets her, his voice nervous. "I've been trying to reach you for hours, but your phone was off." "Good morning, Olivia." "I know," Livia replies politely. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Costello urgently needs you. He's in his office waiting for you." Without asking any further questions, Livia strides purposefully into her office, where she finds Nolan sitting at his desk, reviewing a stack of documents. His expression is tense, his brow furrowed, and his fingers tap impatiently on the polished wood of the desk. As soon as Livia steps through the door, he immediately stands, breathing a sigh of relief. "Garcia, you're finally here," he exclaims with obvious urgency. Livia raises an eyebrow, not understanding the drama. Her gaze scans the desk piled high with papers, open folders, and scattered documents. A pang of unease settles in her chest. "What's going on?" he asks cautiously. "What's all that?" He points to the documents. Nolan presses his lips together, grips the edges of the desk, and clenches his fists before exhaling heavily. His eyes bore deeply into hers. "Alexis Rodriguez's lawyers sent this," he says in a tense voice, handing her a black folder with his name embossed in gold letters on the cover. Livia exhales through her nose, drops her coat and bag on the leather chair, and sits across from Nolan. She takes the folder and opens it. Her pupils dilate and her body stiffens as her eyes fall upon the first lines. "Lawsuit for industrial espionage and violation of trade secrets." The blow is so strong that she feels the impact in the pit of her stomach. Her skin prickles, her blood stops flowing normally, and a lump forms in her throat. She looks up, meeting Nolan's anguished and worried gaze. Livia's eyes, usually confident and defiant, now show dismay. He looks back at the documents. He needs to see more. He needs to understand. His fingers turn the pages slowly, meticulously, taking in every detail, every word. His breathing slows when he reaches the part where the olive oil recipe is attached. His hands tremble slightly as he holds the paper. He examines it carefully, line by line, letter by letter. His chest tightens. His ribs seem to contract. It's the formula he saved on his personal computer with the password that only he and she know. No one else. The same one that should never have been in the hands of anyone outside of Casa Garcia. Her eyes close for a moment, trying to stem the flood of emotions that threatens to overflow. But the pain grows with every second. It's a betrayal that weighs on every fiber of her being. Her jaw tightens, her breath comes and goes with difficulty, and a feeling of disappointment washes over her like a relentless wave. Her eyes begin to moisten, from sadness, from dismay, but also from the suppressed anger, from the disillusionment that lurks in her chest, lacerating, cutting. She closes the folder. She stands up with slow, measured movements, each gesture requiring a titanic effort to keep from letting her fury completely devour her. She leaves the folder on the desk. She walks a few steps, trying to organize her thoughts, to find logic in what is before her eyes. Nolan watches her silently. He doesn't move, he doesn't speak. He just waits for her to process it all. But Livia doesn't need more words. The evidence before her is overwhelming. He places one hand on his waist and the other on his chest, where his heart is beating with brutal force. Then he stops. A thought flashes through his mind with absolute clarity. Everything fits together. Everything makes sense. He spins on his heels and fixes his eyes on Nolan. His gaze is sharp, lethal. So it was you all this time. Days earlier, when Livia and No met, they discovered that information was being leaked from Casa Garcia and someone was receiving it at Alexis Rodriguez. What initially seemed like mere coincidences turned into a series of anomalies they couldn't ignore. They couldn't make accusations without proof, so they decided to act cautiously, without alerting anyone, hoping to discover who was violating the security of both companies. Livia devised a simple strategy. She slightly modified some of the ingredients, reducing or increasing them by imperceptible amounts. It didn't alter the flavor or quality, but those small variations would be enough for her to distinguish between the original recipe and the modified one. If the information leaked again, they would know for sure which version had been used and, therefore, where the leak was coming from. Have you considered that the spy at Casa Garcia could be Nolan Costello? No suggested that day. His years in business have taught him that betrayals don't always come from outside competitors. Sometimes, danger is closer than you expect. Livia blinked, as if she hadn't heard correctly. What? No. His reaction was one of instant rejection. That doesn't make sense, Noah. Nolan is my best friend. Noah crossed his arms and watched her silently, giving her space to process the idea. Then, with the same implacable calm he uses in business, he explained his reasoning. Think about it. Who has access to all that information? Who's close enough to you to know every move inside Casa Garcia? Livia frowned. Partners, some suppliers. But none with the level of trust you have in Nolan. He's been with you for years. He knows every decision you make, every new strategy. And most importantly, no one questions him. No one would suspect him, not even you. Livia shook her head, feeling the accusation was unfair. Nolan would never do something like that. I know him better than anyone. Noah placed his hands on the desk, leaning slightly toward her. His gaze was steady, without a trace of mockery or exaggeration. Sometimes betrayal comes from the person you least expect. I'm not asking you to accuse him without proof, just to open your eyes and consider the possibility. Livia felt a knot in her stomach. Nolan has no reason to betray me. Are you sure? She raised an eyebrow. Everyone has a motive, Livia. It could be money, it could be resentment, or it could be something we haven't figured out yet. The words hung in the air between them. Livia wanted to argue, to say it was absurd, but a part of her, a very small part, began to doubt. She shook her head, but Noah didn't share her blind faith. Just don't rule it out, he warned. She ignored his comment. She couldn't accept the idea that Nolan, who had been by her side through difficult times in her life, would be capable of such a thing. However, now, with the complaint form in her hands and the adulterated prescription before her eyes, the truth stabs her like a knife in the chest. The only person who could have given up that information is him. Nolan. A tremor runs through her body. Her eyes burn, but she doesn't shed a single tear. She feels betrayed in a way she never imagined possible. A part of her story shatters. The trust she always had in him vanishes in a single instant. She looks up and sees him standing there in front of her. The same person she considered her brother. So it was you all this time? Her voice is barely a whisper, but it's thick with pain. Why? Nolan frowns, confused. His expression isn't that of a man caught in a lie, but rather that of someone who doesn't understand what he's being accused of. Livia, what do you mean? She doesn't respond. She can't. She can't find words to express the hole that has opened in her heart. Nolan looks at her, confused. He doesn't understand. He sees her devastated expression, the anguish in her eyes, the crack in her voice. He thinks it's about the lawsuit, that Livia is upset because No has taken this legal action against her and Casa Garcia. Livia, he tries to approach her, worried. I know it's difficult, but we can face Noah together. I won't let him do this to you. She remains motionless, tense. She can't even bear to hear him speak when the dagger of his betrayal is buried in her back. The trust she once had in him crumbles to pieces, and something inside her shatters forever. I understand this is all unexpected, Nolan laments. I didn't expect this from Noah either. I think there must be an explanation, and you're a fucking traitor, she accuses him through gritted teeth, tears threatening to spill over. Get out of my company right now. But Nolan doesn't understand anything. Livia, why? What's wrong, darling? He's truly dismayed. He has no idea what's going on with Livia. He didn't hand over that prescription, so he doesn't understand what she's accusing him of. He can't comprehend. His mind tries to piece together what happened, but everything is confusing. He sees Livia breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling with suppressed rage. Don't you dare call me that, she snaps, her voice piercing the air between them. Not after what you did. What did I do? Nolan opens his arms, pleading. Tell me, Livia, what are you accusing me of? She lets out a mirthless laugh, filled with bitterness. She takes a step back, his mere proximity disgusting her. Don't you know anything? She asks ironically, looking at him with contempt. I'll tell you. The olive oil recipe. I altered it on purpose to uncover the traitor, and now I see it in Noah's lawsuit. Do you know what that means? Nolan blinks, his expression pure bewilderment. What? No. No. Wait, do you think me? No. Livia. Of course not. This has to be a mistake. The mistake was trusting you, she bellows, pointing an accusing finger at him. You were the only person I trusted, the only one who had access to that information. You sold me out, Nolan. He shakes his head in despair, takes a step forward, but she recoils, as if his closeness burns her skin. I swear I don't know what you're talking about, he insists, his voice filled with anguish. Please, let's talk. Livia looks at him harshly, but deep inside, something still refuses to believe his guilt. He's been her friend, her brother, her right-hand man, the person she trusted most. A part of her refuses to accept that he betrayed her like that. She needs an explanation. Okay, he says, his tone heavy with warning. So tell me, Nolan, how the hell did that prescription get to Alexis Rodriguez? Only you and I have access to that computer. Nolan paces the office, his mind racing, reviewing every detail, every possible leak, every mistake he might have made. His breathing is erratic, his jaw is tight. But the answer comes suddenly, clear and crystalline like a flash of lightning illuminating the night. A name settles in his mind with a chilling certainty. Vincenzo, he whispers, almost without realizing it. Livia listens to him. Her brown eyes stare at him, searching for answers. What does my father have to do with this? She asks, her tone going from fury to confusion in a matter of seconds. Nolan takes a deep breath, realizing he's been used all this time. His mind reconstructs the events with painful precision. He remembers the day he arrived at the company and dragged him out of the president's office. He did it without him being able to refuse, and now it all makes sense. He was convinced he left the computer locked, but what if that wasn't the case? What if Vincenzo managed to unlock it? What's worse, he remembers all those nights Vincenzo visited him in his apartment. He thought they were just secret encounters, but now, he's not sure. While he was sleeping, Vincenzo somehow managed to access his devices, his email, his computer. He feels a chill run down his spine. There's no other explanation. Vincenzo used him, exploited their relationship to extract the information and achieve what he so desperately wanted, to destroy his own daughter. She clenches her fists in rage, but when she looks up and meets Livia's expectant gaze, the fury fades, giving way to fear. Now how does she explain this to her friend? What's worse, that she thinks he betrayed her? Or that he finds out she's in a relationship with Vincenzo, so he can get the information? Livia looks at him impatiently, her arms crossed over her chest, her jaw clenched. Her patience hangs by a thread. Talk, Nolan, he demands. I don't have all day. Nolan can barely hold her gaze. His stomach churns, his chest tightens, and he's gasping for air. He slumps onto the couch, defeated, with no strength left to stand. He runs his hands over his face, trying to find the right words. But what could he possibly say that wouldn't condemn him more? "What's wrong?" Livia asks, and for the first time there's a hint of concern in her tone. Despite everything, she still wants to believe in him. He slowly raises his face, his eyes reflecting a deep torment, an internal war from which he knows he will lose. "I'm going to tell you everything," he murmurs, his voice breaking. "Something I should have told you a long time ago." Livia doesn't respond. She stands expectantly, her eyes fixed on him. Nolan inhales sharply, his fingers curling around his knees. "A few months ago, at a business cocktail party," he begins, swallowing, "I ran into your father." Livia's body immediately tenses at the mere mention of Vincenzo. Her expression hardens, but she doesn't interrupt him. "At first, I was dismissive," Nolan continues. "I didn't want anything to do with that man." He shakes his head. "Not after everything he's done to you." "But—" He stops. His heart is pounding. His vision clouds, and he looks down, shame consuming him for what he's about to confess. After a few drinks, he hesitates. He doesn't finish the sentence. There's no need to. Livia's face says it all. Her lips press into a thin, hard line. Her eyes darken with rage, with disgust. For a few seconds, the silence stretches between them like an unbridgeable chasm. Nolan feels his throat close. He struggles to continue, but there's no turning back now. "When I woke up, I knew I had to get away immediately. I wanted to cut it all off. I didn't want to continue with this. I couldn't. But—" Her voice cracked. "Vincenzo isn't an easy man to ignore. He's insistent, persuasive. He wrapped me in a web I didn't know how to escape." Livia's eyes burn. "He told me." She swallows, her words sounding hollow. "He told me that nothing like this had ever happened to him before, that he'd never been in love. He swore I was the first." Her voice trails off. "That he'd never been with another man. And I believed him." The words hang heavy in the air. He digs his hands into his hair. He's convincing Livia. Damn it, he is. He seeks me out, envelopes me with his way of speaking, so confident, so authoritative. He told me I was special, that he'd never felt anything like this before. Livia's eyes darken with suppressed anger. Nolan lets out a bitter laugh. "I believed him. He made me feel." He shakes his head. "Like I was in control, but at the same time, like he knew exactly what he was doing. It was a game, and I was his fucking pawn." The tension in the room is unbearable. Guilt is eating him up from the inside. "I fell, and that's why we're here now. I thought I could handle it," he admits, with a bitter laugh. "That it would just be a fling, something unimportant, something that would never transcend." He looks up at her, his eyes filled with torment. "But it got out of hand." Livia staggers slightly, as if her legs were threatening to give out. She places a hand on her stomach, trying to stifle a gag from the thick nausea building in her gut. "You and my father?" The words die in her throat. Nolan closes his eyes for a second. "I wanted to tell you so many times." He speaks quickly, desperately. "But I didn't know how. Fear paralyzed me. I felt trapped. I didn't know how to get out of all of this without losing you." Livia shakes her head in disbelief. She feels her skin burning, her stomach churning, a growing contempt that invades her insides like poison. She takes a step back, then another. Her mind fits together, but rejects the image that forms. It's grotesque. The only explanation for the formula leaking, Nolan concludes, is that Vincenzo found a way to break into my devices, and I was stupid enough not to see it coming. The silence that falls between them is brutal. Livia's body is rigid, her skin prickling. Everything inside her shakes in a dull rage. Her breath comes in ragged gasps. The betrayal hits her from so many directions that she has trouble processing it. Her father, her friend, Noah. It's all a lie. Everything mixes in a nauseating whirlwind that makes her feel miserably alone. "My Livia, Two sharp slaps silence him. Shocked, he raises his hand to his face and stares at her in horror. She does so with a contempt that pierces him like a dagger. "Get out," her voice cracks. "I never want to see you again. Not here, not ever." He leaves the office with loud steps and approaches the secretary. "Call security," she orders. "I want him removed from my company right now." The employee looks at her in confusion. "Do it," she shouts furiously. "Yes, ma'am," she nods nervously. She looks at Nolan and dials the number. Livia turns to him with a blood-curdling look. "Get ready, Costello," he warns. "I'll bring you down, damn it. I won't rest until I see you in jail." Nolan stares at her, terrified, feeling like the world is opening up beneath his feet. He would never betray her. Never. But she doesn't believe him anymore. And that hurts more than the 2 slaps he'd received and the outrage of being fired from the company like that. When the guards arrive, Nolan steps back, still looking for one last chance to redeem himself with her. "Forgive me, my Livia," he pleads, devastated. His eyes moisten. She doesn't flinch. "I would never hurt you. I'm sorry it ended this way." "Take him out," he orders callously. He doesn't believe anything anymore. The security guards drag Nolan out of the presidential apartment, but he offers no resistance. His body moves mechanically, as if his soul had abandoned him the moment Livia pronounced her sentence. His face is distorted, racked with pain, guilt, and remorse. His reddened, cloudy eyes reflect the bitter realization of having lost something irreplaceable, Livia's friendship and affection. He knows he has thrown away the bond he had with someone he has always considered a sister. There is no going back. Her betrayal has broken a bond that may never be restored. Still, he can't leave without doing something about it. He can't leave things like this. He must get to the bottom of this, find out how the information was leaked. If he confirms it was Vincenzo, he won't rest until he makes him pay. It's true that he got involved in that relationship of his own free will, but never with the intention of hurting or harming Livia. If Vincenzo is behind it, if he was the one who got her into that legal mess, he'll personally take it upon himself to destroy him. Nolan knows he'll never regain Livia's friendship, affection, or even her respect, but at least he'll be able to help her get out of this mess. He loves her, and this will be his way of making up for the damage he caused, even if she'll never forgive him. "I promise I'll fix all of this," he manages to say, his eyes moist. Standing with her arms crossed and her lips pressed into a hard line, Livia watches as the man she adored and loved with all her heart, the man she considered one of the few important and trustworthy people in her world, is ousted from her company and her life. Her heart pounds furiously in her chest, but it also bleeds with disappointment. When the elevator doors close, he turns without delay to his secretary. "Call my law firm," he orders. "I want them here in 10 minutes, not one more. Otherwise, everyone will be fired, including you, Olivia." His voice is icy, cutting. The woman nods immediately, her trembling fingers stumbling over the telephone keypad. She can barely coordinate her movements, paralyzed by confusion. She doesn't understand anything that's happening. She only knows that her boss isn't in the mood for jokes. Nervously, she begins to dial the law firm's number. Livia sinks into her leather chair, feeling the cold backrest. She closes her eyes and tries to remember the relaxation techniques Kimberly taught her. She inhales deeply, holds it, exhales slowly. It's difficult. Her mind keeps racing around what happened. The internal tremor doesn't go away immediately, but after a few minutes she manages to normalize her breathing and focus her thoughts. She needs clarity. She can't lose control. Not now. His eyes fall on the documents on the desk. He scans them once more, his fingers sliding through the pages until they stop at the section he's already read several times. Criminal and civil lawsuit against Livia Garcia for misuse of proprietary information. The feeling of unreality weighs on her chest. Noah's signature is there, unmistakable. Alexis Rodriguez's seal on the paper makes the case official. A restlessness settles in her stomach, a doubt that slowly eats away at her. He takes a deep breath. He can't let what just happened with Nolan cloud his judgment. He needs to think clearly and coolly. He refuses to even assume that Noah is the one who actually filed that lawsuit. So why is this? Why are his name and seal stamped on the document? That wasn't what they agreed to. He picks up his phone and dials Noah's personal number. The call doesn't go through. It doesn't even ring. It goes straight to voicemail. She tries again, with the same result. She grips the device tighter. The screen goes dark in her hand. Noah told her he'd be busy, but also assured her she could call him if anything important came up. Don't fail me too, Noah, she pleads in a whisper, the tightness in her chest becoming unbearable. She closes her eyes, clutching the phone with numb fingers. Fear expands inside her, a different kind of anguish than the one she felt with Nolan. This is deeper, because she's begun to trust her husband, has let her guard down, is even developing deeper feelings for him. And if Noah betrays her, if he abandons her right now, she doesn't know if she can bear it. Livia remains rigid in her managerial chair as she watches the 6 lawyers who make up her legal team sitting in front of her with their briefcases open, surrounded by documents and running laptops. Their faces reflect the seriousness of the matter. The president's office is plunged into a tense silence, interrupted only by the sound of the complaint being passed from one hand to another. Her lawyers, dressed in impeccable dark suits, read every detail of the document with stern expressions. Bruno Santori, his lead lawyer, a 50-year-old man with an impeccable reputation in civil law, adjusts his glasses and frowns. This is nonsense, Livia, he begins in a deep voice. Alexis Rodriguez is accusing you of industrial espionage and misappropriation of his original olive oil recipe. However, according to intellectual property records, it's been patented in your name for years. Santori places a bound document on the table with a copy of the intellectual property registration in Livia's name. She schemes it quickly, though she doesn't need to check anything. She herself registered the patent years ago, making sure to protect her formula before consolidating her position at Casa Garcia. I don't understand what they're trying to do with this, Livia responds coldly. No, Rodriguez knows the recipe is mine, that I registered it before he did. She crosses her arms and takes a deep breath. Her eyes rest again on Noah's signature and Alexis Rodriguez's seal on the document. Her stomach churns uneasily. Something doesn't add up here, says Elba Ferry, the corporate law specialist. If your husband, Mr. No Rodriguez, signed this lawsuit, it means he supports the accusation. Or is there someone at Alexis Rodriguez who could have forged his signature and released this without his consent? Livia feels a chill run down her spine. She knows Noah is a cunning man, but if this is his doing, why didn't he warn her? How far is he trying to go with this? I don't know, he replies gruffly. You have to talk to him, Santori insists. Clarify his direct involvement in the matter. I tried, but he's not answering. The call goes straight to voicemail. If he were behind this, the last thing he'd do is take your calls. Livia, Santori murmurs. Everything seems to indicate this is a calculated move. Livia clenches her fists. She doesn't want to believe it, but doubt is starting to eat away at her. Okay, let's leave No Rodriguez aside for now, he orders firmly. Let's talk about our strategy. Santori straightens in his seat and interlaces his fingers on the table. First, we'll respond with a counterclaim for defamation and damage to our corporate image. They can't accuse you of something completely false and expect no repercussions. I want this handled swiftly and ruthlessly, Livia dictates harshly. I will not allow my name or my company to be questioned. Elba Ferry and the other lawyers nod and take notes. We will also request an injunction to prevent Alexis Rodriguez from making any public statements about the case until it is resolved in court, Santori adds. This will prevent them from spreading information that could damage your reputation. Noah will hold a press conference this afternoon, Livia reports. It's supposed to announce the withdrawal of the oil from the market. Do you think he'll do it after filing this lawsuit? Elba asks suspiciously. Couldn't all this have been a plan by Franco Rodriguez to get close to you, gain your trust, and extract information that would benefit his company? Santori asks the question without any delicacy. At this point, I don't know what to think, Livia confesses, very seriously. For now, let's see if the press conference actually takes place, Santori says. Depending on his statements, we'll request a precautionary measure for Alexis Rodriguez to publicly retract his statement until this is resolved. Okay, Livia concedes. Now we must focus on the investigation, Santori adds. We need access to Alexis Rodriguez's internal records. If anyone has altered documents to justify this accusation, We will find them. Livia takes a deep breath and exhales slowly. Her mind is racing. We'll review every communication between Casa Garcia and Alexis Rodriguez, Elba adds. Any leaks or documents that might give us clues about who's behind this. Proceed. I need answers. We'll take care of it right away, says one of the lawyers present. Livia nods. This isn't just an attack on her company. It's a direct blow to her credibility, her reputation. And she won't allow it. I want an official statement before this goes public, he demands authoritatively. I'm not going to stand idly by while someone tries to ruin me. We'll write it right now, Elba agrees. It will be concise, direct, and forceful. Livia leans forward and places her hands on the table. Let it be clear that the accusation is completely unfounded, that the recipe belongs to me, that it is legally protected, and that we will take legal action against any attempt at defamation. If anyone within Alexis Rodriguez thinks they can bring me down with this, they are sorely mistaken. The lawyers nod and quickly take notes. Livia's order is clear. Defend herself with irrefutable evidence and counterattack with the full force of the law. But as she looks again at Noah's signature on the document, a pang of uncertainty tightens her chest. If he's part of this scheme, she'll not only lose an ally, but also the one man who, unwittingly, has begun to mean so much to her. Good, he continued in a firm voice. How will you proceed with Nolan Costello? If he was the one who leaked the information, he'll face serious consequences, replies Torricelli, the criminal lawyer. We can charge him with industrial espionage, which under our law carries a sentence of up to 5 years in prison. Livia drums her fingers on the desk. The pain of betrayal merges with pent-up fury. And in the civil sphere? We can sue him for damages, Santori replies, and demand financial compensation if we prove that the leak caused a real loss to the company. Furthermore, if Alexis Rodriguez used the information to market his current product, we can request an injunction to prevent further sales. Livia nods slowly, her icy gaze still fixed on the demand. How exposed are they? If we can prove they used stolen information, we can countersue for unfair competition and patent infringement, Elba explains, leaning forward. But the key is proving the information was obtained illegally. Livia takes a deep breath. Nolan, how could you do this to me? Very well. Proceed against Costello. Also investigate Vincenzo Garcia's involvement. I won't allow any of those involved to get away with it, and much less will anyone who tries to harm me go unpunished. It will be as you wish, Livia, Santori more than agreed. That will serve as an example. It will be an excellent message to your enemies. Get to work. The lawyers nod and begin organizing themselves to act immediately. Livia watches them leave, picks up her cell phone again, and tries to contact No. Voicemail system. His mind then becomes trapped in a single question. Noah, where are you? He stands up. He can't wait for an answer. He grabs his briefcase and jacket and heads toward Alexis Rodriguez. Livia grips the steering wheel with both hands as the car moves slowly through Siena's congested traffic. Her knuckles are white, her breathing is erratic, and her chest heaves with an anguish she can't control. Fear clings to her body, impossible to dissipate. She fears that Noah has deceived her, that it was all a farce, a lie masterfully constructed to envelop her and let her fall. Her mind struggles with the idea, but the poison of doubt has been sown and gnaws at her insides. She remembers the first moment she saw him, that night at the club. His crystalline, penetrating gaze, the undeniable attraction that emanated from him, the arrogance with which he challenged her to follow him to Aerie. When she approached him, the chemistry between them was immediate. No radiated a confidence that captivated her instantly. Every word that came out of his mouth made her feel trapped in him. Then, when he left, the emptiness was overwhelming. She'd never felt anything like it, an absence so profound that it left her restless. She thought it was all over, that it would be just a fleeting encounter, but the desire to see him again didn't go away. And so, she made the decision. She traveled to Aerie. She'd never done anything so impulsive, but this time she didn't care about the consequences. She found him there, and the attraction was still intact. Worse still, now she was possessed by the need to discover if what she felt at the club had been real or just fleeting. Yet something inside her told her he was a man capable of stirring her like no one else had. And so it was. Only No managed to awaken desire in her body and, above all, sustain it. No one else could ignite her like that, make her feel so alive, so devoted, so his. She remembers their first night together, the intensity with which he took her, without reservation, without fear, with a burning passion that completely absorbed her. His hands roaming her skin, his mouth eagerly devouring her. The way he made her his again and again until there was nothing else left in the world, just the two of them, lost in an uncontrollable desire. Memories rushed through his mind. The night she felt he was in danger, when she asked the moon to watch over him. Her chest tightened with a suffocating anguish, a stabbing pain that left her breathless. The thought of something happening to him churned her stomach. Terror suffocated her. It was a visceral fear, a lump in her throat she couldn't swallow. She felt it in her soul, an inexplicable bond, an invisible thread that united them beyond reason. Then, the wedding day. Her heart raced when she saw him there, the shock hitting her like a punch to the chest. No Rodriguez, her greatest business rival, was the man she'd been with in Airy. He was standing before her. Confusion immediately set in. Suspicion made her take a step back, and distrust mounted like a barrier. She thought it might be a trap, that he'd played her from the start, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw the same surprise reflected on his face. He was as bewildered as she was. In that instant, she was convinced it had all been nothing more than an unusual coincidence. And from that moment on, everything with him was different, new, special. Every day, every encounter, every word wove a bond that trapped her irremediably. He became her ally, her refuge, her strength. He broke down her barriers with patience, with cunning, with that particular way of dealing with situations so characteristic of him. Always with his good humor, always with his mischievous smile. She never thought she'd trust anyone like that, other than Nolan, but No achieved the impossible. He made her his in more ways than she could admit. It wasn't just a physical union, but a deeper connection. He won her over with his patience, with his way of treating her, with making her feel unique. He gave her his trust, his vulnerability, something she never thought possible after everything she'd been through. Had it all been a lie? Had she given her heart to a man who had only used her? The intimate encounter that same morning comes to mind. Her skin shudders at the memory. The touch of their bodies, the way he took her with need, with passion, with devotion. His lips tracing fiery paths over her skin, his hands sliding over every curve with unbridled desire. Their bodies moving in perfect time, burning with a passion impossible to contain. In those moments, there were no lies or deceptions, only pure desire, absolute surrender. Every touch, every moan was real. She felt it true. But now, all that seems to be falling apart. Could it really have been just a farce? Nothing in it seems like a lie. Nothing in it suggests deception. No, that can't be true. It couldn't have been a joke. He was there for her when Kimberly collapsed, when heartbreak and despair threatened to destroy her. He held her. He comforted her. He was her rock when everything seemed to be falling apart. He wouldn't have done that if it had all been a game. He couldn't have faked what they are together. Yet the doubt is still there, throbbing, pulsating like a poison spreading through her blood. Her chest tightens, her throat closes. Alexis Rodriguez appears on the horizon, and her heart thuds against her ribs. She wants answers, but she fears what she might find. She arrives at Alexis Rodriguez's with her heart pounding. She barely parks her car before stepping out with determination and heading to the reception desk. However, she senses something isn't right. From the moment she walks through the door, she senses something is happening. A strange feeling takes hold of her chest. It's a subtle tightness at first, but it increases with each step she takes. She can't identify it at the moment, only that the discomfort saturates her like a silent warning, a latent unease. "Good morning. I need to see Mr. No Rodriguez," he demands of the receptionist. The young woman, visibly uncomfortable, picks up the phone and dials an extension. After a few seconds, She nods and looks at Livia with a neutral expression. I'm sorry, Mrs. Garcia, but you are not authorized to pass. Anger courses through her like a flash. She places both hands on the counter and stares at the receptionist. Call him back. I want no Rodriguez to see me right now, or I'll come up. The young woman swallows and dials again, this time on a different line. She waits a few seconds before receiving the same response. I'm sorry, Mrs. Garcia, the order is clear. You can't pass. Livia feels anger building in her chest. She turns with determination and walks toward the elevator. Immediately, two security guards stand in her way. One of them raises his hand, intending to grab her arm, but she jerks away. I'm the wife of the damn CEO of this company, she growls, stemming the storm that's sweeping through her. Above all, I'm Livia Garcia, CEO of Casa Garcia. She emphasizes with pride and haughtiness. If any of you dare to touch me, you won't live long enough to regret it. She spits furiously. The threat is real. The guards stop in their tracks, exchange a glance, and decide not to touch her, but one of them pulls out his radio and sends a message to the presidential floor. Seconds later, the elevator opens, but just as Livia is about to step inside, instead of the empty space, she finds Richard Rodriguez standing there, hands in his pants pockets, looking at her with a mocking and arrogant expression. Before she can react, he roughly grabs her arm and forces her into the elevator. The doors close behind them. What a surprise, Livia Garcia, Richard says with a sly smile. I thought you were smarter, but I see you're just a poor, naive girl. He corners her against the elevator wall, leaning slightly toward her. How can you be so blind? All this time, No was just playing with you. Didn't you realize? He used you to get information about Casa Garcia, to access the original recipe. It was all planned. Did you really think you were that special? Livia feels the burning in her chest, a mixture of rage and bewilderment. Without thinking, she reaches up and grabs Richard by the neck tightly. You're a poor devil, she replies scornfully and pushes him aside. I don't believe a word you say, she warns. I'll go up there, and if it's true, which I doubt, I'll make Noah say it to my face. Richard bursts out laughing. How typical of the Garcias. They have no dignity. But go ahead, get in if you want. No won't see you. He's given strict orders not to let you in. He even delegated me to give the press conference. Livia listens, her blood running cold. Don't you believe me, Garcia? She asks with a defiant, mocking sneer. Keep an eye on the media. Soon everyone will know that the oil will still be on the market and that your shack is nothing more than a fraud and has been involved in industrial espionage. Livia's stomach churns. It can't be true. Why would Noah do something like that? She replies confidently. She insists on not giving any credence to the idiot's words. Then her phone vibrates. A voicemail. Her whole body jerks involuntarily when she sees the name. With trembling hands, she unlocks the screen and presses to listen. Noah's voice echoes in the elevator with a coldness that makes her shudder. Leave my company, Livia Garcia. I don't want any scandals. I've already gotten what I needed from you. I have nothing more to talk to you about. Don't insist, I won't see you. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police. Don't complicate things further or make your situation worse, or I'll add harassment and stalking to the lawsuit. The silence that follows is deathly. Livia feels the ground beneath her feet give way, but she doesn't let the impact knock her down. A lump of pain settles in her throat, and for a moment her mind refuses to process those words. It can't be real. It can't be Noah who speaks so coldly, who dismissed her as if she'd never meant anything to him. The air thickens around her, the pounding in her chest intensifies, but she doesn't allow herself to waver. She wouldn't give Richard the pleasure of seeing her break. She holds her head high, even though inside she feels herself crumbling. Richard chuckles with satisfaction. Well, there you have your answer. Do you have any questions now? Livia doesn't answer. She tries to get out of the elevator. Richard stops her. Do you think I'm going to believe you're not affected? He asks mockingly, leaning slightly toward her. Livia looks at him coldly, every muscle in her face tense, her pride intact. I'm not affected by anything coming from a Rodriguez, he whispers harshly. It hurts. It burns inside her like an open wound, but she won't show it. Not in front of Richard. not in front of anyone. The engine purrs softly as Livia accelerates through the dark, winding streets of Siena. The city, with its warm lights and medieval atmosphere, fades into the night. The asphalt stretches out before her like a black ribbon, guiding her toward the coast, toward the sea. The road winds through the Tuscan hills, dotted with cypress trees and olive groves. The moon, round and bright, illuminates the landscape, creating long, mysterious shadows. Livia drives emotionlessly, her gaze lost in the horizon, in the immensity of the starry sky. As she advances, the landscape transforms. The green and golden fields, shrouded in black at that moment, give way to shorter, tougher coastal vegetation. The air becomes more humid, saltier. The scent of the sea mingles with that of the earth, saturating Livia's senses with an intoxicating fragrance. After about an hour and a half of driving, you spot the lights of Marina di Grosseto. The town, quiet and peaceful at that hour, stretches along the coast, with its low houses and red roofs. Livia parks the car in a secluded spot near the beach. There's no one around. It's almost pitch black, interrupted only by the light of the moon and stars. The sound of waves breaking on the shore fills the air, its soothing, melancholic melody filling it. She gets out of the car and walks barefoot toward the beach. The sand is cold and damp beneath her bare feet. The sea, dark and deep, stretches into infinity. Livia sits on the sand, hugging her knees. The sea breeze caresses her face, and she wishes it would wash away all her sadness, all her pain. She looks up at the sky, searching for answers in the stars. The moon reflects its light on the sea, tracing a silvery path that seems to invite her to delve deeper. Livia closes her eyes, breathes deeply. The smell of salt, the sound of the waves, the immensity of the sea. Everything reminds her of the man who doesn't want to remember. Tears begin to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks, hot and bitter, tracing furrows on her skin. Her labored breathing mingles with the sound of the sea. Her chest heaves with each sob she tries to hold back, but it's useless. The pain is too much. She feels alone, completely abandoned, enveloped in a fog of betrayal that suffocates her mercilessly. She thought she finally had support, a circle of support, but now there's nothing left. Everything has collapsed. Kimberly is in a coma. Her grandfather has never truly been there for her. Nolan betrayed her, and Noah has destroyed her. Her heart, which until a few hours ago was full of hope, is now a field of ruins. Pain coils in her chest like a suffocating snake. There is no one to trust, no one to hold her, no one to lean on. In the vastness of the night, with the moon as her only witness, she allows herself to unburden herself, to break down. She clutches her knees, trembling with tears whose sound merges with the roar of the waves. He raises his gaze to the sky, his eyes searching for the celestial splendor. And there it is, the moon, enormous and brilliant, majestic and serene. "Why did you bring him into my life?" she demands, her voice cracking with fury. "Why did you let him get so deep inside me? And don't tell me you didn't, because yes, it was you." She points her finger at her. "You caused all of this." The wind caresses her hair, and suddenly, a bitter laugh, laden with despair, bursts from her lips. She covers her face with her hands, shaking her head. "I'm going crazy," she says to herself, with a crooked smile. "Now I'm even fighting with the moon. What else am I missing?" But then, the silvery rays of the moon seem to intensify. The glow envelopes her with an unexpected warmth. Livia blinks, bewildered. Her skin prickles as she feels the light, like an invisible blanket embracing her. She blinks, stunned. Her mind struggles to find a logical explanation. It must be just an optical illusion, some natural phenomenon. She wants to convince herself. The truth is, the light continues to embrace her, filling her with an indescribable emotion that makes her skin crawl and takes her breath away. He watches her with obvious curiosity. "Are you really listening to me?" he asks, his voice breaking. A shudder runs through her body. The glow intensifies, as if responding to her. Livia feels her entire body filled with that silvery light, its purity and mystery. She closes her eyes, allowing the moonlight to flood her and saturate her with its brilliance. When she opens them, fresh tears silently fall down her face. "Help me," she whispers, her heart wrenched. "Help me, please." Then the night changes. The air shudders, as if the moon were responding to its cry. The air is filled with a howling sound, deep and mysterious, rising from some dark, distant corner, as if nature itself were warning of what is to come. "Hello, butterfly." A sweet, ethereal voice sounds behind her. Livia flinches, her breath freezing in her throat. She turns slowly, her heart hammering in her chest. There she is. It's her, the young gypsy woman who appears in his dreams. She smiles sweetly, surrounded by a silver aura. Her white hair, streaked with black, waves gently in the sea breeze. Around her neck, a silver chain holds a hummingbird-shaped pendant, which sparkles brightly, radiating an energy that doesn't seem of this world. Chapter 12. A few hours before, Noah arrives at Alexis Rodriguez with only one idea in mind: a press conference. Today he will announce the withdrawal of the new oil from the market and the alliance with Casa Garcia. He knows his decision will generate controversy and will not be well received. Some partners, even members of both families, will disagree, will oppose it. But that doesn't worry him. He's analyzed every detail, weighed the risks, and has no intention of backing down. He promised Livia, so his mind is made up, and nothing will change his mind. As he gets out of his car, security clears the way for him as he heads straight to his office. His secretary is waiting at the entrance, holding the day's agenda. "Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. You have a meeting with the management committee at 10, then a tour of the production plant, and the press conference is scheduled for 2. She reports efficiently. Noah nods and takes the documents she hands him, reviewing them on his way to his office. "Very well. Bring me a strong coffee." "Right away, sir." Once inside, he leaves his briefcase on the desk, turns on his computer, and reviews the latest reports while preparing the final details for the press conference. He immediately immerses himself in his work. The morning passes normally, without any surprises until his private line rings. "Rodriguez," he answers in a firm voice. "Noah, we need to talk." "It's urgent," asks Domenico Veneto, his most trusted lawyer. "Domenico, if you need to see me, please do it in my office, not a bar. I don't want you to leave me standing like last time," he jokes. But his lawyer's voice remains serious. "After you hear what I have to say, we'll see if you're still in a good mood." "What's this about?" he asks, intrigued. "I have in my hands a copy of a lawsuit against Casa Garcia. It's signed by you. The seal is legitimate, but I'm sure that's not your signature." "I know it well, and I know it's not yours." Noah frowns and straightens in his chair. "What lawsuit are you talking about? Signature? I don't understand. I'm in civil court." The only talk in the hallways is about anything else, so I checked the document, and sure enough, Alexis Rodriguez is suing Casa Garcia for misuse of proprietary information. "What the hell are you talking about?" he insists, this time very seriously and somewhat agitated. "Wait, this is just the beginning," he says gravely. "One of the parts of the lawsuit is against Livia Garcia, whom you accuse of industrial espionage." "This is absurd," the lawyer exclaims. "Aren't we supposed to be working on an alliance with her? I was just going to bring you the preliminary reports today for review. So, I don't understand anything." "Do you have a copy of that lawsuit?" he asks without a trace of humor. "Yes, I accessed the firm's files and got it. I'm sending you the digital copy. Check your email," he says, and no checks it. This is another point. These types of lawsuits are supposed to be handled by experienced lawyers, but they're being handled by new, lower-level lawyers at the firm, hired by Richard Rodriguez. "I was offended for a moment." "Huh?" he asks seriously. "How is it possible that I, your right-hand man, didn't know about this? Why is Richard in charge and not you? Why hire inexperienced lawyers in such a delicate matter?" "Because, obviously, I didn't authorize any of that," he replies harshly. "Exactly," Domenico exclaims. Noah remains silent for a few seconds. A knot forms in his stomach as he reviews the document on the screen. Obviously, the signature is identical to his, but he knows he didn't sign his name on that paper. "It's being processed," the lawyer reaffirms. It's official. Noah clenches his fists. I don't understand anything, Noah. The lawyer continues, when Noah remains silent. This is really serious. You did the right thing by calling me. Prepare a power of attorney authorizing you to withdraw this lawsuit immediately. I also authorize you to take legal action against those involved in this fraud. I'll do it right away. Keep this strictly confidential. Don't talk to anyone and don't call me on this line again. Come directly to my office. Do you think they're spying on you? Do you still have any doubts after this? He asks, stemming the tsunami that's about to overflow inside him. A few days ago, I discovered that the company's lines were intercepted, even my private numbers. My technical team assured me that they've already blocked access and reinforced security, but it never hurts to take precautions. Okay, I have some important matters to attend to here at the courthouse, but I'll be right out the door. Noah hangs up and leaves the phone on the desk. His gaze remains fixed on the screen, but his mind is elsewhere. Frustration gnaws at his insides. A growing anger tightens his chest. He berates himself for taking so long to act. He wanted to have enough conclusive evidence before acting, to make sure no loose ends were left before delivering the final blow. But it's obvious that his enemies don't operate that way. They don't pause, they don't hesitate, they don't wait. They attack without scruple or mercy. And now, more than ever, he knows for sure that if that lawsuit has reached the court, he's in danger. Those behind this understand perfectly well that, as soon as he discovers the scheme, he'll deny it. But they won't allow it. They won't let him intervene, so the next step will be to get him out of the way. He stands up with a jerk and starts pacing the office. He needs to move, to think clearly. His mind is racing, weighing strategies and possibilities. The door opens, and his secretary pokes her head out. Mr. Rodriguez, I remind you that you have a meeting with the steering committee in 10 minutes. Noah stops and curses. He'd completely forgotten about the meeting. He doesn't want to attend, not under these circumstances, but today more than ever, he must chair that meeting, so he nods curtly. I'll be right there. He adjusts his jacket and leaves the office, prepared for what's coming. The meeting lasts more than 2 hours. As he expected, it wasn't easy. He firmly and unwaveringly explained his decision to ally with Casa Garcia. Some partners made their discontent clear with arguments he had already anticipated. Others simply chose to remain silent, but they didn't need to speak to make it clear that they didn't agree either. Richard even proposed a vote to remove him from his position for these biased, hasty, and emotion-based decisions, which only seek to please and benefit his wife over the interests of Alexis Rodriguez. But he reminded them that, regardless of what they call personal motivations, the decision is not up to them. Amelia Rodriguez remains the majority partner, and only she can remove him. He's sure Richard isn't going to stop there. He won't rest until he achieves what he's always wanted. Noah isn't surprised by anything that's happened. He knew it wouldn't be an easy road, but that doesn't stop him. He ends the meeting by warning that he's already made that decision, and that the alliance will go ahead. He plans to go ahead, whether anyone likes it or not. Don't put me through to any calls. He strictly orders his secretary when he returns to his office. I'm not here for anyone, except for Domenico Veneto and my wife, understood? Yes, Mr. Rodriguez, the secretary answers, with a slight tremor in her voice. She looks nervous, but Noah's too upset to notice. He closes the door behind him with more force than necessary and crosses the room with tense steps. He pours himself a glass of pulque. He doesn't usually drink at this hour, but the situation justifies it. He needs to calm down, think with a cool head. He can't let emotions and circumstances dominate him. He takes his cell phone out of his jacket pocket to call Livia. She must know what's going on. He slumps back in his chair as he brings the glass to his lips. The liquor goes down his throat in a long, blistering gulp. Yet something seems off. He frowns and examines the glass closely. There's a slight, almost imperceptible, different taste in the pulque. He lifts the glass, swirls it around, and tilts it slightly, trying to find some clue in the liquor. He closely inspects the amber liquid as it slides down the glass. His instinct screams that something isn't right. He brings the glass to his nose and inhales cautiously. The aroma of oak and caramel is still there, but there's a distinct note, a strange mist that shouldn't be there. A faint bitterness lingers on his tongue, enough to set off an alarm bell in his head. Just then, the door to his office opens, and Jessica walks in unannounced. He looks up from his glass and tries to say something, but a sudden jolt of dizziness hits him. The floor seems to shift beneath his feet. His vision blurs, and he blinks several times to clear it, but instead of improving, the office lights seem to flicker. A stifling heat rises up the back of his neck, making him sweat immediately. His breathing becomes irregular, the air thickens. His pulse quickens, each beat pounding in his temples. He tries to sit up, but his body is heavy, his muscles unresponsive. He raises a hand to his forehead and feels a slight tingling in his fingers. A numbness runs through his limbs, and his chest tightens painfully. He swallows with difficulty. His throat suddenly feels dry and raw. A heaviness spreads through his body. His vision becomes much more blurred, and time slows down for him. In the midst of his daze, he only thinks of Livia. A chill runs down his spine. It's a dark, dense sensation. The air around him grows heavier and heavier, even more suffocating. His breathing becomes more erratic, and for a moment, he feels something invisible closing in on him, like a dark shadow enveloping him. He doesn't know what it is, but his instinct screams that he's in danger. Real danger. With effort, he picks up the cell phone he'd left on the desk. His fingers feel clumsy, as if it weren't his own. The screen glows and dazzles his eyes. The letters seem to shift, distorted. He curses silently and blinks hard, trying to concentrate. He desperately clutches the phone, fighting the fog in his mind. He has to dial. He has to let Livia know before it's too late. He can't manage it. His muscles aren't responding as they should. The phone slips from his hands and falls to the floor. Leaning against the door, Jessica watches him silently. She doesn't move. Her eyes watch his every gesture with attention, patient, expectant. No looks up and becomes aware of her presence again. In his eagerness to communicate with Livia, he had forgotten she was there. He tries to pick up the phone, but he can't. His body no longer obeys him. "Don't insist, Bunny," she whispers with chilling sweetness, approaching him with slow steps. She calmly bends down and picks up the phone. "You've already fallen into the trap." Then he smiles. It's a slow, triumphant smile, full of satisfaction. Noah opens his eyes with difficulty. His head throbs with pain, as if hit with a hammer. His body feels like lead. Everything around him is blurry. His thoughts come and go without order, confused, diffuse. A deafening buzzing echoes in his head, accompanying the pounding of his own heart. He blinks several times, but the fog in his mind doesn't go away. His mouth is dry, rough, as if he's swallowed dust. His throat burns. He raises his head. The white ceiling seems to spin above him. A dizziness churns his stomach, nausea whips through him, and an unpleasant, bitter taste fills his mouth. He puts a hand to his forehead and squeezes his eyes shut, trying to contain the stabbing pain that runs from the back of his neck to his temples and threatens to split his skull. He tries to move and feels the sheets brush against his bare skin. He's immediately alarmed. A shiver runs down his spine. He tenses, confusion taking over. He sits up with difficulty, leaning his back against the headboard. The confusion grows. A feeling of unease washes over him. He takes a deep breath and scans the room, searching for a clue as to where he is, but his mind is still in chaos. He doesn't recognize her at first. The furniture, the decor, they're vaguely familiar, but his mind is still trapped in a thick fog. He closes his eyes and tries to focus, struggling to find a coherent thread in his memory. However, all he gets are disjointed fragments of shadows and distant voices. An empty space, an abyss in his mind. He swings his feet out of bed, feels the cold floor, and sits on the edge. The empty feeling in his head drives him crazy, and every time he tries to remember how he got there, his head throbs more intensely, as if his own brain is protecting him or maybe punishing him for trying. He leans forward slightly and holds onto the bed with both hands, trying to steady himself. His breathing is uneven, his pulse racing. He closes his eyes once more and tries to focus his mind on the last thing he remembers before everything faded into the shadows. In the darkness, a light, a blue flash, flickers. He clings to it, follows it, tries to understand what it means. Little by little, the image takes shape. It's Livia. At first, it's blurry, faded, but then it becomes clear, sharp, real. He almost feels her presence. His breathing slows. His chest relaxes for a moment. His thoughts find some peace, an anchor amidst the chaos. He takes a deep breath and opens his eyes. The dizziness is still there. His mind is still an incomplete puzzle, but he finally recognizes the room. The light-colored walls, the gold-trimmed furniture, the faint scent of floral perfume permeating the air. His stomach tightens. Panic hits him like a whiplash. It's Jessica's room. His mind, still dull, tries to reason. How did he get there? What's he doing there? Naked? Drunk? But how? Why? Noah jumps up, driven by the urgency to understand what's happening. As soon as he sets foot on the ground, a fierce vertigo hits him. His stomach churns even more. His temples throb violently, as if they're about to explode. Her legs tremble and falter. She tries to take a step, but everything spins around her. The ground seems to recede. Shadows and lights swirl in a chaotic, confusing whirlwind. A high-pitched buzzing fills her ears and drowns out all other sounds. Her breathing becomes shallow, labored. Suddenly, everything goes black. A void pulls him in. His vision darkens. Reality fades. His body collapses, and he feels the impact of his body falling, but he can't react. Everything disappears into absolute blackness. He wakes up hours later with a stifled gasp. His chest rises and falls rapidly, and his heart thuds violently and painfully inside his chest. He opens his eyelids with a jerk. The darkness is so thick he can barely make out the wooden ceiling above his head. The air is heavy and stale, with a smell of dampness, dust, and an unmistakable trace of soot. His body is tense, his skin cold and sticky with sweat. He tries to move, but his muscles feel clumsy, numb, as if he's been immobile for too long in an awkward position. A shiver shakes him as he realizes he's still lost, disoriented. His mind is still a tangle of blurred images. He forces himself to concentrate, thinking he remembers a dark road, rain hitting a window, a blinding flash, and then nothing. With an effort, he sits up. The wood creaks under his weight. He's in a room, lying on a large wooden bed, in what appears to be a rustic cabin. In front of him, an extinguished fireplace reveals traces of wood and soot on the stones, indicating that it was used not long ago. To your right, a dirty, fogged-up window shows the shadows of the trees outside, but the rotten wooden frames distort the image of the exterior into shapeless shadows. He stands up. He feels dizzy immediately, his head throbbing with a dull ache, his brain still covered in a thick fog. Staggering, he moves toward the door. He grabs the handle and turns it impatiently. It's secure. He grits his teeth and tries again, harder this time. It doesn't budge. The air becomes thicker, suffocating. He turns sharply, looking for another way out. The windows have thick iron bars nailed into the wood, as if they were made so nothing and no one could escape. Her breathing becomes more labored. Her heart beats faster. She tries to think clearly, to find an explanation. But all she feels is a primal panic crawling under her skin. He's trapped, and your body goes on guard. You're not alone. Noah remains standing by the door, rigid, his muscles tense. His heart thumps against his rib cage. Adrenaline pumps violently through his body, and his mind struggles to clear its focus when he hears a dull, faint, almost imperceptible creak, but enough to make his skin crawl. The throbbing in his temples intensifies. He's not alone. His eyes scan the space urgently. The darkness of the cabin seems denser. He feels it shrink with each labored breath. The sound returns. Clearer. Someone is there. Outside. She hears a murmur. Every inch of her body is on alert. She doesn't know if it's her captor or someone else. He puts his ear to the door. It's a low, fragile voice, on the verge of tears. A barely audible wail. His skin prickles. It's a woman. An old woman pleading with something in words he can't make out. She seems helpless, given the way her voice trembles, the weakness and desperation in every syllable. A dry noise paralyzes him. "Shut up," commands a thick, crude voice, laden with contempt and cruelty. Noah freezes. He knows that voice. He can't place it clearly, his mind still trapped in a thick fog, but the feeling of recognition is undeniable. The tone, the brutality with which the words are spat out. He definitely knows that voice. The old woman's crying is cut short by the dull impact. Did they hit her? A cold rage shakes him. His fingers clench until his knuckles go numb. A wild impulse awakens within him. He quickly scans the room. He needs something strong, something that can hurt. The furniture is old and worn. A dark wooden dresser rests against the wall, covered in dust. A pair of rickety chairs sit next to a table with bent legs. Nothing useful. Her gaze rests on the fireplace. The poker. It's leaning against the stone, blackened by soot, long, with a sharp end. Noah takes hesitant steps toward the fireplace. He makes a superhuman effort not to stagger. He still feels weak. His head is still a churning mess, his blood dripping with the remnants of whatever they've given him. His fingers grip the cold handle of the poker. It's heavy, solid. A makeshift weapon, but sufficient. He returns to the door. He takes a deep breath and waits. Every fiber of his body is on alert. His muscles brace. He knows that, at any moment, his captor will come for him. And so it is. Measured footsteps echo on the other side of the door. They're getting closer. Noah grips the poker more tightly. His breathing is uneven, his pulse pounding at his temples. The handle moves. The door opens. As soon as the figure appears in his field of vision, Noah throws the punch with all his might, aiming straight for the head. The man narrowly dodges it, but Noah manages to hit him in the back. A grunt of pain fills the air. He doesn't give him time to react. He hits again, harder. The man falls to his knees and then collapses to the ground with a muffled groan. Noah is still dazed, his vision blurry, his body heavy, but he doesn't wait. He has to get out of there. He stumbles forward, his steps clumsy, leaning against the wall to avoid falling. His legs don't have enough stamina. They refuse to respond at all. He manages to make his way to the living room. The space is small and dark, occupied in the center by a dusty wooden table, a few rickety chairs, and an old armchair with threadbare upholstery. The fireplace burns with low flames, slowly consuming the logs. The orange light casts uneven shadows on the walls, and the stifling heat makes the air heavy. An old, dusty light bulb hangs from the ceiling, but it doesn't cast much light. The room is illuminated by the glow of enormous candelabras, arranged in corners and on the table, with thick candles dripping molten wax onto the worn wood. The flames flicker with every movement, projecting distorted shapes onto the walls. Noah blinks several times, trying to clear his vision to locate the exit. The main door is a few meters ahead. He moves as quickly as he can, but before he can reach it, a sharp blow hits his legs. He loses his balance. His knees hit the floor with a violent impact, the air escaping from his lungs. Before he can react, he feels relentless hands grab his shirt and pull him backward. They drag him effortlessly to the old sofa. His back hits the back of it roughly. Noah raises his head and his eyes widen. In front of him, illuminated by the glow of the fireplace and the flickering light of the candlesticks, with a cold and somber expression, stands Salvador. Noah blinks several times. His vision remains somewhat blurry, and for a moment he thinks it's all a hallucination. Perhaps the drug still has him trapped in a delirium. Salvador. His own voice sounds strange, raspy, as if his throat were full of sand. Salvador smiles, but there is no warmth or humor in his expression. It is a cruel, razor-sharp grimace, filled with resentment and disdain. "Noah, Noah, Noah, my friend," he exclaims coldly, with a calmness that chills the blood. "You should have left things as they were. We were all happy that way." Noah frowns, trying to grasp reality, trying to make sense of what he's experiencing. His body still feels heavy, but his mind is beginning to awaken. How could he have been so blind? How could he have missed the signs? For years, he trusted Salvador. He acted like a brother to him. Yet now, he looks at him as if he were nothing more than an annoying insect that needs squashing. Before he can react, a sound to his left makes him turn his head. Richard staggers out of the room, his face twisted with fury. It's the man he hit. He's breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, overflowing with hatred. Without a word, he throws a brutal punch that connects directly with Noah's face. The force of the blow pushes him backward, his back and head slamming into the old sofa with a dull, dry sound. "You damn bastard," Richard yells, clenching and unclenching the hand that hit him. His knuckles ache from the blow, reddened and streaked with blood. Noah feels a metallic taste in his mouth. He runs his tongue over his lips and spits to the side. Blood mixes with the dust on the wooden floor. His face burns, his breathing labored. The confusion in his mind has almost completely subsided. Now it's filled with disbelief, disappointment, and a bubbling anger that grows within him. "Cousin," Noah exclaims in a low, icy voice, staring at him. He runs the back of his hand over his split lip and wipes away the blood that's still flowing. He stares at the thick, dark liquid, regretting, for the first time in his life, sharing it with the traitor standing before him. "You're going to pay for every blow," Richard growls. He grabs him by the shirt and lifts him up. Noah straightens, his muscles contracting. The muscle weakness that previously held him back is almost gone, so he unhurriedly grabs Richard's wrists, still clinging to the collar of the garment, and squeezes them tightly. The grip's power is so painful that Richard tries to break free, but Noah won't let him. He keeps him trapped, his eyes fixed on him, not even blinking. "Let me go, you bastard," Richard demands, pulling hard, almost desperately. Noah opens his hands. Richard, who is using all his strength to free himself, loses his balance and falls backward with a clumsy, humiliating thud. Noah watches him from above, unmoved, expressionless. Richard leaps to his feet, even more furious than before, his fists clenched, his breathing erratic. Without thinking, he lunges at Noah, but before he can reach him, Salvador stops him. "Enough," Salvador demands authoritatively, grabbing Richard's arm with one hand. "You need to calm down." He speaks bluntly, commandingly. "Get a grip." Richard struggles, but Salvador's grip doesn't budge. "Anger blinds you and doesn't let you think clearly," he declares, still holding on. "Stop acting like an idiot. Damn it." Richard breaks free from her grip with a sharp jerk. His body vibrates with a rage he's bottled up for too long. "I've spent my whole life swallowing my desire to put an end to this fucking monster." His voice trembles with resentment as he points at Noah. "Always taking a back seat because of that bitch Amelia Rodriguez." Every word comes out laced with hatred and resentment. She boasts about treating everyone equally, but she's always shown favoritism, he growls, gritting his teeth. Salvador smiles disdainfully. "And that surprises you?" he asks with piercing irony. "The Rodriguezes don't know loyalty." He pauses for a moment, enjoying the tension in the air. "Starting with you, Richard." His tone is sharp, mocking, cruel. Richard grabs him by the lapel with both hands and pushes him violently. "Be careful what you say, damn it." Salvador calmly shakes off his jacket, without losing his composure. Noah, who is watching the pathetic spectacle, smiles mockingly. He says nothing, but the sparkle in his eyes is provocative in itself. He puts his hands in his pants pockets and observes the scene with irritating satisfaction and calm. Richard notices this and turns around. "Do you think this is funny?" he grumbles. Noah remains silent, his haughty and defiant gaze speaking for itself. "I've been waiting for this moment for years." Richard smiles contentedly. "To see you reduced, stripped of everything. Taking you away from where I rightfully belong. You just had to drug me and kidnap me to get it." Noah responds with sharp irony. "Congratulations. You can question my methods, but not my results," he shrugs. "You know my father is the bastard son of Roberto Rodriguez, Amelia's husband. That's why that bitch always looked down on me. She never accepted me, nor will she give me my rightful place, the one I deserve, not just by age, but by blood, so I take it upon myself." "You've always been wrong, Richard," Noah exclaims harshly. My grandmother never made distinctions. She only sees what's obvious to the naked eye. And what is that according to you? That you're a pathetic, resentful bastard. A damned ungrateful bastard. He responds without any hesitation. Your hang-ups and insecurities are your real enemies, not your family, he asserts with utter disappointment. But then Noah closes his eyes for a moment. The dizziness has returned. Fuck off, Noah. You don't know anything about me. Noah puts his hands to his forehead, trying to dispel the discomfort and stay standing. He can't. His legs give way, so, staggering, he lets himself fall onto the sofa. Salvador drags a chair over and sits opposite him. He watches him closely. Noah's tolerance to the drug he's giving him is high. With the dose he's given him, he shouldn't be standing or even talking. It's impressive how he hit Richard, reached the living room, and yet he's still awake. Noah opens his eyes and meets Salvador's scrutinizing gaze. He recognizes it immediately. For years he'd seen that look as he examined him. What did you give me? Noah asks with a calmness that irritates Richard. She wants to see him desperate, pleading, crawling to be freed, begging not to be hurt. But her cousin doesn't give her that pleasure. He stands there, defiant, with that damned attitude of superiority that has characterized him all his life, as if he were above the danger, as if all this were nothing more than a game in which he. Richard hates him for that. There's no trace of vulnerability in his eyes, except the physical kind, but even that has been imposed by them, not by him. It's the drugs that keep him immobile, that cloud his body and his reactions, but his will remains intact. And that's what infuriates him the most. He'd always hated his strength. Ever since they were kids, Noah was always the one who stood out, the one who effortlessly commanded attention. While he had to fight for a shred of recognition, Noah got it with a simple look, a few words, or a careless gesture. And the worst part was, he didn't even seem to care. He'd never needed anyone's validation, while Noah went out of his way to prove his worth. A depressant, Salvador replies indifferently, as if talking about a simple prescription. Something similar to your sleeping pills, only much stronger. Noah nods slightly. I understand, he replies. Don't you have any more questions? Salvador insists curiously. Will you give me the answers? He asks ironically. Or is this one of those typical confessions a villain makes before murdering his victim? Salvador smiles. Noah is undeniably suspicious, too suspicious for his own good. He's always acknowledged that. That sharp mind never dulls, not even when he's drugged and captive. He's always analyzing, measuring, looking for the crack to squeeze through. Even in a situation like this, he retains his typical dark humor. It's damn irritating, but undeniably admirable. We're not going to kill you. Not yet, Salvador replies calmly, without giving it much emphasis. I know. Noah shrugs, as if making small talk. If they wanted to, they would have done it already. He leans back on the couch. For now, they can't. It's not convenient for them. Richard stares at him with rage and disgust. He can't stand his attitude, that arrogance with which he seems to defy everything. Anyone else in his place would be begging for their life, whining, cursing their fate. But Noah doesn't. Noah is still there, with that damned smile on his face, looking at him as if he were a tantrum-throwing child and not a man with the power to decide his destiny. Do you think you're so clever? Richard snaps, sitting down next to him on the sofa, leaning so close that Noah can almost smell his contempt. As soon as we have what we need, we'll get rid of you. Noah smiles. That, he raises a finger slowly, means that they don't have what they want yet. Richard's jaw muscles clench with suppressed fury. For someone who practices that kind of particular thing, Noah continues sarcastically, alluding to BDSM, you don't seem very in control, cousin. I thought you guys were some kind of cold, imperturbable superman. He lets the sentence sink in, watching the fury grow in Richard's eyes. But you, he tilts his head in mock curiosity. You're more like one of those little volcanoes that just blows smoke, constantly threatening to erupt, but never quite exploding. Richard throws a violent punch that Noah dodges. He tries to throw another, but Salvador stops him, grabbing his arm. I told you to control yourself. She throws him against the chair. Don't fall for his provocations. Go, she orders bluntly. I'm in charge. I'm not leaving, Richard denies, his face flushed with rage and his pride wounded. Get out, Salvador demands. He doesn't raise his voice, but his tone is lethal. His dark, icy, and menacing expression sends a chill down even Noah's spine. He'd never seen him like that before. Richard clenches his fists. He's forced to swallow his anger, his envy, his frustration. He abruptly stands up and leaves the room, muttering a torrent of insults under his breath. Noah watches as they leave, and then he understands. He understands who's really in charge, who's pulling the strings. Richard and Jessica are just puppets. The real puppeteer is Salvador. Excuse Richard, Salvador says with a fake, friendly smile, his eyes cold and sly. He's a little upset. Noah narrows his eyes and observes Salvador closely. Richard is impulsive, a constantly erupting volcano, but Salvador is different. He's cold, calculating. Now he knows very well that he's the kind of man who stabs with a smile on his lips. Why? He asks, genuinely intrigued. I understand Richard's reasons, his frustration and his absurd hatred. But for you, what motivates you to do all this? Salvador leans back in his chair and crosses his legs. He rests his hands in his lap and gives her an enigmatic look, deciding how much to reveal. I want Livia back, he says bluntly, in a tone that brooks no argument. And I want the Garcias and the Rodriguez on their knees before me. Noah barely blinks. His expression remains serene. You'll never have Livia, he says confidently. Salvador gives a sly smile and tilts his head slightly. Will you stop me? He asks sarcastically. Noah smiles confidently. I'm eager to kick you away from her. His voice turns subtly threatening. But there's no need. You mean nothing to her. You think so? He widens his smile with a dangerous expression. Noah nods triumphantly. Salvador shakes his head. Still calm, he reaches into his inside jacket pocket and pulls out a small object. He holds it between his fingers and holds it close enough for Noah to see it clearly. It's a beautiful white gold bracelet, from which tiny crystalline quartz stones dangle. In the center, a small blue sapphire butterfly charm gently spins with the movement of your hand. Noah watches the butterfly with almost fascination. He feels something inside him shake strongly. The blue stone seems to glow, even though it doesn't, emitting a warm, comforting glow. It has an intense energy that somehow fills him and injects him with strength. For Noah, this sensation is irrational and inexplicable, but the truth is that the clearer he looks at it, the closer he feels to Livia, as if he could sense her presence through her. She and I are destined, Salvador whispers. The phrase abruptly snaps him out of his trance. He forces himself to focus on the moment. For some reason, he's sure that bracelet is the same one Amelia and Benito told him about, the one with the power to protect and heal Kimberly. He decides to keep his worries to himself. It's obvious Salvador is willing to talk, so he'll listen attentively and patiently. He'll get all the information he needs. Meanwhile, he keeps his attention focused on the door, on the exit Richard left unsecured when he stormed off. He's not tied down. Salvador must believe he's still dazed by the depressant he was given. Let him continue to believe it. He won't be able to disabuse him of his mistake. Destined? Noah asks, feigning confusion. What does that thing have to do with anything? He points at the bracelet with disdain, as if unaware of its high value. Where did you get it? Salvador smiles smugly. I inherited it from my mother, he says with a certain nostalgia, although his gaze doesn't reflect tenderness, but rather a shadow of resentment. Noah processes the information. Does that mean Salvador is the son of? I'm sure Amelia and Benito have told you about the curse of the mini moon, Salvador continues, as if he has information Noah doesn't. Every 60 years, that little moon appears, he points upward with a finger, and unleashes its dark forces on the two families, intensifying their conflicts. For a moment, his gaze wanders off into some distant memory, immersed in a story that doesn't belong to him. Only two heirs, he adds, returning his attention to Noah. Only children of similar ages can break the curse. Noah listens a little surprised. Salvador seems to know exactly what he's talking about. The question is, what role does he play in all this? Livia is the one chosen by the moon goddess for the Garcias, he states with conviction. She meets all the requirements. She's beautiful. His eyes shine with a feverish gleam when he speaks of her. She's strong. Her heart is pure and warm. He smiles like a teenager in love. She's perfect. Noah lowers his head slightly without taking his gaze off him, in an involuntary territorial and defiant gesture. It takes all his self-control not to stand up, punch him in the face, and remind him that this woman is his wife. His. And that he's not even allowed to speak her name. And I am her destined mate, her soulmate, her only master. And together with her, I will break the curse. Noah makes a mocking sound. It seems I'm not the only one on drugs here, he says sarcastically. What kind of drugs are you on to make you say such a stupid thing? Salvador is unfazed, but his expression darkens. Vicenzo Garcia separated us when we were very young, she replies bitterly. That damned creature knew very well who I was, knew my origins, my rights. Yet he threw me out of the mansion like I was a dog. He pauses. He sent some men to get rid of my father and me. My father protected me, but he bore the brunt of it. His face hardens, his gaze dark. Before he died, he told me everything. He confessed my origins and pointed out my destiny. He looks at the bracelet once more, brushing it with his fingers as if it were the key to his revenge. This bracelet belonged to my mother. Amelia gave it to her before abandoning her without remorse. Her mouth tightens with animosity. She discarded it as if it were a useless object. So it's true, no thanks. Salvador is Kimberly's son. Kimberly's story and her memory of being a 2-year-old boy come back to her mind. Where is your mother now? Noah asks, his eyes narrowed. She died many years ago, his voice trails off. I have no memories of her. I was a very young child when she died. Why did you never tell me about any of this? Because I've never considered you my friend, no Rodriguez, he responds bluntly. You're simply a means to an end. And what is that end? Destroy everyone who hurt my parents. Avenge them. I don't give a shit about Alexis Rodriguez. I want to destroy her, reduce her to ashes. That's why I allied myself with that idiot Richard, even though he thinks we're working toward the same goal. Poor fool. He makes a face of disgust. Pathetic. That's why you sabotaged the yacht, to get rid of me and clear the way, he says confidently. Salvador leans back in his chair and crosses his arms with a disdainful smile. You should have married Jessica. We would have avoided all this, he says, dodging the accusation. You don't know how hard it was for us to get close to you, to get you to trust us, but you ruined all our plans when you broke off the engagement with her. I had to take action. Murder me, he asks ironically. Salvador shrugs. You asked for it. Even more so when you dared to marry my Livia. I'll never forgive you for that. Why don't you just finish me off? She challenges him defiantly. Amelia is an old woman who's easy to control and manipulate. I can make her believe anything I want. But Livia, she's something else, he says almost with devotion. She'd want to find out what happened to you. Because he loves me, she teases with a haughty smile. I matter to him. Because she's a woman of integrity, upright, honesty, he corrects him contemptuously. She'll be a widow in time, don't worry. But first, I need her to hate you, to not want to look for you, to want with all her might to forget you. Of course, I'll be there to support her. He smiles cynically. Above all, because she, upon becoming a widow, will inherit both empires, Noah emphasizes. I already told you, I don't give a damn about that company. I just want it ruined. I'll just keep Casa Garcia for Livia. She deserves everything, and that company makes her happy, just for that. Don't you mind destroying your mother's estate? She died because of those damn old men, he shouts, his voice ruffled for the first time. If they had protected her, she would still be alive. But they abandoned her, they scorned her. Where do you get that information? He asks, frowning. I already told you. My father told me before he died. This, he points to the bracelet he clutches tightly, is the only thing I have left of her, her only legacy. No details it carefully while his mind races. It's what unites me and Livia, our connection. Do you think that bracelet is what allows you to feel connected to her? That's right. But more than that, I'm the only Garcia Rodriguez. Everything is mine. Everything belongs to me, he exclaims arrogantly. The empires, the possessions, the money, it's all mine. And I will destroy it to avenge my mother. That way, I'll end the curse, and Livia and I will be together forever. Your father lied to you, Noah says. You have a strange mix of information, altered realities, half-truths. But most importantly, your mother isn't dead. What the hell are you talking about? He tenses as he asks, upset. Do you know Kimberly Morrow? Of course, she's Livia's psychotherapist, he replies with a frown. It's not just that. Her last name. No declares, realizing for the first time. Morrow, Garcia/Rodriguez. Kimberly is your mother. And right now, she's in a room at the main hospital, in a coma, hovering between life and death. Is my little girl alive? The cracked, hoarse voice of an old woman echoes in the room. Salvador, still shocked by what he's just heard, jumps and instinctively turns toward the voice. It's time, Noah reacts. He jumps up. He throws a powerful punch to Salvador's face, who, without seeing it coming, falls back to the ground. Noah lashes out in fury, lunges, straddles him, and delivers a violent punch, one more. Blood spurts. Salvador, his face swollen and covered in bruises, manages to react, struggling fiercely. You're an idiot. Salvador manages to growl. If anything happens to me, Richard will go after Livia. No one will stop him. I'll protect my wife, you bastard. I'll take care of that bastard. He throws another punch, connecting squarely with his already swollen cheek. Salvador's head whips around violently, and a jet of blood spurts from his mouth, spattering Noah's shirt. Stop it, the old woman cries nervously, frightened. Boy, leave him alone, she pleads anxiously. You're going to kill him. It's the least he deserves. Noah growls, his pulse racing and rage burning in his veins. Without thinking, he takes Salvador's head in his hands and slams it hard against the wooden floor. His opponent's body jerks, and he quickly becomes unconscious. Noah breathes heavily. He wants to keep hitting him, to smash him with his fists, to split his head against the ground. But he controls himself. He has to get out of there. He opens Salvador's clenched hand and snatches the bracelet. He searches his jacket but finds no phone. He searches his pants pockets and finds the car keys. He grabs them and jumps to his feet. He turns to the old woman. Are you okay? He asks. No, she whispers, her wrinkled face streaked with tears. I'm a prisoner too. I'll go get help, he promises. I'll send for you. In the meantime, find some rope, a sheet, or something, and tie him up. Do you hear me? He raises his voice slightly to make sure the old woman looks at him and reacts. She nods quickly. Where are we? On some remote hill in Volterra. All right. Find the ropes. I have to go. Without wasting any more time, she runs toward the exit. Her gaze scans the entire place until she finds Salvador's car. She gets in, starts it, and hits the gas. He doesn't quite know where he's going, but nothing will stop him until he reaches Livia. Chapter 13. Hello, butterfly, Guadalupe exclaims in a serene voice. The wind blows harder, lifting the sand into small golden swirls that swirl around them both. Livia feels a chill run down her spine. She doesn't understand how this woman made it here without her noticing, or why her presence feels so unsettling and, at the same time, comforting. Who are you? She whispers uneasily. Guadalupe smiles sweetly at her and takes a step closer. The sky-blue dress she's wearing, embroidered with silver threads, highlights the elegance of her figure. The full moon behind her shines brightly and accentuates her otherworldly appearance. Someone has been searching for you for a long time. He sits down beside her. Even in your dreams. He points delicately to his forehead with a hand. But only to this day has the goddess of the moon, he looks up at the moon, allowed me to find you. Her mind, until recently clouded by sadness, fatigue, and confusion, clears a little. Livia looks at her curiously. The girl has a mystical appearance. Her long, flowing silvery white hair, combined with black strands, gleams in the silvery glow, giving her a celestial air. Every movement of the wind caresses her soft waves, making them dance in the darkness, as if she were a creature born of the night, a being not entirely of this world. Do you know me? Livia asks, intrigued, still studying her closely. Guadalupe tilts her head as if reading invisible pages on her face. Her skin, pale and luminous, seems made of moonlight itself, with a subtle glow that enhances the delicacy of her features. My name is Guadalupe. She extends her hand. Livia, he says, understanding hers too. I know your story, Livia, and your destiny. He says gently, looking at her with large, expressive eyes filled with melancholy. I know the truth you seek, but don't yet know how to ask for. Livia's chest tightens. The desperation that brought her to this beach hits her again, hard. She presses her lips together and shakes her head, trying to clear her thoughts, to hold on to logic at a moment when reason seems to be crumbling. I don't know what you're looking for from me, she whispers, looking out to sea where the moon, huge and pale, tinges the waters with liquid silver reflections. But I have nothing left to give you. Her breath catches. Everything in me has broken. Her hands clutch her own body, seeking support in the midst of that invisible abyss that absorbs her. Her chest rises and falls with ragged breaths. Guadalupe leans closer and takes her hand, understanding that some wounds don't heal immediately. Livia's skin prickles at the touch. It's warm, a kind of vibration, an energy that runs through her fingers, up her arm, and shakes her to the bone. You're not broken, butterfly, the gypsy whispers. You're just waking up. She squeezes his hand tenderly, her gaze ignited by an indecipherable glow. All of this that's happening is part of the curse that falls upon your family. It's something beyond your reach, and you can't escape it. You must live it, feel every wound, every loss, every betrayal, because only through this pain will you achieve your transformation. Livia feels a chill. Curse, betrayal, transformation. Her mind tries to grasp onto something rational, but deep down, a part of her understands that those words carry a truth she can no longer ignore. Your predecessors have failed. Vittoria, Liviana, Amelia, he continues. But you are strong, brave, your heart is pure. You are the chosen one, Livia Garcia. The sea breeze howls with a deeper tone. The moon, bright and enormous overhead, seems to grow more intense, casting shadows that lengthen and twist across the sand. The air feels different. Come, Guadalupe says, with a sweet smile. There's something I must show you. Livia feels her heart pounding. She shouldn't be following a stranger in the middle of the night, on a lonely beach. Logic screams at her to stop, to ask more questions before giving in to uncertainty. However, she stands up, her feet moving of their own accord when the gypsy woman gives her hand a gentle tug. Where are we going? He asks suspiciously. The cold sand gives way beneath their steps as they both walk away from the shore. Trust me, butterfly, Guadalupe whispers without stopping. The moon shines more brightly over the sea, giving it a spectral glow. I saw you in my dream, Livia says bluntly. She stops. I know. I was trying to get in touch with you. How could you do it? Livia frowns. Besides, it wasn't a normal dream. It was so vivid. And you were there, with a butterfly in your chest. Dreams, often, aren't just that. They're messages. Livia exhales in frustration. Tell me what it means. I need to understand it. What do you remember? Guadalupe asks. What you felt, what you saw. Every detail matters. Livia takes a deep breath and closes her eyes for a moment. The images return to her mind with disturbing clarity. I was in a forest, but it wasn't an ordinary forest. The trees were tall, twisted, with roots that reached out as if trying to trap me. The fog was thick. I couldn't see the path well. I felt like something was watching me. I was looking for someone, I think. The gypsy nods slowly. The forest represents the unknown, the unconscious, but also the past, Guadalupe says in a calm voice, without taking her eyes off the moon. It's not just a landscape in your dream. It's a reflection of your own mind, a labyrinth where the fragments of what you lived through, what you were, and what you fear becoming are hidden. He pauses, allowing Livia to absorb his words before continuing. Every route that blocks your path is a trapped memory, a noose that still binds you to something you haven't overcome. And the trees. She focuses her gaze, as if she could see them in those moments. Each one of them is a fear, a painful memory, a truth you don't dare fully face. They stand tall and firm, their shadows falling over you, but they also demonstrate your strength, your personal struggle, as you keep moving forward, even when the darkness seems to swallow the path and you. And the fog? Guadalupe's eyes shine with an enigmatic hue. Fog is confusion, the uncertainty that clouds your judgment. It's what you can't yet see clearly, the answers you seek but can't yet find. In dreams, fog is never just a natural phenomenon. It's a veil, a cloak between what you believe and what is. Livia swallows. She feels a chill run over her skin. The interpretation fits all too well with what she felt in her dream. That feeling of being trapped between what she knows and what she doesn't yet understand. Then the landscape collapsed around me. I came to a desert. Livia continues softly, reliving that part of the dream in her mind. Everything changed suddenly. One moment I was in the forest, surrounded by trees, shadows, and roots. And the next, there was only cold sand beneath my feet. An endless, empty horizon plunged in the gloom of the night. He moistens his lips, remembering the oppressive feeling of that place. I walked. I walked for what seemed like hours. The air was frigid, but the sand retained the warmth of a sun that was no longer there. My feet sank into it, and each step became more difficult. Something invisible weighed on my body, sapping my strength. I looked around, but there was nothing, no shelter, no sign to guide me. Only the dark vastness and the echo of the wind whistling in the distance. Livia takes a deep breath, filling her lungs to the maximum. I felt. She pauses, searching for the right word, anguished. Something was consuming me from within, leaving me empty. And the worst part was the hopelessness, the certainty that there was no way out. Just me, trapped in that infinity, without direction, without a clear purpose. He looks up, searching for the gypsy's expression. He wants answers. He wants to understand. The abrupt transition to the desert is no coincidence. It's not just a change of scenery, he says without hesitation. It tears you away from that dense forest, from the unknown that, somehow, still feels familiar, and pushes you out of that dark comfort zone, forcing you to confront something rawer, more real, inescapable. The gypsy's intense gaze keeps Livia in the present, but her mind remains trapped in that arid and solitary landscape. That desert is your present, Livia. The gypsy continues with conviction. It is the daily struggle, the feeling of, despite all your efforts, moving forward aimlessly, of taking steps that seem to lead you nowhere. Every step in the sand drains you, not only physically, but also in the depths of your soul. Because the desert is not only empty, the desert is a test. It is resistance, but it is also betrayal, she adds, lowering her voice slightly. It is the deception of those who smile in front of you and sharpen knives behind your back. They are the shadows that surround you, the disguised faces that hide dark intentions. Livia swallows. She understands. In the dream, the fatigue wasn't just physical, it was something deeper. Perhaps it was life itself demanding more from her than she could give. There, in the middle of nowhere, there was no refuge because you still don't know who to trust. Guadalupe continues, with a slight nod, emphasizing with gestures with her hands. Above all, because you still haven't found that place where you can rest without fear, where the voices that surround you don't hide lies. She stares at her. Nor have you discovered what truly gives you peace. What or who can be your oasis in the midst of so much darkness? Until you discover who deserves your trust and who only seeks to harm you, you will continue to feel that every effort is in vain. You will continue to walk aimlessly, feeling alone. Silence stretches between them. Livia feels her chest tighten. I know who the snakes hidden in the sand are, he says bitterly. She licks her lips again with a nervous gesture, the dryness of her mouth reflecting the confusion in her mind. She tries to assimilate each word, each symbol deciphered by the gypsy, like pieces of a puzzle whose final image she still can't clearly see. Her mind goes over the interpretations again and again, searching for connections, for meaning in what seems like a hidden message within her own subconscious. She doesn't know if she fears the answer she gets more, or the truth she's beginning to glimpse within herself. Then I came to a lake, she continues. She takes a breath, still caught in the sway of her memories. The water was black, dark as night, but it reflected the sky. And in that reflection, there were two moons. Not one, but two moons shining at once. And then I saw you. You were there, with the butterfly on your chest. The young woman smiles with a hint of mystery. Water is truth, she explains in a deep voice. The deepest part of the lake is hidden, still an enigma to you. But it's there, waiting for you to dive in and discover it. The surface of the lake shows you what you think you know about yourself, she elaborates. It's what the world sees, what you allow yourself to see. But that reflection isn't reality, only a projection of what you could become or what you fear to be. Why was that butterfly there? Why do I always see it? She asks, intrigued, in a faint voice. The image of the butterfly remains engraved in his mind, vibrant, latent. The butterfly is transformation, change. It's the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It's not a coincidence that you see it. It's an omen. Your life is about to change, Livia. What does that mean? He insists. It means you're in the midst of an inevitable change, he answers without hesitation. Your life is about to change. In fact, it's already begun. What if I'm not ready? She murmurs, mortified. Guadalupe takes his hand gently. No one is, he replies with a hint of tenderness. But once a butterfly opens its wings, it can't go back to being a caterpillar. All it can do is fly. Livia puts her hands to her face and rubs her cheeks vigorously. And the two moons? He asks expectantly. What do they mean? The gypsy woman reflects a little. Two paths, he whispers, approaching her. One dilemma and one warning. Two different futures that depend on one choice. Livia feels a shudder run through her from head to toe. What choice? Guadalupe takes his hand again. Only you know. Here, in your hands and in your heart, is the decision. Livia takes a deep breath. Everything is becoming more and more complicated, difficult to digest. What if I choose wrong? Guadalupe smiles. Although there is something in her gaze that seems to warn her that this question does not have a simple answer. Sometimes the hardest road is the only one that takes us where we really need to be. What does that mean? Fate has its own rhythm, its own way of calling us. Sometimes we ignore it, moving forward as if it weren't guiding us. But sooner or later, we find ourselves back in the same place. Just like now. Silence stretches between them as they continue walking. Livia feels like she's received answers, but at the same time, she now has more questions than before. Where are we going? He insists, looking at the forest around him. Please trust me, butterfly, Guadalupe asks again, without stopping. They walk until they reach a small path hidden among the vegetation. The sand gives way to damp earth, and the sea breeze dissolves into the purring of the trees. The scent of the forest, of wet earth and night flowers, saturates them. What is this place? He asks in a low voice. Guadalupe looks at her over her shoulder, her enigmatic gaze shining in the moonlight. The place where it all began. After a few minutes of walking, Livia and Guadalupe reach a clearing illuminated by the silvery moonlight. In the center, a formation of ancient stones rises majestically, bearing the remains of an altar forgotten by time. The night breeze blows with a subtle murmur, and Livia feels an inexplicable shudder. The place makes her skin crawl. A dark energy seems to vibrate in the air, weighing on her chest. This is a sacred place, Guadalupe murmurs, her gaze fixed on the stones. Here, generations ago, the curse that now falls upon us all was sealed. Livia frowns and takes a step back. What are you talking about? Guadalupe is silent for a moment, as she raises one hand and, with the other, takes hold of the hummingbird pendant hanging from her neck. She squeezes it tightly and whispers a few words in a language Livia doesn't recognize. The temperature seems to drop suddenly, the wind picks up furiously, and a faint glow begins to form in the air. An image takes shape on the altar, dancing shadows, spectral figures whispering ancient words. Livia holds her breath as the past begins to reveal itself before her eyes. As if entering a kind of delirium, in front of her, she sees a woman of stunning beauty dressed in a white robe, her hair shining like a river of tiny diamonds in her eyes, the same silver hue as Guadalupe's, shining with tears. She cries inconsolably, torn apart by endless grief. In front of her, a man lies on the stone floor, his empty eyes, which, though inert, stare into the distance with a hatred that seems to transcend death, yet remain permeated with darkness. Livia feels her soul shudder. A primitive part of her being seems to recognize them. They were the ones who cast the curse, Guadalupe explains, her voice thick with tension. Lorenzo was the one who initiated the ritual, condemning both Rodriguez/Garcia families. Livia listens as Lorenzo's sinister and cruel voice resonates in the air. The Rodriguez and the Garcia families are destined to live in dispute and die for love. Just as my heart bleeds with pain, theirs will break in two. They will not know happiness if they find love, for suffering will destroy them. Their hearts will not beat for long. Life will be taken from them. But Zahila, Guadalupe continues, was the one who condemned us all. Her voice fades, her eyes reflect an infinite sadness. Zahila's spectral image is on her knees, her body racked with sobs, torn apart by the sight of her self-sacrificing son. Livia can see how, with trembling hands, she takes the dagger her son used and slides it over his veins, the crimson liquid oozing out as, in a trembling voice, she recites a prayer. Their children will be born with the weight of this oath, and those who share the same age and are unique in their lineage will be the heirs of destiny. Just as I lost my son today, they will lose them too. Any offspring born from that union, without any mercy, will perish. The wind intensifies, a spectral howl shakes the clearing, carrying with it the whisper of ancient promises and curses. Livia feels a deep shudder. The blood in her veins turns to ice. The air seems charged with electricity, as the past tries to reclaim its place in the present. From that night on, the curse fell upon the Rodriguez and Garcia descendants. Those born under its shadow, if they were only children and the same age as a member of the other family, were doomed, the gypsy woman recounts with a solemn expression. Livia hugs herself when she realizes that these are the same words her grandfather had spoken when he told the story to her and no. If they fell in love, their hearts wouldn't resist the feeling. The love between them would only end in tragedy. Livia's pulse thunders in her temples. She stares at the images before her, desperately searching for any sign that they are a product of her imagination, a trick of her overflowing mind. But they are not. The translucent figures float in the air, ethereal and wrapped in a faint glow, as if made of light trapped in mist. Their silhouettes glide slowly by with ghostly grace, with the cadence of a memory that refuses to die. They are shadows of a time buried in oblivion, witnesses to a destiny that refuses to disappear, burdened with the nostalgia of truncated loves, with the laments of souls condemned to relive their tragedy again and again. Some figures are embraced in a halo of light, others brush their hands without actually touching, because an invisible abyss separates them. A man holds a bouquet of withered flowers. A woman in a torn dress advances toward him, but just as she is about to reach him, her figure dissolves in the wind. Livia feels a heartbreaking pain welling up in her chest. They are echoes of loves that could not be, promises that time mercilessly devoured. They were the first, Vittoria and Giasu. Guadalupe points to a couple emerging from the mist as the other silhouettes fade. Two souls destined to love each other, separated by pride, betrayal, and hatred. Their love was not only forbidden, but punished. Livia watches them with her heart in her mouth. The figures in the vision seem to scream silently. The woman raises her hands to the sky, and a dark mist surrounds her as it devours her silhouette. The man, desperate, tries to reach her, but an invisible barrier stops him. Then, the image dissolves in a whirlwind of shadows and silver sparks. Only absolute silence remains. A deep and devastating emptiness. Livia blinks several times, her breath coming in short gasps. The pain in her chest stings cruelly as the tragedy hits her directly. Them. He points to a new couple who appear. It's Liviana and No. Livia's heart contracts. The air escapes from her lungs. That woman is identical to her, and he is Noah. Are we? She tries to ask, but her throat closes. No, they are your ancestors. Look. The woman's figure slowly fades away in front of the man, who, on his knees, weeps, his soul shattered. Amidst the smoke and steam, a disembodied butterfly takes shape in the air. Then, the man's image slowly fades, until in his place remains the silhouette of a resplendent hummingbird. Both glow with an intense blue glow, charged with an energy that Livia can feel in every pore of her skin. Can you see it? Guadalupe asks with a fascinated smile. Livia can barely nod. It's their souls. The butterfly and the hummingbird seem to embrace. The two forms seek each other out, floating in a hypnotic sway until they finally intertwine. Their silhouettes merge, losing their edges, becoming a single glow. A union that not even death could break. What does this mean? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Guadalupe shows him the pendant she is holding in her hands. Liviana and Noah were soulmates. They were the first to try to break the curse, but they couldn't, so they found a way to stay together beyond death. Now, they are her guardian spirits. Liviana is the butterfly that appears in your dreams, the one that fills you with calm, peace, that offers protection, even healing. She smiles compassionately. Noah is this hummingbird. She takes Livia's hand and gently places the pendant in her palm. I know perfectly well that you already know who it belongs to. Livia looks down at the hummingbird between her fingers. Its glow is faint, but its meaning is overwhelming. A surge of emotion jolts from the center of her chest. It is tiny, but its slender body is engraved with minuscule filigrees that simulate wings in motion. A small blue gem rests on its chest, throbbing like a beating heart. Livia's fingers brush over it reverently, feeling the cold, smooth texture of the metal, but also the warm energy emanating from it. The hummingbird is the essence of eternal love. Guadalupe continues, her voice expanding in the air, imbued with wisdom, of the struggle against time and adversity. It represents the resilience of the soul, the tireless search for true love. Livia feels her heart beating at a frantic pace, like the swift fluttering of a hummingbird's wings in flight. A lump tightens her throat, preventing her from saying the words that struggle to come out. Her emotions clash. When I came to you tonight, you were crying, you were very sad. But as soon as I approached you, what did you feel? Livia ponders this. She searches within herself for the answer. She relives that moment, the anguish that enveloped her, the weight that oppressed her chest, and then, peace. An inexplicable calm, he replies quietly, as if everything felt fine. Do you think it was my presence that produced that feeling? Livia narrows her eyes. Yes, I think so. It was the moon, it was you. No. She shakes her head softly, her smile widening. It wasn't me, butterfly. She clasps his hands in hers. It was him, the hummingbird points out. His presence is manifested through this amulet. He is the one who fills you with calm. Noah, Livia whispers. She closes her eyes, and the tears flow again, sorrowfully. Guadalupe places a firm, warm hand on her shoulder, anchoring her to the present. Love always finds a way to last, Livia. You two have a unique connection that always finds a way to connect. Livia shakes her head with a shaky sigh, her chest filling with sadness. No, it's not him, she sighs deeply. Her voice trails off into a brittle thread. He doesn't want to be part of this, she contradicts, distressed. Her fingers caress the hummingbird's wings, and the pendant glows brighter, as if responding to her touch. Why do you say that? He asks with a searching look. Livia swallows with difficulty, her lips trembling as she utters the words that tear her apart inside. He betrayed me. Her voice trails off, choked with another sob. He came to me just to destroy me. Her gaze fades into the distance, trapped in memories that hurt like sharp blades. Do you really believe that? Do you really believe your hummingbird, your soulmate, could have done something like that to you? Livia keeps her eyes fixed on the pendant in her palm. Its flickering light seems to respond to her every thought. A torrent of emotions shakes her, tearing through the barriers she's built to protect herself. What if everything she believed to be true wasn't? What if it was all part of a plan by her enemies? What if it wasn't Noah who tried to harm her? But then, that message? She thinks, is Noah a man who leaves messages? If he really wanted to hurt her, destroy her, he would have told her in person. That's how he is. He's upfront. Then he recalls the days he spent by her side, their conversations, their plans. No, he couldn't do it. Or so he wants to believe. But they've hurt her so much, they've deceived her in every way possible that she doesn't know what to think anymore. God, she exclaims, annoyed. This is all crazy. Close your eyes, Livia. Guadalupe's voice tries to contain her, in an enveloping whisper, both warm and firm. Let the hummingbird's energy guide you. Let it find the answers. Breathe deeply and allow your soul to seek its twin on the threshold of the mist. Livia's hands tremble, but she obeys. With her eyelids closed, she plunges into the darkness of her mind, where memories swirl like gusts of uncontrolled wind. Her breathing is labored at first, her heart thunders, and her chest expands with a frantic fluttering of wings like a butterfly's. Listen with your soul, not with your ears. Guadalupe's voice envelopes her like a balm. Look beyond the pain and confusion. He is there, waiting for you. Allow him to find you. A surge of warm energy runs through her skin. It's subtle at first, like a current snaking through her blood, but then it intensifies into a scorching torrent. A bluish haze invades her mind, illuminating the darkness with an ethereal glow. She can't see anything clearly, only hazy shadows moving around her. Yet amid the stifling steam, she feels a presence. It is powerful, familiar, but also painful and, at the same time, comforting. Noah, he murmurs unconsciously. Suddenly, a wave of emotions hits her with devastating force. Distress, agony, a suffering so deep that it takes your breath away. She feels despair, as if someone were screaming voicelessly, struggling against an invisible wall. Livia's chest tightens and her throat closes. It's him. It's Noah. There's no doubt. She doesn't see him, but she feels him with an overwhelming intensity. Her soul is there, calling her. Livia. Noah's voice resonates within her like a distant echo, heavy with suffering. It's a lament, a plea that grips every fiber of her being. Its broken tone shakes her to her core. Tears stream down her face without her noticing. Her mind is immersed in the connection that has opened between them. She feels his anxiety, the weight of his anguish, as if he were trapped, chained, maybe tied up. His name echoes again, this time closer, more urgent. An uncontrollable longing ignites in her chest. She wants to reach him, touch him, soothe his torment. I'm here, she answers in a broken whisper, reaching out into the darkness of her mind. For a moment, everything stops. Time, space, reality. Only the two of them exist, wrapped in a vibrant energy that pulses between their souls. Livia doesn't understand how, but she knows Noah feels it too. She can feel his calm, his tranquility at her closeness. And that's enough to make her heart race even faster. Livia, her voice breaks through the mist again. And then, the connection breaks. The blue light dissipates, dragging its presence with it. Livia gasps and snaps open her eyes. The hummingbird glows with blinding intensity in her hand. Her chest rises and falls with ragged breathing. Her hands are cold, her skin prickles. But she's felt it. It's connected with her soul. Guadalupe watches her with concern, her silver eyes shining with anticipation. You found it, right? Livia can't speak. She barely nods, tears continuing to slide down her face. Noah is there. She feels it, knows it with overwhelming certainty. He needs it. He's in danger, she manages to say as she opens her eyes. I felt it. She clutches her chest. I don't care if he really hurt me. She inhales deeply, trying to gather her thoughts. He needs me, she repeats anxiously. Guadalupe watches her with concern, remaining calm in the face of her agitation. Calm down, butterfly, now you must. Don't you understand? She exclaims in a firm, authoritative voice. I must help him. Her gaze rises to the moon, searching for answers. Please, she pleads desperately. Please. The air feels heavier, the moon brighter. She can't stay there, her heart beating frantically. Livia, the connection is still weak. You have to work too. I'm going to look for him, with or without you, she warns, with burning determination in her gaze. She places the necklace around her neck and, without hesitating for a second, starts walking back to the car. Okay. Guadalupe agrees, reaching for her. So, you believe in everything. Livia nods with a sad smile. Come on, then. Let's try to find your hummingbird. Livia and Guadalupe get into the car in silence. The night stretches out before them like an endless blanket, illuminated only by the pale moonlight. Livia clutches the steering wheel, her breathing still labored from what she has just experienced. Where are we going? Guadalupe asks, her voice calm, watching her closely. Livia grabs the hummingbird pendant with both hands. She doesn't know why, but as she does so, she feels she can absorb its energy. She looks at it closely, dazzled by its faint glow warming her skin. He will guide me, she whispers determinedly, referring to the necklace. I won't stop until I find Noah. Guadalupe nods with a slight smile, pleased to see how she's finally starting to believe in what's always been inside her. Without further hesitation, Livia starts the car and sets off, with no specific destination, just following her intuition, that invisible bond that she's now sure and convinced unites her with Noah. As she walks down the road, she becomes lost in her thoughts. The emotions she felt when she connected with Noah reappear in her mind and heart. At first, it was a whirlwind of confusion, anxiety, and anguish. But now, those same feelings have mutated. They've transformed into strength, determination, and resolve. And she won't rest until she finds him. If Noah really cheated on her, if it was all a lie, he'll have to tell her to her face. But that's not what matters right now. All that matters is that she's okay. She remembers that other night, months ago, when she woke up with a start, certain that something was wrong with Noah. Anguish had tormented her, making her ask the moon to protect him, to guide him. What she feels now is very similar. The feeling that invades her is just as powerful. She is certain that he needs her. With her eyes fixed on the road and her hands gripping the steering wheel, Livia continues forward. The road stretches endlessly before her eyes, dark and deserted, barely illuminated by the car's headlights. Livia has been driving for hours, without a break, her muscles tense and her pulse racing. Dawn begins to fade, and a faint glow announces the arrival of a new day. Fatigue weighs on her shoulders. Livia, please stop and rest, Guadalupe insists worriedly. It won't do any good if you collapse at the wheel. No, she replies firmly, gripping the steering wheel tightly. I won't stop until I find him. A flash forces her eyes to squint. At first, it's just a fleeting flicker, but within seconds, the glow intensifies. The hummingbird pendant around her neck begins to radiate a golden light that pulses with a life of its own. It's a soft glow at first, but with each beat of her heart, it grows more intense, more blinding, dazzling. Livia feels her chest tighten with an indescribable emotion. Her heart beats wildly, shaken by fear and excitement. We're close, Guadalupe, she whispers, her voice trembling, her eyes shining. We're close to him. A huge, anxious smile spreads across her face. Her hands grip the steering wheel as she lowers her gaze, captured by the amulet's pulsing light. She feels it speaking to her, that within its glow she can find all the answers. For that moment, she's oblivious to what's happening in front of her on the road. The roar of an engine breaks the early morning silence and pulls her out of her trance. Watch out, Guadalupe shouts, alarmed. Livia looks up at the last second to see a car speeding toward her. Her pupils dilate as she sees two blinding headlights coming at her like two daggers of light. There's no time to think. Her instinct reacts before her mind. With a sharp movement, she turns the steering wheel with all her might. The tires squeal against the asphalt, leaving a trail of smoke and burnt rubber. The car lurches, the inertia pushes her back against the seat, and for a moment, the whole world seems to spin. The other vehicle brushes past her, so close she can feel the rush of air. The horn blares in her ears, a shrill sound that irritates her eardrums. Livia brakes abruptly, her heart hammering in her chest. She sees in the rearview mirror how the other car loses control, skids violently, and crashes into a highway pole. The impact is brutal. The sound of twisting metal and shattering glass leaves her frozen. A lump forms in her throat. Breathless, without thinking, she opens the door and runs toward the wrecked vehicle. "Oh my God!" she gasps, terrified. Her breathing is unsteady, her heart thundering furiously in her chest. She feels the hard pavement beneath her feet as she approaches, her mind pleading for the other person to still be alive. When she arrives, she opens the driver's door with trembling hands, the air escaping her lungs. Her world reels. "No," he whispers, his eyes wide. "It's Noah." His face is covered in blood, his head bent over the steering wheel. His body is motionless, but his chest is still rising and falling with difficulty. "Noah," Livia calls out desperately. He groans, lifting his head with difficulty. His eyes, clouded with pain and confusion, wander aimlessly until they finally settle on his wife's. She sucks in a breath. The hummingbird on his chest glows with blinding intensity, and at that precise moment, a similar glow erupts from the butterfly pendant on Noah's wrist. The light expands in a dazzling flash, enveloping them in an almost unreal radiance. Recognition immediately flashes in Noah's eyes, that spark in his gaze that survives even in the darkness of pain. "I found you." They murmur at the same time and smile together. Their souls finally recognize each other after years of separation and become entwined again. But before Livia can say anything else, Noah collapses. His body gives way, and he falls heavily into Livia's arms. Panic shakes her with the violence of an unleashed storm. "Noah," she cries, hugging him tightly. No. Pain is the first thing Salvador feels. A stabbing pain that runs through his face like an internal burn. His eyelids are heavy, as if sealed with lead. Through them he perceives light, a dim clarity he can't identify at that moment. He tries to breathe, but the air entering his nose is thick and painful. The smell of damp wood, dust, and something moldy overwhelms him. A sharp blow jolts him. The stab of pain wakes him up a little more. "Wake up! Damn it!" a furious female voice echoes. His head whips to the side from the force of the impact, and a whiplash runs across his jaw, radiating to his temples. His skin feels taut and swollen, and there's a metallic taste in his mouth. He tries to move an arm, to push away the figure in front of him, but his muscles respond slowly, heavy, clumsy, as if he were swimming in tar. "Salvador," the woman urges urgently. "Look at me. Come to your senses." He blinks with effort, and his eyes, red and irritated, open slowly. The light stings him, forcing him to squint until his vision is no longer a blur of shadows and uncertain outlines. And then he sees her. It's Jessica. She's leaning over him, her brow furrowed, her jaw tight. Her breathing is rapid and labored, as she tries to contain her anger, but also her concern. Salvador tries to sit up, but a violent dizziness churns his stomach and forces him to lean back against the back of the old sofa. He runs his tongue over his chapped lips and curses under his breath. His body is still numb, his limbs heavy, his mind surrounded by a dense fog that he struggles to dispel. Little by little, memories emerge from the darkness. Noah. That bastard Noah Rodriguez. His jaw tightens as the image reconstructs in his mind. The bastard hit him, savagely, furiously. But why? He shouldn't have even been able to stand up. It doesn't make sense. He had given him a strong dose of the drug, enough to keep him docile for many more hours. His mind should have been dull, his body weak from the depressant's effects. And yet, that wasn't the case. A cold sweat runs down his neck, his skin prickles with chills. His face throbs, burns, his breathing is labored, but he's completely lucid now, in full possession of his physical and mental faculties. He breathes deeply, trying to control the rage growing inside him. "Jessica, what are you doing here?" His voice is raspy, low, and filled with exhaustion. He rubs the back of his neck, trying to ease the pressure in his head. The woman looks at him with fury and impatience, as if his question makes no sense. "What am I doing here?" He snorts in disbelief before raising his voice. "Tell me, instead, what happened to you? Where's Noah? And just so you know, if I don't come, you'd still be tied up." "Tied up?" He looks at her, confused. Jessica clicks her tongue in annoyance and gestures toward a chair. Salvador follows her hand, and his gaze meets an image that makes his stomach turn. "That disgusting, treacherous old woman tied you up." He points to where Carla is tied up, her face marked by the blows she inflicted moments before. "I had to remind her where her loyalties lie." Salvador's body tenses with a dark fury that completely alienates him. His world shrinks to a blind spot. His blood boils. He leaps to his feet in a single motion and, in the blink of an eye, has Jessica by the throat with a firm, brutal grip. She gasps, her hands instinctively going to her wrist, clawing at it, trying to break free. She coughs, struggling for air. "I've told you many times not to hurt her," he growls, gritting his teeth. His fury boils over, and with a violent shove, he throws her onto the sofa. Jessica coughs, choked, and sits up with difficulty. "He tied you up, damn it." Jessica screams, shaking with rage and bewilderment. Salvador no longer listens to her. He approaches Carla, who looks at him with moist eyes, filled with profound sadness. There's no reproach in her gaze, only the resignation of someone who has lived too long and understands the nature of people all too well. Salvador kneels before her and carefully unties her, with a tenderness few know from him. His gaze scans her face, examining each blow with a knot in his stomach. "I'm so sorry for what Jessica did to you, Mommy." He apologizes with love and concern. "Forgive me." The old woman sobs sadly, with a pain that has nothing to do with the blows. "I had to do this. I had to stop you somehow." "I understand," Salvador agrees, applying a warm, protective amount of broth to her forehead, as if he could erase the damage with that simple gesture. "It's not your fault. That bastard Richard shouldn't have brought you here. He did it in an attempt to manipulate me." "That man is very dangerous," Carla warns, her eyes filled with fear. "Don't worry, I know how to control him." She hands him some broth. "Is Noah gone?" she asks in a low voice. Carla nods, a hint of regret in her expression. "He took the bracelet." Salvador's stomach sinks as if he'd been punched. Rage returns like a violent storm. He clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. "Damn. Listen to me, my child." She leans closer. "Don't let hatred continue to invade your soul and your heart. Please, stop. Listen to me, even just this once." Her voice softens as she pleads, and she takes his arm. "You can't keep doing these things. You're hurting innocent people, and you're hurting yourself, too." Salvador narrows his eyes, his brow furrowed harshly. "Innocence?" he asks in a low, dangerous voice. Carla takes a deep breath, holding his gaze firmly. "Salvador, did you hear what Noah said?" She sounds desperate now. "Your mother is alive. My little girl is alive. Don't you understand? That changes everything." The statement leaves him once again in a momentary state of shock, as if the ground had been ripped out from under his feet. He refuses to believe it. But before he can fully process it, Jessica snorts and gets up from the floor. "It's clear Noah lied," he replies contemptuously. "He said it to destabilize you." He turns to Salvador. "Your father saw her die in his arms. Don't forget, because of the Garcias," he states. "They murdered her." "Shut up, Jessica." Salvador orders her. He puts his hands to his head, trying to understand. His thoughts are in chaos. His mouth feels dry. He swallows with difficulty as his mind fills with blurred images from the past. If Noah lied, he'll kill him with his own hands. But if he told the truth, everything he believed to be true would crumble. Everything he'd worked for over the years would have been a lie. "I've always told you that Antonio was a bad man, that you shouldn't believe what he told you." Carla intervenes, her voice cracking and her eyes clouded with memories. "He was my husband, and together we cared for and protected Kimberly when Amelia gave them to us." Carla swallows hard. Her thoughts drift back to that moment. But ambition blinded him. It brought out the worst in him. She continues, her voice trembling. He always insisted we find Benito or Amelia to demand money from them to take care of his daughter. I never agreed. That's why we started having problems. Salvador feels a pressure in his chest, but before he can say anything, Jessica steps forward. Don't believe anything she says, he spits hatefully. She's crazy, senile. Don't forget the state we found her in at the sanatorium. Look at her. She's still raving. Salvador's gaze becomes much darker and more dangerous. He takes a step toward Jessica, his voice sharp with steel. I'm warning you for the last time, he orders with a menacing look. Shut your damn mouth. I didn't quite understand the curse, Carla says, ignoring Jessica. But I saw with my own eyes what he did to Amelia, and then to Kimberly. She sobs, dejected. I told you, my boy, but you insist on believing that bastard and not me. Amelia had no choice. She had to leave her or Kimberly would die. You defend her because you're just like her. Jessica reproaches with disdain. My father. Salvador insists, his eyes clouded. He told me that. Antonio was a damn jerk, the old woman accuses. Since he couldn't convince me to blackmail Benito or Amelia, he made me believe he accepted my decision, but all he did was change his mind. His hands tremble, his breathing becomes labored. He waited patiently for Kimberly to grow up, and her throat closes for a moment, but she forces herself to continue. When she reached adolescence, her voice trails off for a moment. Her eyes fill with tears that slide down her face. Her body trembles, her chest tightens painfully. She feels as if it's splitting in two. He seduced her silently, without me even noticing. The air thickens. I thought it was a father's love, that he truly loved and respected her like a daughter. She sobs, overwhelmed, her voice trailing off, her gaze lost in the past. But he saw her as a woman. That's why he fell in love with her. That's why he... Carla stops dead in her tracks, as if her breath has been snatched from her. Her body shakes with a heart-wrenching sob. Her hands clutch her chest, trying to contain the pain burning inside her. That bastard corrupted my little girl. I promised her parents I'd protect her from the curse, but I couldn't save her from him. You're lying. Jessica screams, her face contorted with fury. She must have offered herself to him. She was the one who sought him out. She was a bitch-like. He doesn't finish the sentence. I warned you. Salvador holds her arm tightly. Jessica squirms, trying to get free. Let me go, she demands furiously. Salvador effortlessly drags her into the room amidst her screams, insults, and complaints. Don't be an idiot, Salvador. Don't listen to her. She's trying to manipulate you. Our father wouldn't do something like that. He doesn't answer. He opens the door abruptly, pushes it in, and, without looking at her, slams it shut and locks it. What that woman says isn't true, he says, referring to Jessica. Your mother was a sweet, innocent young woman, she whimpers. By the time I realized, her voice trembles, and she looks at him with sadness, guilt, and shame. It was too late. Kimberly was pregnant, and Antonio, in collusion with Vincenzo, made me look crazy. They bribed the medical staff, and that's how they confined me to the sanatorium where you found me. They made sure no one would believe my truth, that no one would stop them. She wipes her tear-stained face. For years, I was lost in the darkness, my mind and memories drowned in medications that clouded and fragmented my consciousness. Until you found me, pulled me out of there, and healed me. Then, without thinking, Carla throws herself into his arms. She clings to him desperately, with the urgency of someone who has spent her life inside a nightmare and is barely awake. Salvador holds her tightly. He closes his eyes in rage, in pain, in helplessness. He's confused. His head feels heavy. She's the first to hear the whole story. Since he rescued Carla, she's tried many times to tell him, but she always thought it was just rambling, memories distorted by time and medication. Now he doesn't know what to believe. He doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know what to feel. Everything he believed to be true, everything his father taught him, made him hate, swear to defend, avenge. Could it all be a lie? You've done horrible things, my boy, she caressed his face tenderly. But you still have time to make amends, to rectify them. Salvador slowly pulls away from her. His dark eyes bore into Carla's. His head feels like it's about to explode. Too many truths, too many lies. He no longer knows which is which. I don't know who's lying to me. You or my father, he says, his voice hard, cold. He pauses. He takes a deep breath. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that everything I've done is for Livia, to get her back. I can't live without her. I love her, I need her. Let's go to the hospital, she says in a desperate attempt. If that boy was telling the truth, and that Kimberly is really your mother, she'll be the one to clear up all your doubts. Then you can make a decision, but based on the truth, not on false revenge or lies. Vincenzo killed my father, she emphasizes resentfully. He tried to kill me. Her gaze turns cloudy and stormy. He separated me from Livia. She stares determinately at Carla. I don't need anyone to explain that to me, or to clear up my doubts. But no, Rodriguez has nothing to do with that, nor any other Rodriguez or Garcia. Only Vincenzo. Noah wants to take Livia away from me, he exclaims grimly. I won't allow it. She's mine. I am her happiness, her true love, her destiny, not him. If you truly loved her, you'd only care about her happiness, Carla says, clutching her heart. Not your own. She loves me, he insists stubbornly. I'm her first love, the first man is her life, and I'll be the only one. Please, let's go see your mother, she pleads anxiously. After a long silence, he finally decides to go with Carla to the hospital. He needs to clear up any doubts. He needs to confirm that his mother is alive, that she is the woman who had been so close to him without even suspecting the bond that united them. The first time he was close to Speranza Moro was thanks to Livia, whom he followed for days trying to arrange a chance encounter. That encounter was particularly special. He decided then to attend a few more conferences. He didn't attend often, but when he did, he felt a strange calm, a peace he couldn't find anywhere else. She always sat at the back of the auditorium, in the shadows, not attracting attention. I watched Kimberly walk confidently to the lectern, upright, with her natural, effortless elegance. Her serene voice enveloped her listeners, conveying faith, knowledge, and confidence. Every word that came out of her mouth had a special meaning. She spoke of the human soul, of resilience, of the power of truth, and of the need to confront the past in order to heal. And he, without knowing why, felt that each of those phrases spoke directly to him, as if they were directed at him. He didn't understand why, but her presence calmed him. It was as if, for that brief moment, his world ceased to be a battlefield. There, in the dimness of the auditorium, he could breathe in peace, without feeling the weight of his life suffocating him. There were times when he approached her, moments when he would stay after the conference, waiting for everyone to leave so he could talk to her. The few times they exchanged words, the feeling of well-being was even greater. They weren't deep conversations, just casual one-liners. A simple, "That was interesting," from him, and a warm smile from her in response. Sometimes, I hope to see you next time, disconcerted him, as if she somehow knew he was there, that she sensed his presence, even though he always tried to remain unnoticed. God, is it possible that he'd been with his mother all this time without knowing it? But then, what his father told him. The accident his mother suffered at the hands of the Garcias? His head is spinning. He can't think clearly. He needs to move, to find answers. He searches desperately for his car keys, but no has taken them. He sees Jessica's purse on the floor. He grabs it and rummages through it until he finds the keys. As he's about to get into the car, lights burst into the darkness, illuminating the path. He frowns and turns around irritably when the vehicle stops abruptly in front of him. The door opens, and Richard gets out with his usual arrogant air. "What are you doing here?" Salvador growls in annoyance. "Jessica called me to let me know that Noah escaped, and I can prove it just by looking at your face," he exclaims ironically. "Where the hell are you going?" he demands to know. "It's not your problem," he replies curtly as he checks the keys in his hand. "Do you know the seriousness of what it means for my cousin Spawn to escape? We have to find him. Otherwise, everything will go to hell." "I know. Do you think I'm an idiot like you?" he snaps defiantly. Richard opens his mouth trying to reply, but Salvador gets there first. "Since you're here, track my car. Noah fled in it. If you locate it, you'll also find Noah." Use the geolocation feature on my cell phone, too. I left it in the glove compartment. Richard looks at him in disbelief before letting out a dry laugh. Do you think I'm your employee? He asks, offended. Salvador doesn't even bother to answer. Jessica's in the room. He continues, ignoring her tantrum. Take her out of here and do what I tell you. He gets in the car, starts it, presses the accelerator, and speeds off. Richard stands, fists clenched and jaw tight, staring furiously after the retreating vehicle. That, Jessica. Carla looks at him cautiously as they drive down the road. Is that woman really your sister? Is she Kimberly's daughter too? Salvador keeps his gaze straight ahead, his expression hard, impenetrable. No, he replies tersely. Before we moved into the Garcia mansion, my father had a relationship with Jovanka, Jessica's mother. Carla notices how her face darkens at the mention of that name. Who was she? A woman who worked at a cabaret my father frequented a lot. He took me with him almost always. Did he take you there? She asks, horrified. Yes, he answers harshly. He doesn't tell him that Antonio dragged him against his will, that he kept telling him that this place was for men, where a real man should learn early what pleasure was. But for a young man his age, that place was terrifying. The red lights, the loud music, the thick smoke, and the cheap perfume, it all felt suffocating. She still remembers the visceral rejection she felt every time she walked through those doors. But the worst part was them. The women in the cabaret, their bodies swathed in sequin dresses so short they barely covered what was necessary and reflected the flashes of artificial light, moved with an exaggerated sensuality that only repulsed him. Their eyes, lined with thick black, looked at him with mockery and pity, and their lips, painted a deep red, always curved in fake smiles or forced pouts, seemed grotesque to him. Every time one of them tried to caress his face or ruffle his hair, he flinched. He hated their cloying perfume, their long, sharp nails gliding over his skin. He felt invaded, trapped in a world he didn't understand and never wanted to belong to. Jovanka suddenly fell ill and died shortly after. I don't know what it was, my father never told us, she continues, her voice tense, her fingers gripping the steering wheel. From then on, he took care of Jessica as if she were his own daughter. Did Jessica also live at the cabaret? Carla asks, her heart heavy. She can hardly reconcile the image of Antonio, her husband, with the man Salvador describes to her. However, it's true that she discovered late that he was a scoundrel, so she has everything she believes possible about him. Yes, Salvador answers bluntly, without emotion. I even think that, at her age, Jovanka already had special clients for her. Carla covers her mouth, horrified. God, how awful, he exclaimed in anguish. Poor girl. Salvador nods slightly. She didn't have an easy life. Her childhood was hell, until my father took her out of there and took care of her. From that moment on, and for the rest of the journey, silence falls over them like a dark blanket. A couple of hours later, they arrive at the hospital in Siena. The city sleeps under a dark, silent sky. Under the pretext of treating the wounds Noah left behind, they enter through the emergency room. While being treated, Carla speaks with the nurses on duty, being friendly and gradually gaining their trust. With subtle questions and a friendly demeanor, she manages to get them to understand the area where Kimberly is being held. The problem is the schedule. It's early morning, and no one can enter that area without authorization. But Salvador isn't willing to leave without seeing her. So, he persuades the head nurse with intense glances, charming smiles, and subtle flirting. She hesitates, but eventually gives in. Only up to the containment glass, she warns strictly. For Salvador, it's enough. He enters the room and sees her. Her fragile body lies motionless on the bed, connected to cables and monitors that keep her life suspended amidst mechanical sounds. The image hits him hard. His chest tightens, his breathing slows, his heart shatters into 1,000 pieces. An overwhelming force is unleashed within him. It's an intense feeling, impossible to describe, but real, palpable, like a truth that was always there and that now, at last, is revealed with brutal, merciless clarity. He'd always found Kimberly's resemblance to Amelia Rodriguez curious. But in this moment, everything clicks. His mind makes the connections his heart had already made without him even knowing. With a heavy heart, he leaves the intensive care unit. Let's go. She takes Carla's arm decisively. Amelia Rodriguez has a lot of questions to answer. Livia stands on the beach, her bare feet digging into the sand. She gazes out at the ocean stretching as far as she can see. The sea breeze stirs her hair, tangling and loosening it around her face, while her white tunic clings to and falls from her body with every gust of wind. It is a simple, lightweight garment, given to her by the Lunarias as a gesture of welcome to their village. The sun sets over the horizon, dyeing the sky in shades of orange and pink. The clouds look like brushstrokes of fire on the sea, reflecting the warmth of the sunset. The waves advance and retreat with a constant rhythm, leaving a fleeting shimmer on the wet sand before disappearing again into the immensity. Livia follows the hypnotic movement of the water, her gaze lost in thoughts she tries to organize. Guadalupe took her there after the accident. She remembers the roar, the impact, the moment Noah's car hit the road. She still feels the trembling in her hands when she pulled him out of the vehicle, the panic at seeing him unconscious. Barely conscious, he managed to explain that he had been drugged. His words were somewhat clumsy, halting, but clear enough to convey that someone had tried to harm him. A group of Lunarias, experts in healing and with ancestral knowledge, took care of him from the moment they crossed the borders of the camp. Now he rests in one of the huts, deep in sleep, recovering. Livia takes a deep breath, filling her lungs with the salty air. It's fresh, pure, revitalizing. She closes her eyes for a moment and lets the breeze caress her skin. She tries to assimilate everything she's experienced in the last few hours. Her mind continues to process Guadalupe's revelations, the truth about her ancestors, her connection to Noah. Everything feels like a puzzle whose pieces have suddenly begun to fit together. While the Lunarians tended to Noah, the high moon invited her to her hut. From the moment she crossed the threshold, a feeling of peace filled her. The room was lit with soft candles. The scent of herbs and spices floated in the air, and the sound of the sea lulled her to sleep. Her body relaxed effortlessly. The place emanated a warm, ancient energy, a wisdom that transcended time. The supreme moon spoke to her in a calm voice, telling her the story of the Lunarias, their purpose, their legacy. They are healers and keepers of knowledge, but they are also the link between her and Noah's past and present. The only ones who understand the magnitude of the curse that has marked their families. However, they cannot intervene directly. Their role is not to break the curse, but to guide those destined to do so. You and Noah, the supreme moon told her, observing her with those silver eyes that seemed to see beyond the tangible. Only a Rodriguez and a Garcia can end this nightmare. But first, you must believe. The voice of the supreme moon continues to echo in her mind, deep, solemn, filled with a certainty that penetrates her bones. Livia hears it in her memory with the same intensity as she did inside that illuminated hut that seemed straight out of a magical tale. It's faith. It's surrender. The supreme moon had continued. You must be willing to accept and face all the sacrifice it entails. Sacrifice. The word still troubles her. The old woman tried to reassure her with her deep gaze, with confidence in her tone. The love you and Noah have for each other is pure, strong, powerful. No curse can destroy something like that, unless you allow it to. Livia, her chest tight and her voice trembling, told him everything that had happened at the company, the betrayal, the lawsuit against her, and the cruel and painful possibility that Noah was behind it all. Saying it out loud was like tearing herself apart inside, because with each word she spoke, the pain returned, more real, deeper. Rage throbbed inside her, colliding with grief. The supreme moon watched her in silence. Betrayals are part of the curse, she said calmly. But only you can answer yourself. Livia, would Noah betray you? Don't answer me. She smiled with maternal sweetness and warmth. Seek the answer in your heart. Now she stands there, facing the sea, the cool breeze ruffling her hair and the white robe billowing around her. She looks at the bracelet now on her wrist and reflects on those words, on everything she feels, on everything she has experienced with him. Her heart beats hard, not from uncertainty anymore, but from the answer that surges through her mind with overwhelming clarity. It's there, beating in her chest, clear and powerful. Yes, she believes in Noah. Believe in who they are when they're together. In the way he looks at her, in the way he touches her, in what they awaken in each other when they strip away everything, even their fears. In what they mean without masks, without lies, without the weight of what the world tells them they should be. And she feels it, like an absolute truth that hits her hard. He loves it. Damn, how she loves that man. It's a love that stirs her to her core and gives meaning to every heartbeat. It captures her, disarms her, fills her body and soul. It's her refuge in the storm, the peace she yearns for and the chaos that shakes her. Butterfly, Guadalupe's soft voice pulls her from her thoughts. She turns and meets the gypsy's loving eyes. Your husband just woke up, she announces with a huge smile. Livia's chest tightens. She doesn't wait a second and runs toward the cabin. She barely crosses the threshold when she sees him. Noah is sitting on the bed, his hands on either side for support. When he raises his face, he sees her, and his expression lights up with a smile. Livia's heart races. Noah wears a bandage on his head and another around his ribs. His hummingbird necklace flickers, reacting to the butterfly dangling from her bracelet. Their eyes meet and shine brightly. Zelenka, the old Lunaria woman who has been caring for him, silently leaves, leaving them alone. Noah tries to stand, but a lash of pain forces him back down. Livia immediately approaches and gently helps him. Hello, little piece of meat, he murmurs in a sweet, deep voice. Hi, she whispers, excitement tightening her throat. She sits down next to him. How are you feeling? She asks worriedly. Like I crashed into a light pole in the middle of the road, he jokes. Very funny, Livia chides him. I'd feel better if my wife gave me a hug and some broth. It's the least I deserve after. He stops at Livia's serious expression. Is something wrong? He asks, frowning. Did you forget your message? She asks, trying to stay calm. Noah looks at her, confused. What message are you talking about? Livia clears her throat, shakes her head, and takes a deep breath. Now's not the time. I don't want to burden you with that. Later. Livia, tell me what's going on. He stares at her. Why are you being like this with me? Little by little, choosing his words carefully, he tells her about the lawsuit, his signature on it, and the message he received on his cell phone when he went to pick up Alexis Rodriguez. I didn't send you any messages, Noah denies confidently. Then he tells her that his lawyer, Domenico Veneto, informed him about the lawsuit and how he sensed something was wrong. Domenico knows Noah's signature very well, so it wasn't difficult for him to realize it was forged. Livia listens and understands everything. After the board meeting where I told them we would merge both companies, Noah continues. I returned to my office. I took a sip of pulque. Apparently, Jessica put the drug in there. I started to feel sick, and when I woke up, I was in a cabin near Volterra. With a slow voice and some effort, she details her conversation with Salvador. Livia clenches her fists and lips. He's crazy, she exclaims, enveloped in fury and disappointment. He's a fucking idiot. A traitor. How could he have planned all this? And the yacht. God. She stands up, flustered, paces a bit, trying to calm herself, then comes back and sits next to Noah. If there's one thing I hate, it's hypocrisy and disloyalty. Just pretending to be your friend. She shakes her head in disgust and disapproval. I'm going to ruin him, his career, his reputation. I'll have his license revoked. I'll bring him back. Relax, he takes her hands. We'll take care of him and everyone else, okay? Their eyes meet, and Livia's chest begins to beat more calmly. Forgive me, she asks with moist eyes. Why? He asks, confused. Because I thought you'd betrayed me. Her voice choked. I almost let them win. Noah smiles and runs the back of his hand down his cheek, wiping away the tears with his thumb. But you came looking for me. You found me, and you brought me here to be cured. I felt like you needed me, and she squeezes her eyes shut. I just wanted you to be okay. Noah takes his face in his hands. Do you believe me now? She asks sweetly. Yes, she replies in a whisper. I'm really sorry I doubted you. I've been betrayed and hurt so many times that. Hey. He gently moves her face so she's looking at him. Look at me, he asks tenderly. She does. I'll never do anything that would make me lose you. Do you understand? She nods. Do you know why? He puts his arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him. Why? He asks in a whisper. Because I love you, Livia Garcia, he declares close to her lips. Livia barely breathes. I've loved you since the first time I saw you in that bar. Ever since then, you've cast a spell on me. He pulls her closer. You've driven me crazy, Garcia. I'm crazy about you. Noah's words hit her with the force of a gale, shattering any remaining walls within her. Livia feels her heart stop for a second, as her mind takes time to process what she's just heard. Then, suddenly, her chest fills with scorching heat, a fire that consumes her from within and spreads through every fiber of her being. She stares at him, unable to tear her eyes away from his, trapped in the intensity of that deep, green gaze that has always been her refuge and her downfall. Her breathing quickens, her throat tightens, her hands tremble. She wants to say something, but the words get stuck in her throat, stifled by emotion. I promised I'd teach you how to love, little piece of meat, he continues. I'm going to fight for you to do it someday, and... Shoo. She puts a finger to his mouth, silencing him. You don't have to teach me anything else. Noah's expression becomes a little sad. I will never give up, Livia. I will continue. Don't you understand, silly? She smiles, tears in her eyes. You don't need to teach me anymore, because I... Her voice trails off, emotions choking her, overwhelming her. Her lips part, but no sound comes out. Her eyes fill with tears, this time not from pain, but from pure, infinite, indestructible love. Because I already love you, no Rodriguez. She finally confesses, emotion choking her breath, letting out those two simple but meaningful words. I love you. Noah holds her firmly, his gaze seeming to pierce through her. His thumb caresses her cheek, wiping away the tears that have escaped without permission. Say that again, he asks, his voice hoarse with emotion. I love you, my love, she whispers, completely smitten. I'm head over heels for you, too. Livia can't hold on any longer. She throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, searching for his lips in a desperate, hungry, needy broth. She kisses him with pent-up passion. Noah responds in kind, holding her tightly, as if he'll never let go. I love you, Livia Garcia, he repeats with conviction, with infinite sweetness. His warm breath brushes her skin. And I will love you until my last breath. Their lips meet again in a deep broth, uniting not only their mouths, but also everything they are, everything they've experienced, everything they feel for each other. There's no rush this time, no desperation, only the need to reaffirm what they've just said to each other. The broth is slow, unhurried. Their lips explore, recognize, and enjoy each other, etching themselves in each other's memory forever. It's not just desire that burns between them. It's love in its purest, deepest, most real form. Noah surrounds her in his arms, filling her with his warmth, his strength, his imposing yet tender presence. His hands run over her back with slow caresses, savoring every curve, every contour, every shiver of her skin. Livia clings to him with the same intensity, her fingers digging into his back and her body pressed against his. Their breaths merge, their hearts beat in unison, and in that moment, there's nothing else in the world. Just the two of them, fused in that warm embrace, in that connection that goes beyond the physical, that unites them on a much deeper level. When their lips part, their foreheads meet, their breaths still intertwined in the narrow space between them. Livia slowly opens her eyes and meets Noah's, who gaze at her with an indescribable brilliance, as if his gaze held an entire universe dedicated only to her. I love you, she whispers, letting those two words come out with all the truth they hold inside, without reservation, without fear. A soft smile forms on Noah's lips as he slides the back of his hand down Livia's cheek, tracing her skin with a slow, reverent caress. Unhurriedly, He kisses her again. A broth laden with infinite tenderness, silent devotion, and promises that need no words. Then he gently takes her hand and brings it to his chest. The butterfly and hummingbird charms hang between them, touching each other and shining with a special intensity in the dim light. "Do you feel it?" he asks, his voice low and deep, full of emotion. Beneath Livia's fingers, Noah's heart beats strongly, vibrant with life. She looks at him with radiant, moist eyes. Without taking her hand off his chest, she takes his other and brings it to hers. "And you, do you feel it?" Noah nods without hesitation, closing his eyes for a moment as his palm rests on her chest, feeling the same heartbeat, the same rhythm, united, as if they were one. "I love you," he repeats, sliding his hand down Livia's back, gently guiding her as he lays her down on the bed next to him. She doesn't resist, letting him gently position her, enjoying his closeness, the security his touch has always given her. But when her back touches the mattress, she remembers the bandage on his head, on his ribs, and the fatigue still visible in his eyes. "Noah," she whispers sweetly, caressing his cheek. "You need to recover. You're still weak." He shakes his head with a crooked smile, that mischievous, dangerous smile that always makes her shudder. His fingers run down her arm, leaving a trail of fire on her skin. "I feel strong enough," he replies, his voice husky, filled with desire. "I want you, my love. I'm dying to make love to you." His words disarm her. A shiver runs down her spine when Noah's lips touch hers again, first gently, barely a brush, then with more intensity, with more hunger. Their mouths seek each other and meet in a deep, delicious broth. Livia feels his needs spread through her body reacting to the warmth of his touch. Her mind tells her she should insist he rest, that his recovery comes first, but her body is screaming something else. And he gives up. Her fingers sink into Noah's hair, pulling him closer, inviting him to continue. He lets himself be kissed, caressed, and with each touch, with each whisper against her skin, his will disappears. A censorious cough in the doorway breaks the spell of the moment. Livia jerks away, her face flushed with surprise and embarrassment. She quickly sits up. She steps out and adjusts the tunic Noah had pulled up to her waist. Noah, on the other hand, leans back with a mischievous smile on his lips, still holding it. "Let's see," the Lunarian exclaims sternly, looking at them from the doorway with her arms crossed. "Is this how you expect improvement to happen?" Livia blinks several times, still processing the shame that washes over her. Noah needs to rest. He's not fully healed. These efforts aren't doing him any good. The old woman continues reproachfully. Noah smiles without a trace of regret and raises his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry, Zelenka. It's my fault." "No, it's not true. It's my fault," Livia says quickly, her cheeks still flushed. He gets out of bed without daring to look the old woman in the eye. "It doesn't matter whose fault it is," Zelenka interrupts, sighing. "What matters is that both of you will have to put up with it until he's fully recovered." "Understood." Livia nods obediently. Noah lets out a low laugh, stands up, and, quite naturally, puts his arms around her back and pulls her against his chest, making her feel even more embarrassed. "We'll behave," he promises, resting his chin on Livia's shoulder. Zelenka looks at them skeptically, but finally sighs and shakes her head. "I hope so." He points to a tray of dinner he had left on the coffee table without them noticing and turns toward the door. "Eat and rest. And remember, behave yourselves." Noah needs to regain his strength. Tomorrow is the purification ritual, so he needs to be in good shape. "The purification ritual?" Livia asks. "Yes, but the Supreme Moon herself will explain it to you tomorrow. Don't forget to take your medicine." Noah nods, and without saying anything else, the old woman disappears behind the door. Livia lets out a pent-up breath and hides her face in her hands, embarrassed. No, on the other hand, laughs softly against her skin before tenderly kissing her shoulder. "That was awkward," she whispers. "It was fun," he corrects with an amused smile. "Although I admit I didn't expect to be interrupted." Livia gently elbows him in the ribs, but no just hugs her tighter, enjoying her reaction. Come on, she orders. You have to have dinner. The rest of the night passes calmly. First, they dine together. The meal is made from what the earth offers the Lunarius. A warm stew of roots and mushrooms, crusty bread made with seeds and nuts, and sweet, juicy berries in small bowls. To drink, they have an infusion of flowers and bark with a mild, pleasant flavor. Everything is fresh, as they take it directly from nature, which gives them what they need. The atmosphere is filled with a serene intimacy as they talk. What Guadalupe showed me at the altar was incredible, Livia says, her gaze lost in an indefinite point, trying to organize her thoughts. Noah puts his cutlery on the plate and carefully observes the way his voice sounds, full of emotions that he hadn't let out before. What did you see? He asks, with genuine interest. Livia takes a breath, rests her elbows on the table, and begins to tell him about the experience. She tells him about the images that appeared before her, the whispers from a bygone era, the guardian spirits, kindred spirits who found a way to stay together even after death. Each word carries a different emotion, with nuances of wonder and respect. Noah listens to her in silence. Everything sounds irrational, beyond any logic, but he doesn't doubt her. He believes every word she says. Livia has always been logical, rational, difficult to convince with things that can't be explained. Yet there she is, her eyes shining with something else, faith. I'll explain it to you better little by little, but now you need to rest. He nods and intertwines his fingers with hers on the table, gently caressing her skin. Do you believe in all that? She asks, with genuine curiosity. Livia looks at him, with a tired but sincere smile. Yes, he answers without hesitation. I'm beginning to believe. Noah smiles. It's not just because of her words, but because of what they mean. He's witnessing her change, her transformation. The icy woman who once hid her emotions, who concealed her vulnerability behind an impenetrable shell, now allows herself to open her heart in a slow but sure process. And he loves that Livia even more, as she increasingly reveals her sweet and warm side. He brings his hand to his lips and places a broth in his palm. I love the woman you are with all my soul, he murmurs. But I love the woman you're becoming. Livia smiles. She lets herself be held, lets herself be loved. Come on, let's go to bed. You have to rest, he says softly. He nods, still holding her, still looking at her. Livia gives him the medicine and helps him settle onto the pillows. She tidies herself up a bit. She pulls her hair back into a loose bun and turns off the lights, letting only the soft moonlight surround them. She slips under the covers and snuggles up next to him, seeking his warmth, his protection, his love. She doesn't want to think about anything that awaits them out there. In that moment, she just wants to be there, with the man she loves. Noah watches her with devotion, fascinated by the way she cares for him, the way she speaks to him, with that intimate, sweet tone that belongs only to him. He shifts slightly to his side and wraps her in his arms. His fingers wander through her hair, caressing it, while their gazes meet in the darkness, in a deep, intimate conversation. Their mouths touch delicately, and they share a smooth, slow, and affectionate broth. Livia sighs against his mouth, matching her breathing with his, and hugs him tighter, wrapping her arms around his back and feeling the warmth of his bare skin beneath her hands. Their legs intertwine, merging into a single being. She had never felt so happy, so fulfilled before. The broths become slower until, little by little, Noah falls asleep with her in his arms. She smiles and kisses his face softly before closing her eyes. She rests her head on his chest and listens to the steady beat of his heart. He falls asleep immediately afterward, with a smile on his lips and his heart filled with love. Chapter 13. At dawn, the Supreme Moon summons all the Lunarias to begin the purification ritual. What's it about? Livia asks minutes before starting her preparations. It's a sacred act, the Supreme Moon replies. A ceremony performed only at special moments, when two destined souls need to cleanse their energy and seal their union. They are then separated and taken to different spaces within the sacred grove. Within a circle of smooth stones, each one is stripped of all traces of the outside world. Their bodies are covered with light white robes, symbols of purity and rebirth. With expert hands, the priestesses bathe them with sacred herbs, imbue their bare skin with essences extracted from flowers and sacred resins, and anoint them with perfumed ointments that warm the flesh and awaken the senses. Their fingertips glide over them, tracing ancient symbols of protection and union. Whispers in an ancient language intertwine with the rustling of tree leaves stirred by a subtle wind, invoking the energy of the ancestors and preparing their souls for spiritual transcendence. At dusk, under the faint light of the stars, the high moon, the priestesses and other Lunarians walk barefoot and silently to the sacred clearing. Their robes billow gently in the breeze as they gather in a circle around a spring of crystal-clear water. Tonight, proclaims the supreme moon, the energy of the universe will align for the purification of Livia and Noah. She extends her hands toward them, a ritual that will seal their fate and cleanse every shadow that weighs upon them. The moon reaches its highest point and the ritual begins. The sacred clearing is illuminated by the silver light that filters through the trees. Lit torches form a barrier of fire around it, marking the boundary between the earthly and the divine. The Lunarias raise their arms to the immensity of the night sky. Their robes billow as their voices blend into an ancestral chant. The sacred words flow like a peaceful river and ascend to the shining sphere above, calling upon the ancestral forces while invoking the presence of the guardian spirits. Energy condenses in the air, a subtle tremor runs through the earth beneath their feet. The torch's fire flickers, responding to the call, and the spring shimmers with silvery reflections. Suddenly, an ethereal light emerges from the shadows. A luminous butterfly appears, with vibrant blue and silver wings, gently circling Livia. Its flight is delicate, almost hypnotic, and every time its wings open and close, tiny sparks of light fall onto her skin, blessing her. On the other side of the circle, a hummingbird, resplendent in emerald and sapphire hues, emerges from the air, circling Noah at a speed that's almost impossible to follow. Its wings emit a faint glow, and its presence exudes power. The guardian spirits have responded, proclaims the supreme moon. The energy crackles, vibrating in the chests of the couple, enveloping them in an invisible and powerful aura. The water awaits you, says Zahira, one of the priestesses and Guadalupe's grandmother. Livia and Noah immerse themselves in the spring, feeling the enveloping warmth of the liquid, perfumed with floral essences. Their silhouettes, reflected on the surface in the moonlight, seem to merge. Their gazes meet, illuminated by the moonlight and the glow of the torches. In each other's eyes burns a profound understanding and recognition, rooted in the depths of their souls, which have sought each other since before their bodies existed and have finally found each other. Guadalupe approaches with a carved stone bowl filled with a faintly glittering golden powder. She holds it reverently, extending it toward them. "This is the breath of the earth and the blessing of the moon," he whispers solemnly. "Engrave on each other's skin the promise of your union, the mark that will protect you from all shadows." Livia dips her fingers into the fine powder and feels a surge of energy course through her skin upon contact. With slow movements, she traces a symbol on Noah's chest that she doesn't recognize, but that her hands seem to remember. Her skin reacts with a subtle shiver as the powder awakens everything that has been dormant within her. Noah imitates her. With the same devotion, he lets his fingers glide over Livia's skin, drawing lines that glide for only a moment before melting into her being. The supreme moon approaches them. With ceremonious movements, she takes out a long red silk ribbon, which shimmers in the silver rays. Her fingers hold it reverently. "This is the sacred union," he declares in a ceremonial voice. "Beyond flesh, beyond time. Your souls will now be bound with a bond that can never be broken." Livia and Noah extend their wrists, and the supreme moon wraps the ribbon around them, tying them in a perfect knot. A subtle warmth emanates from the weave, vibrating with a vital energy that recognizes and accepts the union being forged. "Swear before the goddess of the moon to protect, honor, and surrender to each other without reservation. I swear. They both reply without hesitation. The moment the words are spoken, a gust of wind shakes the clearing, igniting the flames with a fierce, ethereal glow. The moon shines with an unearthly brilliance, bathing them in its effulgent light, a mystical luminescence. The Lunarias hold their breath. The supreme moon closes her eyes and raises her hands to the sky. The sign has been given, he recites solemnly. The universe has accepted their union. They are now part of something greater, bound by a bond that nothing and no one can break. The wind ceases, and the flames return to their serene dance. The ceremony is over, Zahira announces. Lunarias, you may leave. One by one, the Lunarias begin to withdraw in absolute silence, gliding into the shadows as lightly as they arrived. The priestesses bow their heads in respect, acknowledging the sacred union that has been sealed. Finally, the supreme moon, with her wise and serene gaze, casts one last glance at Livia and No before vanishing into the thick forest. Only Guadalupe remains, standing by the spring. Get out of the water, he asks. Livia and Noah emerge slowly, water running down their bodies and their robes clinging to their skin. Guadalupe approaches with a translucent white veil and, with great care, spreads it over her shoulders. Follow me, he asks. She guides them out of the stone circle to a bed of petals and fragrant herbs she has prepared especially for them. The flowers spread their fragrance into the air, a heady scent that mingles with the scent of the earth and the midnight breeze. Your souls have merged. He pronounces the words that mark the close of the ritual. All that remains is the surrender of your bodies. Absolute surrender. You must complete what has been written in your destiny. With a final bow, he withdraws, leaving them alone under the gaze of the moon, the only witness to their eternal love. No and Livia look at each other in the darkness, the silver light outlining their faces. Neither of them needs words to express what they feel. There's no rush, only recognition. No caresses Livia's face with his fingertips, tracing the softness of her skin. She closes her eyes and leans toward him, letting their lips meet in a slow, deep broth. I love you, Noah says. I love you, Livia says. Since always. And for all eternity. Gently, Noah places his hands on Livia's shoulders and slides the veil down, letting it fall slowly to her feet. His fingers brush the smoothness of her neck, the curve of her arms. The damp fabric of their robes clings to their bodies, accentuating the silhouettes of their bare skin. Carefully, Noah grasps the fabric and slides it over his body, freeing it from the last barriers separating them. Now it's she who strips him of his tunic. Her fingers run over his torso, tracing every muscle, every furrow of his wet skin. Noah lets her do it, motionless, trapped in her gaze. When the last garment falls, there are no longer any boundaries between them. They are only skin, breath, and desire. Livia's hands explore Noah's body with the same adoration, tracing paths over his skin, feeling the strength contained within his muscles. Their mouths seek each other, their sighs intertwine, their gasps become the only melody that fills the silent forest. They lie sideways on the bed of petals, surrounded by the intoxicating scent of flowers and herbs that permeates the air. Silver rays spill over their bodies, outlining every curve. Noah leans over Livia, his lips seeking the warmth of her neck, depositing slow, reverent aromas. His warm breath sends a shudder through her, her skin responding eagerly to the touch of his lips, to the caress of his hands that explore her with growing desire. She clings to his shoulders, sliding her fingertips along the firmness of his back. Their mouths meet in a broth that ignites the deepest, most ardent desire. It's devotion, it's hunger, it's the need to unite beyond the physical. Their tongues intertwine with the same urgency as their bodies. Time and reality fade away, leaving them alone in a world where only the two of them exist. Noah's hands descend and trace paths over Livia's skin. His mouth follows the same path, sowing fire in its wake and eliciting faint sighs that turn into gasps when he finds the exact spots where her desire burns most intensely. She arches her back, giving herself unreservedly, her body responding with a passion that consumes her. There's no room to think, because her body is in charge, asking, demanding, wanting more and more. No returns to her lips and kisses her passionately, their tongues meeting, driving them both crazy. His insatiable mouth devours her relentlessly. She doesn't hesitate to match his passion. She slides her hands over his hard shoulders, covering his back, and feels the muscles ripple as she caresses him. She feels the heat of his skin and moans with pleasure at the certainty that he is the only man who makes her feel so alive. Livia's sounds and moans as he assaults her mouth drive him wild. So, with eager hands, he runs over her breasts. He fondles them with delight and then grasps her nipples with his fingers, eliciting a moan from him that makes Livia dig her nails into his back. His mouth never leaves hers, as they eagerly explore each other with their hands and mouths. Livia caresses his torso, moving very slowly down to his swollen member and enclosing it in her hand. She strokes its entire length, with leisurely exploration, touching its tip with her fingers. Then she moves to his testicles with a decadence that drives him to the brink of madness. With her thumb, she delights in running over his glands, lubricating it with the drops of her own essence that emanate from his arousal. No takes her leg and lifts it over his hip. Livia releases his erection and clings to his back. He takes advantage and makes his way between her intimate folds. He penetrates her, stretching her out, with a solid thrust that makes her gasp, and immediately moves inside her body at a rhythm as delicious as it is maddening. Noah longs to possess every space and corner of her body, to savor her, while he continues to mercilessly penetrate her wet canal, causing her to sob his name again and again. Noah, she moans with longing and need. Mi pies sentirti dentro di me. I like to feel you inside me. It's Denazione, my love. He growls as Livia's soft walls embrace him perfectly. I'm addicted to your body, to you. He feels her heartbeat pounding in his chest, so he seeks her to join him in the release of his pleasure. With one last thrust, he takes her mouth with voracity and ardor. With his tongue, he mimics what he does to her dripping cavity. My Noah, she exclaims, overcome by ecstasy. The mere mention of her name, in that pleading, contented tone, overwhelms him. Swept away by an exquisite passion, he waits for the precise moment when Livia's inner muscles contract around his phallus. Then, he holds her waist with his hands, prolonging the moment, bringing her to the edge of the abyss only to catch her before she falls. Mia Livia. She looks into his eyes, those eyes that now burn with the same intensity as her own desire. They have met. They have crossed the boundaries of time and reason to get here. A scorching fire burns her from the belly, spreading throughout her body with brutal violence. Her back arches, her fingers clutch tightly at Noah's skin, seeking to anchor herself to him as pleasure drags her uncontrollably. A deep moan escapes her lips as the peak catches her mercilessly, an instant where everything dissolves, where only the pure and indescribable sensation that runs through her like a lightning bolt exists. He then lets go, exploding with her. The pressure slowly eases, leaving them vulnerable, lost in the intoxication of ecstasy. Their chests rise and fall with each labored breath. Their skin gleams with the sweat of surrender, and their minds float in a limbo of absolute satisfaction. Time dissolves. The entire forest seems to exhale with them. There are no more words. They don't need them. They look at each other with the certainty that nothing can separate them. The energy of the night vibrates with them, celebrating what is already unbreakable. The sun has barely begun to tint the sky with golden hues when Livia and No bid farewell to the Lunarius. The farewell meal was warm, filled with gratitude and good wishes. Before leaving, the supreme moon invites them to her sanctuary, where incense burns softly and the fabrics decorating the space seem to dance in the breeze that slips through the entrance. The old woman looks at them wisely. Her gaze shines with solemnity. Livia and No are sitting on blankets in front of her, their fingers intertwined. You are stronger now, the supreme moon states calmly. You have crossed the threshold your ancestors never managed. You possess tools they never had, and that makes you two the only hope of breaking the curse. No listens attentively. He's heard about the Rodriguez and Garcia curse all his life, but he's never believed in any of it. Now, after what he and Livia have been through, he has no doubts. A strong determination drives and guides him. He wants to stay by his wife's side. He doesn't want to lose Livia, and he'll do whatever it takes to ensure that never happens. How can we do it? He asks, completely serious. The Supreme Moon takes a breath. The curse demands a life. It always has. A life to maintain the cycle of pain. A life that each generation has had to give up, consciously or not. Amelia and Benito refuse to give up Kimberly, so the debt still stands, and the price is likely much higher now. What do you mean? Livia asks nervously. They practically handed her over, she says reproachfully. They abandoned her. They never cared about her. It's not like that, Livia, the wise old woman denies. At first, they wanted to be present in their daughter's life, but any intervention, no matter how small, hurt Kimberly. They soon realized that she would truly be safe if they gave up on her. Abandoning her? He asks, still numb. Sometimes the purest act of love is to let go of the one you love so they can be happy and safe, she declares solemnly. Even if doing so may shatter your heart or even cost you your own life. His words sound so prophetic that they make Noah and Livia's skin crawl. You must be prepared, he continues. You must change the course of history because now there is something more at stake. The old woman stares at her. Her silver eyes seem to pierce right through her. The fruit of his love is growing inside you, Livia. Livia feels a sudden vertigo, feeling as if the ground beneath her feet has disappeared. Her lungs contract. Her chest fills with a terrifying emptiness. No, that's impossible. He shakes his head, smiling in disbelief. I'm taking care of myself. Nothing is impossible when destiny is driven by unstoppable forces, he states without hesitation. You're pregnant, and this child brings us hope, he smiles, because it can break the curse. The smile diminishes, but it can also strengthen it. If they can't find a way to free themselves, they'll have to sacrifice it. Horror flashes across Livia's eyes, her breathing becoming erratic. Her hand slides down to her stomach in a protective, instinctive gesture, as if trying to defend something she hadn't even believed possible a few seconds ago. Her eyes search for Noah, but he doesn't seem shaken. On the contrary, his expression is determined. An immense happiness fills him, a joy so pure he can barely contain it. A son, a piece of them growing inside the woman he loves. His chest fills with an overwhelming warmth, a joy he's never known. He wants to take Livia in his arms and tell her that nothing in the world could make him happier. But along with the joy comes the force of reality, the curse, the danger that stalks them. And suddenly, the euphoria is tinged with concern. Her protective instinct awakens with a fierce intensity. The thought that her son could inherit the same cursed destiny tightens her chest with suffocating anguish. He moves closer to her, hugs her tightly, and intertwines his hand with the one she has on her stomach. That's not going to happen, he declares, with absolute certainty, ready to defy fate. I'm going to protect him. I'm going to protect you. I won't let history repeat itself. Livia nods, her own whirlwind of emotions reflected on her face. She knows it too. She knows this baby is a blessing, but also one more reason to fight the darkness that haunts them. The thought tightens her chest, filling her with an unknown fear, a fear she's never felt with such magnitude before. Noah cups her face in both hands, his thumb gently caressing her cheek. There's a promise in his gaze, a silent oath. He'll do whatever it takes to protect them, to ensure their child is born into a world free of the curse. The Supreme Moon watches them in silence, letting them assimilate the reality they have just heard. Fate has spoken, he declares. Now the responsibility falls upon you to challenge what has always been considered unbreakable. How? Noah asks, determined. We'll do whatever it takes. His patience hangs by a thread. He won't let his hands be tied. He won't. Tell us what to do, he demands, his voice tense. How do we break the curse? The Supreme Moon watches him enigmatically. The Lunarias can't break the curse, he replies, but we can guide them, as we have done these days. Noah shakes his head, his frustration growing. We need a solution. We don't have time for more warnings or to keep waiting for a miracle. The old woman nods. In 2 nights we'll have a chance. There will be a lunar eclipse, she says thoughtfully. The moon will pass through the Earth's umbra, that is, the darkest part, and will turn red. It's known as the blood moon. Livia feels a chill run over her skin. She's heard of this phenomenon before, but in the old woman's voice, the simple image of a red star transforms into an omen that makes her tremble. And what does that mean? She asks anxiously. The supreme moon looks up at the sky, as if the answers were found there. When the moon turns red, the veil between worlds thins. The boundaries separating what was from what will be weakens, and for a brief moment, fate is no longer unbreakable. It is the only moment when the laws that bind the course of events can bend, twist, even break. It is the moment when shadows mingle with light, when the energy of the universe shifts, and a rift opens in the line of destiny. A portal. Noah frowns. A portal to what? To redemption or damnation? That will be your moment. When the moon turns red, you can face the curse and try to break it. If you do nothing, the cycle will repeat itself. But if you act at the right time, when the moon is at its highest and the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest, you can alter what seems immutable. For destiny is not a prison, but a path that, in the right light, can fork. Livia shudders. As the curse is a repeating cycle, the supreme moon continues, a wound that never heals because time keeps it open. But the blood moon is an instant outside of that time, a disruption in that cycle. If you act at the right moment, you can change it. How? Noah insists. We must meet at that time, when the moon is at its peak, the old woman explains. I will prepare the altar for the healing rite, but you will need something else. The dagger with which the first sacrifice was made. Livia's heart beats fast. Silence stretches between them. Where are we supposed to find her? Livia finally says. The supreme moon deepens its gaze. Benito Garcia has it, he reveals solemnly. Sitting next to Nolan Costello, Benito stares at his laptop screen, frowning. He arrived at the Garcia mansion that afternoon unannounced, his expression so serious that Benito immediately knew something was wrong. He immediately showed him into his office. Accustomed to his relaxed attitude and jokes, he was surprised to see him like this, tense, with his jaw and lips clenched and his hands rigid at his sides. What's going on? Benito asks, looking away from the screen to face him. What do you want to show me? Nolan lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the burning in his chest at what he's about to say. He swallows, runs a hand over the back of his neck, and closes his eyes for a moment, searching for the courage he needs. He knows there's no turning back. He has to prove he's not the man Livia thinks he is. But more than that, it's his only chance to win her back. The thought of her seeing him as a traitor eats away at his chest, shatters his soul. He can't bear it. Livia is his family, his sister, the person who was always there for him when he needed comfort, companionship, affection, and understanding. He can't bear the distance between them. The contempt in her gaze suffocates him more than any condemnation, that harshness in her voice when she accused him without giving him a chance to defend himself. He can't let it end like this. He clenches his fists, takes a deep breath, and forces himself to speak. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is that she knows the truth. Livia kicked me out of the company, he finally confesses. Benito straightens in his seat, unable to hide his surprise. What? Why would I do something like that? Nolan looks up, his eyes reflecting deep pain. He informs Benito about the lawsuit against Livia and Casa Garcia. She thinks I betrayed her, that I passed on confidential information to Alexis Rodriguez about her olive oil recipe. Nolan responds, his voice thick with frustration and suppressed anger. But I swear, Benito, it wasn't me. I would never do anything like that, much less to my Livia. You know how much I love that woman. Benito watches him closely. He's known Nolan for years. He's Livia's best friend, almost a brother to her. The idea that he could betray her like that is hard to believe. But Livia is a fair, focused, even-tempered woman. If she kicked him out, it means there's proof. And if there's proof, I don't understand, Benito says, crossing his arms. So how did the information leak? Why does Livia think it was you? She hasn't informed me of any of this, he reproaches, annoyed. Nolan looks away and runs a hand through his hair, ruffling it. He hasn't slept well since this all happened, and the guilt is eating him up. Because, even though he didn't do it directly, he did allow it to happen. His loyalty, his love for Livia, has been called into question, and there's nothing worse than that. The desperation to regain her trust is the only thing keeping him going. Because, without realizing it, I helped it happen, he admits, his voice tense, almost breaking. Benito narrows his eyes. Explain yourself. First, look at what I brought. Nolan points to the USB drive. I don't want you to jump to conclusions until you see it with your own eyes. Benito looks at his laptop screen again. Something in Nolan's tone, in his rigid posture, tells him he's not going to like what he's about to see. He clicks a couple of times, and the video starts playing. The camera, placed at a strategic angle, shows what is happening in the room. It's my apartment, Nolan says, his expression undefined. That's my room, and he's... Vincenzo, he exclaims, dismayed. It's her son, naked next to Nolan, her body intertwined with his, skin against skin. The image is clear. The scene only lasts a few seconds, but it's enough to clearly understand what's happening between them. Benito feels as if he's been punched in the stomach. It's a mixture of disgust, surprise, and bewilderment that tangles his mind, but he doesn't look away. The scene changes. Now Nolan is asleep, his breathing even, his body relaxed in the dimness of the room, oblivious to what's happening. Vincenzo cautiously slides out of bed, grabs his underwear, puts it on, and approaches the desk. Moving stealthily, he turns on Nolan's computer. The screen illuminates his face, and for a moment, Benito sees his son's true nature reflected in the blue light. Cold, calculating, without a hint of guilt. Vincenzo reaches for his jacket, which is resting on the back of the chair, and takes out a USB flash drive, which he inserts into the computer. On the screen, files appear in a cascade. Confidential documents, strategic data, all information about Casa Garcia. The beep of the completed transfer is almost inaudible. Vincenzo removes the USB with a triumphant smile and puts it back. He shuts down the laptop, gets up, and calmly returns to bed. He lies down next to Nolan, hugging him around the waist and resting his head on his back. The video ends. The screen goes black. Wait, please, Nolan asks, aware of Benito's distraught face. I sent someone to follow him. I was sure he was behind it all. It was the only explanation for how this information, which only Livia and I have, could have been leaked. Benito nods silently, his gaze darkened. The investigators sent me these photographs. Nolan shows them on the screen. As you can see, Vincenzo and Richard Rodriguez work together. I deduce from the images that he's the one to whom she delivers the information she steals from Casa Garcia. Benito nods again. There's nothing he can do. He knows his eldest son very well, but seeing the evidence of the lengths he's capable of before his eyes devastates him. I didn't stop there, Nolan continues, taking some documents out of his executive briefcase. These pages show that the fraud Vincenzo tried to carry out years earlier at Casa Garcia, which involved Alexis Rodriguez, was orchestrated together with Richard. He spreads the folders on the desk. This goes back years, since Vincenzo was CEO. Nolan takes a deep breath. I don't really know what those two are up to, but there's proof that they're the ones behind it all. How did you get this information? Vincenzo asks gravely. It wasn't easy, believe me, he exclaims wearily. But, for better or worse, there are very few things money can't buy. You did an excellent job, he acknowledges, almost with admiration. I did everything for my Livia. His voice cracks a little. Please, help her. You're her grandfather, the only thing she has left. I can't do it anymore. She won't let me, and knowing her as I do, I know she won't let me be around. But with this, he points to the evidence. At the very least, I hope to prove that my mistake was in letting myself be carried away by a bad passion. I never tried to harm her. How long have you been in a relationship with Vincenzo? she asks without any hesitation. We had, he clarifies immediately. About 4 months, he answers dryly, not bothering to hide the harshness in his voice. Benito watches him closely. I didn't know he was gay. Nolan raises an eyebrow. Benito nods silently. Nolan shrugs indifferently. It seems like it's something new for him, but I don't believe him anymore. Maybe he's been repressing it all this time, Benito says thoughtfully. That would explain a lot. What things? Nolan asks, intrigued. His marriage to Abriana, Livia's mother, was a business partnership. Before and after her, he had no girlfriend, lover, or similar relationship. He narrows his eyes, searching his memories. Maybe that's why she left him. Maybe she's found out. You'd have to ask him. Only he knows, she exclaims bitterly. But, according to what Livia told me, there was a lot of physical, verbal, and psychological abuse from Vincenzo toward them. So there may be other reasons. Benito nods, aware that he will never have that conversation with his son. Does it bother you that I'm gay? No, Benito answers honestly. It's not that. I just never even suspected it. Vincenzo is very skilled at deception. It's no wonder he managed to hide it. You're right, Benito laments. Did you ever notice that he hit Livia? She asks with a hint of reproach. No, he denies, his face stricken with guilt. Livia never said anything to me. It's today, and she refuses to talk about it. I had her intimidated, terrified. His expression hardens. That's why I can't quite forgive myself for betraying her like that, with that miserable man. The regret is evident in his voice, in the way he avoids looking Benito in the eye. Carrying that guilt makes him more vulnerable. Does he know you found out? No, he doesn't know. But I ended that relationship and he wasn't happy about it at all. What do you mean? She looks at him uneasily. He threatened me. He says he won't accept me abandoning him and he'll never leave me. Her laugh is bitter, devoid of humor. So I'll leave Italy. Far away, where he won't know anything about me. I know very well how dangerous it is, so I don't want to expose myself or anyone in my family. It's the only way out. But you're leaving your family? Your life here in Siena? Your career? He demands incredulously. I asked for it, my sugar daddy. He jokes with the last bit of humor he has left. I have to face the consequences of my bad decisions. So, if Livia doesn't send me to prison, I'll be gone in a few days. Benito shakes his head, not accepting what he's hearing. I'll take care of Vincenzo. You don't have to leave, he assures, driven by the affection he's had for him for so many years. It's true, you shouldn't have gotten involved with him knowing what he's capable of, but you can't let him destroy you like this. He already did it. He already won. He declares, defeated. What are you talking about? He frowns. I lost her, he shrugs, and a tear escapes without him making an attempt to stop it. I lost my dear Livia, my beloved Livia. He runs the back of his hand across his nose and inhales deeply, the pain deep in his chest. The rest doesn't matter anymore. You're a good boy, Nolan, and we all make mistakes. I'll talk to her, he promises. I'm sure when she knows everything you've done to help her, to make amends, and to show her who's behind all this, she'll give you a chance. You know Livia very well. She won't do it, but thank you very much anyway. She says, heartfelt thanks. They say goodbye with a hug. Alone in his office, Benito is overcome by guilt and remorse. He never loved Constanza, the woman he married and had 2 children with. Their marriage was an obligation rather than a choice, and their home was never a refuge. Instead, he lived trapped in the past, clinging to memories of Amelia, the only woman he'd ever loved, lost in what could have been but never was. Constanza died a couple of years after giving birth to Tommaso, his youngest son. From then on, Benito completely distanced himself from his family. His children's upbringing was left in the hands of Giada, his mother, and a succession of governesses he barely knew. He took refuge in work, in travel, in building his empire. Each new business achievement filled the void for only a moment, but at the end of the day, the loneliness remained, unalterable. He wasn't a husband, he wasn't a father, just a man running away from himself. He always believed he could compensate for his absences with luxuries and indulgences. He never denied his children anything. Whatever they asked for, they instantly received it. Trips, cars, designer clothes, luxury watches, even favors with powerful people. He thought this would keep them from feeling his absence, that money would fill the void he himself had left. But for Vincenzo, this only fueled an attitude of superiority and disdain for everything and everyone. He grew up convinced that the world was at his service, that he deserved whatever he wanted without any effort. He became an arrogant and haughty man, unable to take no for an answer. He didn't care who was left behind as long as he moved forward. Empathy was a foreign concept to him. He manipulated, used, and discarded people with terrifying ease. Getting what he wanted was his only goal, no matter who he had to trample on along the way. Benito knows, without a doubt, that he is responsible for what his son has become. He should have put a stop to it in time, but he never did. He always found excuses, always preferred to look the other way. When Vincenzo became embroiled in the legal mess with Alexis Rodriguez, he had the opportunity to give him the punishment he truly deserved, to let him face the consequences of his actions. Sending his own son to prison would have been the only way to make him understand that he couldn't walk all over people without paying the price. But he didn't. Instead, he believed that removing him would be enough. He sent him to Spain, to the headquarters run by Tommaso, convinced that time and distance would make him reconsider. He thought his brother would serve as a guide, that responsibility would make him change. But now, with everything he's discovered, he faces the harsh reality. Vincenzo never intended to mend his ways. He won't stop. He doesn't know guilt or regret. He's always gotten what he wants and will continue to do so, no matter who he destroys along the way. Benito closes his eyes for a moment, feeling the heavy weight of each of his bad decisions crushing him. This time he can't make a mistake. This time he must do the right thing. He must protect Livia. Because of all the victims he's left in his wake, she's the one who has suffered the most from his mistakes. Her cell phone vibrates on the desk. She looks at the screen and reads Amelia's name. "Hi, Amelia," she answers on the second ring. "Benito, come here, please," she says bluntly, after a brief and hurried greeting. Her tone puts him on alert. Amelia is strong, not easily upset, but now she sounds tense, agitated. "Is something wrong?" she asks immediately. "I was just thinking of calling you. We have some important things to discuss." On the other end of the line, Amelia's breathing is uneven. She's holding back too much emotion. "I need you to come," she insists urgently, looking at Salvador in front of her. "Come, as fast as you can." Benito leaves immediately. He senses something is wrong. Very wrong. When Carla walks through the door of the Rodriguez mansion, Amelia seems to breathe out. Her chest tightens, her legs tremble, and for a second, she feels everything vanish when she sees her cousin, whom she hasn't heard from in almost 60 years. Carla looks at her with bright eyes, full of emotion, while, at her side, Salvador does so with sternness, with an expression that Amelia doesn't know how to interpret. Without thinking, she runs to her cousin and hugs her with all her strength, desperately, afraid that if she lets go, she'll lose her again. Carla reciprocates with the same intensity. They hold each other with a painful force, in an embrace that attempts to make up for lost time. When they separate, their gazes meet, and in that exchange, there are memories, affection, nostalgia, and many unanswered questions. But before they can say anything, a harsh voice breaks the moment. "There's no time for reunions," Salvador interrupts abruptly. Amelia blinks, still holding Carla's arms, and turns to him. That's when she notices him. Salvador looks exhausted. His breathing occasionally falters, each word a struggle. His face, despite the dark bruises and swelling, has a pale, almost sickly quality. "Salvador, darling," she greets him, placing a spoonful of broth on his cheek with the same tenderness as always. "What happened to you?" she asks, unable to hide her bewilderment. Salvador doesn't respond, but his eyes darken with a storm of resentment and pent-up fury. Then, without warning, he fires off the words Amelia least expects. "Why did you abandon my mother?" Her voice cracks like a whip. "Why did you never come back for her? Why did you deny us the rights that are hers and mine?" Amelia frowns, her gaze reflecting genuine confusion. "I don't understand. What are you talking about? She asks cautiously, trying to make sense of the sudden attack. Salvador looks her straight in the eyes. I'm Kimberly Morrow's son. I'm your grandson. Appear Garcia Rodriguez. Amelia feels the ground beneath her feet becoming unstable. What are you talking about? He shakes his head in confusion, alternating his gaze between Carla and Salvador. Explain to me, what's all this about? Salvador takes another step, determined to face her, but as soon as he does, a painful cramp runs through his body from head to toe. His chest tightens, the air becomes heavy, and his vision blurs. For a moment, he feels something inside him shatter. What's happening to me? He mumbles through his teeth, not understanding what's happening to him. Carla watches him with concern. She notices the stiffness in his posture, the barely perceptible tremor in his hands, the beads of sweat on his forehead. Then her expression suddenly changes when she remembers the bracelet. What do you feel? She asks, alarmed. It's true. You don't have the bracelet anymore, she exclaims, alarmed. Come on. She grabs his arm tightly. We have to go now. What the hell is wrong with you? Salvador growls irritably, breaking free from her grasp. Damn it. Can you explain to me what the hell is going on? Amelia demands, losing her patience. Carla closes her eyes for a moment and takes a deep breath, trying to control the fluttering in her chest. Then she turns her face toward Amelia, searching her gaze. No told us that Kimberly is Salvador's mother, whom he thought had been dead for over 30 years, he confesses in a calm voice. We went to see her at the hospital, and that's why we're here. Salvador came looking for answers. Amelia opened her eyes wide. Is that true? Amelia asks, puzzled, her voice trembling. Yes, Carla replies, dejected. Was Salvador the one who had the bracelet? Carla nods. And he doesn't have it anymore? She looks at her with obvious terror. No, the old woman replies. I think that's why he feels that way. What the hell are you talking about? Salvador demands to know. Amelia, devastated by the discovery, picks up the phone and calls Benito. Benito, come right now. A little while later, sitting with his grandparents, Salvador hears the truth. Not the version he's believed for so many years, but the real story, the one his father kept from him, the one that changes everything. At first, he refuses to accept it. Every word Amelia and Benito say seems like a well-rehearsed lie, a desperate attempt to manipulate him. His chest heaves, his breathing becomes uneven. He clenches his fists, his eyes darting from one face to the other with suppressed rage. He doesn't want to believe what he's hearing. He can't. But the story continues, relentless, as each piece falls into place with painful precision. The memories he held dear shatter one by one. The image of his father, the man he admired, crumbles into the shadow of a mean and cruel being. A manipulator who used him and his mother as pawns in a perverse game. Who robbed his mother of her innocence and dignity without hesitation. Who built his world on lies. His stomach hurts, he feels nauseous. Dismay settles in his chest like an icy block. His father lied to him. Always. He made him believe that his grandparents had abandoned his mother, that they never loved her, not him, much less him. And he believed it all. How could he not? It was his father who told him this. He made him a hero in his mind, while despising his grandparents and his entire family. Hatred bubbles inside him, mixed with sadness and suffocating disappointment. Rage shakes him, but so does guilt. How many times has he insulted the Garcias? How many times has he cursed the Rodriguez without knowing the truth? He feels betrayed, a pawn in a game he lost long ago. He looks up and sees Amelia and Benito. He feels an abyss inside him, a void that swallows everything he believed to be true. Livia, he whispers, his voice harsh and broken. I love Livia. They can't take her away from me. His gaze is filled with shadows, with suppressed desperation, with a plea disguised as a warning. Livia and No are married, Salvador. Benito reminds him resolutely. You just heard how things are. I'm sorry it turned out this way, but there's one absolute truth in all this, and that is that they belong together. Salvador shakes his head, his eyes burning with an anger born of helplessness. She loved me first. Vincenzo separated us, he exclaims harshly. Amelia looks at him sadly. The answer is in her eyes, but she knows Salvador isn't ready to accept it. If they were truly destined, Livia wouldn't be with Noah, Amelia says gently. The love we who are destined feel is deep, strong, unbreakable. If Livia loved you, she'd be here with you, not with Noah. Salvador feels a whiplash in his chest. He refuses to believe that everything he's felt, everything he's fought for, has been in vain. I refuse to accept this, she shouts. Her voice explodes in the silence of the room. He stands up abruptly, but his legs buckle. Suddenly, everything spins. An unbearable pressure presses on his chest. He gasps for air. His breathing becomes erratic. His own lungs betray him. What's happening to me? He asks anxiously, trying to inhale, but no air comes. A cold sweat runs down his back, and for the first time in a long time, he feels fear. A real, visceral fear that digs into his skin and paralyzes him. As Kimberly's son, you inherited the blood curse, Benito says with great distress. You can't be near us. He points to Amelia, and then to himself. The same thing happens to you as to your mother. Our presence is lethal to them. But all these years I could. He can't continue. His breath catches in his throat. Because you had the bracelet, Amelia clarifies. As its temporary owner, its guardian spirit protected you. Now Noah has it. His power no longer reaches you. The words hit him with the force of a hammer. He remembers. He sees it with terrifying clarity. While he was away from Noah in the cabin, Noah was weak, trapped under the narcotics effects. But as he got closer to the bracelet, something changed. Noah grew stronger, his body resisting more than it should have, to the point of hitting him and escaping when, in theory, that was impossible. His brain is a jumble. Everything he thought he knew crumbles into meaningless chaos. His world sinks deeper and deeper into a dark labyrinth from which he doesn't know if he'll ever escape. Where's Noah? Amelia asks anxiously. How does he have the bracelet? What happened? The silence in the room becomes unbearable, dense, and charged with tension. Salvador doesn't respond, defiant in the face of the stares that pierce him with silent questions. His chest rises and falls with effort, his breath heavy. Amelia looks at Carla and repeats the question. He escaped from the cabin, the old woman confesses. Salvador and Richard took him there, but he managed to escape. The world seems to stop for a moment. Amelia and Benito turn their heads towards Salvador at the same time, their expressions reflecting disbelief and anger. He doesn't even bother to deny it. There's no regret on his face, only a bitter weariness, a dark shadow in his eyes. Benito advances towards him with a hard look. What did you do? He scolds, his voice echoing like a stone thrown into the void. Salvador looks at him, defiant, although his body is barely holding up. I wanted to kill him, but the bastard ran away, he says, pain growing in every fiber of his body as Benito closes the distance between them. What have you become, boy? Benito asks with disappointment, as if he sees before him the remains of someone he no longer recognizes. What have they done to you? You weren't like that before. He shakes his head ruefully. You've let your father's poison contaminate you. Salvador barely has time to react before Benito grabs him tightly by the collar. A heart-rending scream escapes his throat. It hurts, she cries as her body arches from the unbearable pain. It's an indescribable, sharp, lacerating pain. He feels his blood boiling beneath his skin, every bone in his body cracking, his head about to explode. It's not just physical pain. It's a profound, terrifying suffering. It is the curse itself claiming him. Does it hurt? Benito asks furiously. Didn't you say you were part of this blessed curse, that you were the chosen one? He exclaims contemptuously. Haven't you done all this because you think you're the only savior? He tightens his fingers on Salvador's neck, which feels like boiling pincers. Face the reality of what it means to be cursed, you damned cretin. Benito is fed up, tired of that curse and everything it brings with it. Tired of seeing people who were once pure become filled with darkness. Tired of feeling powerless, his hands tied. His body is already feeling the effects. The years weigh on him like never before. He no longer has the strength to stop the inevitable, and nothing changes. Nothing improves. It only gets worse. Powerlessness consumes him, oppresses his chest, and robs him of what little hope he had left. He accepts with desolation that both families are ruined, that no one has ever truly been happy. There is no redemption, no respite. And the worst part is that it will be like this forever. The curse is no longer content with condemning them to suffering. It doesn't just punish them with pain, with loss, with guilt. No, now it forces them to destroy each other, to tear out each other's souls with their own hands. It has become insatiable, voracious, thirstier than ever. It wants to see them fall, to see them bleed to death in their own bonds. And Benito fears that, this time, it will succeed in destroying them all. Disgusted, he throws Salvador aside. Carla runs over and takes him in her arms. "Help him, please," she pleads, watching Salvador convulse and slowly lose consciousness. "Please. He's Kimberly's son," she sobs. "He's just another victim." Benito and Amelia exchange glances, and Amelia nods. Benito accepts and dials the emergency number. Chapter 14. The next day, everyone is gathered in Alexis Rodriguez's boardroom. In the afternoon, Amelia calls an emergency meeting, summoning all partners and family members. The atmosphere is tense, filled with uncertainty. The unease of those present hangs in the air. Their faces reflect distrust, even uncertainty, as they don't know what the meeting is about. Amelia sits at the head of the table with her imposing posture and impenetrable gaze. No Rodriguez, Alexis Rodriguez, current CEO and legal representative, is handling important matters. He didn't give any further details. Livia and No haven't been found yet, so in the meantime, they're handling urgent matters. In his absence, I'll temporarily take over his position. He doesn't allow any doubt to creep into his voice as he decrees with authority, leaving no room for objection. A murmur runs around the table, but the first reaction isn't long in coming. "This is ridiculous," Richard Rodriguez exclaimed, addressing the board members. "We can't allow this. We've dealt with Noah's ineptitude and poor decisions enough. Now they want us to put the company in the hands of an old woman? Have they forgotten this is a respectable company? We don't need any more incompetence." His tone is harsh and defiant. He seeks support from those present, but no one responds. The silence he receives in the face of his outburst is even more eloquent than any words. No one supports him. "Dad," Richard turns to Enrico Rodriguez, his father, who is the company's commercial manager, for support, but he can't get it. "Go back to your chair," his father orders sternly. Richard's face twists in frustration. Amelia interlaces her fingers on the table and looks at him calmly. "Are you done?" he asks coldly. Richard looks at her with disdain. He clenches his fists, but maintains his composure. "I don't agree with any of this. I'll fight for the CEO position. That position belongs to me." "Sit down," Amelia orders, imperturbable. "We have really important matters to discuss." She gestures to a chair. Richard adjusts his jacket with visible anger, slumps into the chair, and crosses his arms over his chest. "Let's get on with the business." "Come in," the partners say with their stern faces. "I've summoned Benito Garcia, current CEO of Casa Garcia," Amelia begins, "and Domenico Veneto, Noah's trusted lawyer, because there are important announcements to make." Richard's reaction is immediate. He slams his open hand on the table and leans toward Amelia, his face distraught. "A Garcia has no business being on this board. This is Alexis Rodriguez. I won't let those hyenas get their hands on our company." "Calm down." Her father intervenes, his tone stern. "Let's hear what my mother has to say." The discomfort in the room is evident. The tension becomes suffocating. The partners exchange glances, uneasy about Richard's hostility and the looming presence of Benito Garcia. It's no secret that for years the two companies have maintained a tense relationship, fraught with conflict, suspicion, and confrontation. Before anyone can comment, the door opens and Benito Garcia enters the conference room, flanked by two of his lawyers. Domenico Veneto follows closely behind. Benito's presence commands respect. "Good morning," he greets politely. He sits down in the chair that Amelia points out next to her. "What is this circus?" Richard asks, though he doesn't sound so confident anymore. He even seems worried. The presence of Benito and Domenico worries him. According to documents filed with the civil court, Amelia resumed speaking without further interruptions. "No, filed a lawsuit against Casa Garcia," she announced. The partners look at each other, surprised by what they've just heard. An uneasy murmur runs through the room. Some lean forward, attentive. Others cross their arms, serious. Some look away, confused, looking for answers from others. What's clear is that everyone is waiting for Amelia to explain what it's about. Domenico Veneto takes the floor. He stands up, turns on the screen in front of them, and projects the documents. "To begin, I'm going to explain each term of the lawsuit," he says calmly, but with a seriousness that keeps everyone's attention. Richard tenses in his seat. His hands grip the chair's arms tightly. His eyes follow the lawyer's every movement, analyzing the information with unease growing in his chest. Domenico displays two signatures on the screen, the one on the complaint and the original on official documents. As you can see, this is no Rodriguez signature on the lawsuit filed against Casa Garcia, he points out. And here's his signature on other recent legal documents. At first glance, they look similar, but there are subtle differences. Take a break to give them time to compare. Then, move on to the next test. This report was prepared by Emiliano Spasti, a highly regarded forensic graphologist. The document signed by the specialist appears on the screen, detailing the inconsistencies. He analyzed both signatures using pressure, tilt, fluidity, and rhythm tests. His findings confirm that the signature on the complaint has been forged. Domenico zooms in on the screen and points out key points in both signatures. The pressure exerted in the signature on the complaint is inconsistent with no S. You can notice how the intensity varies in certain strokes, indicating interruptions in the writing. A detail that doesn't occur in his original signatures, where the fluidity is constant. Domenico continues explaining each point, while the silence in the room grows ever more intense. He moves on to the next analysis. Here you can see the slope of the forged signature. It's more rigid, lacking the naturalness of no-S handwriting. When someone forges a signature, they tend to focus on imitating the shape, but the rhythm and spontaneity of the real signer's handwriting are absent. With all this as evidence, the expert's conclusion is clear. The signature on this document has been forged. Richard swallows. His gaze hardens. His breathing quickens enough to make his discomfort evident. "Do you know who did it?" asks one of the senior partners. "Legal action must be taken immediately." "Yes, we know," Amelia replies. "But first, I want to inform you that the lawsuit has been withdrawn from the court. Mr. Benito Garcia is here," she says, pointing to Benito. He agreed. Some partners exchange glances, unsure if this is a relief or a bigger problem. "We were able to convince him not to file a counterclaim," Domenico continues. Had he gone ahead, Alexis Rodriguez would have faced serious charges for falsifying commercial documents, which would have entailed a judicial investigation and severe financial penalties. Not only would the company have lost credibility with its clients and investors, but its assets could have been seized and operations halted until the facts were clarified. He pauses before adding firmly. Furthermore, Casa Garcia had legal grounds to sue for slander and defamation. Such a process would not only have tarnished Alexis Rodriguez's reputation, but would also have meant millions in damages and years of litigation. The only reason this hasn't happened is because we managed to negotiate with Casa Garcia's management before the situation became unsustainable. Silence falls over the room. Some partners look down, worried about the implications of what they've just heard. Others frown, worried that the company may have been on the brink of disaster without even knowing it. Some cross their arms. Others run their hands over their faces, trying to process the information. Enrico taps the table with his fingertips, visibly annoyed. "Mom, how do we get to this point?" he asks, puzzled. "Tell us who's responsible. I'll call the authorities myself and turn him in." "There's no need to knock," Domenico intervenes calmly. "There are some officers outside waiting for our authorization to enter." Richard stands up suddenly, his eyes blazing with fury. "How do we know this isn't all you're doing?" He points with a trembling finger at Amelia and Benito. Domenico tilts his head curiously. Why are you so nervous, Richard? The lawyer asks. I'm leaving, he shouts, turning to leave. Get back to your chair, Richard, Amelia orders harshly. The authority with which she does so leaves no room for doubt. You know very well you're not going anywhere. Richard stops dead in his tracks. His eyes search for support from his father, but Enrico just stares at him, confused. What do you mean, Mom? Enrico asks. Richard brought 2 new lawyers into the firm to handle this fraudulent lawsuit, Domenico explains, pointing to the documents projected on the screen. They confessed everything and accused him directly. Enrico blinks. Those words make no sense to him. Richard? Yes, Amelia says sadly. And that's not all. He gestures to Domenico, who changes the images on the screen. The evidence he continues to show goes beyond the complaint. A history of emails, transfers, and records of secret meetings is displayed. For months, Vincenzo Garcia and Richard Rodriguez have exchanged confidential information about Casa Garcia and Alexis Rodriguez. Everyone here knows this is industrial espionage in its purest form. That's a lie, Richard shouts, beside himself. This is all a vile trap. No, Richard, Amelia contradicts. There's evidence before you and all the other partners that the industrial espionage was carried out by Vincenzo Garcia and you, not Livia Garcia. Domenico reviews the evidence Nolan has collected one by one. The irregular movements, the data leaks, the illegal agreements. The photographs on the screen show Richard and Vincenzo meeting in different locations, in situations that leave no room for doubt. Years of betrayal exposed before everyone. Everything is in the hands of the authorities, Domenico reports. Signed records, recovered encrypted messages, copies of emails containing confidential information. That doesn't prove anything, he shouts angrily. You have nothing against me. These documents say otherwise, Domenico replies. Richard grunts helplessly, feeling the noose tighten around his neck. This is all a setup, he blurts out, addressing the board, though no one believes him. That damn woman. He points angrily at Amelia. My whole life she's looked down on me. She's pushed me aside. She's always treated me like a bastard. Like a... Shut up, you ingrate. Enrico interrupts before slapping him hard. What the hell are you talking about? Richard holds his bruised cheek and glares at him. You know it. Damn it, Dad, he spits resentfully. He never gave you your due because you're not his son, he shouts, exposing that family secret. Shut up. He hits him again, red with rage. You don't know what you're talking about. The people in the meeting remain silent, contemplating the pathetic spectacle. Benito, from his seat, analyzes the scene with an impenetrable expression. Deep down, he regretfully confirms that Amelia didn't have the happy life she always led him to believe. It's never been like that, and you know it, Richard. Amelia finally intervenes. Enrico knows it. She looks at him, and her son nods seriously. I've never treated him differently because, although he's not my natural son, I've always considered him as such. I know, Mom. Enrico admits, his voice strained. I don't know where this idiot gets this stuff from. It's true, Richard bellows. Noah always came first. He had the best schools, the best opportunities. You gave him the position that was rightfully mine. I'm older. I should be in charge of everything. Richard, don't blame Noah for your own failures. You know very well that you were expelled from those same schools. Amelia replies evenly. And speaking of age, the CEO position used to go to Fiorenza, Noah's mother. But, as everyone knows, she wasn't ready. So her husband, Nicola, took over until he fell ill. Then he resigned, and they moved to the Bahamas. She explains patiently, as if speaking to a child throwing a tantrum. Before leaving, Nicola suggested Enrico, but he himself refused. So I could take the position, Richard insists bitterly. But you didn't care, and you gave it to Noah. No, Enrico didn't accept because he knows the responsibility this position entails. Enrico nods, echoing his mother's words. He prefers being a sales manager. He's comfortable there. Enrico nods again. You didn't have the preparation or the maturity, Richard. You just proved it. He points to the screen with the evidence against him. Even so, I wanted to give you a chance and appointed you vice president. but it wasn't enough for you either. I deserve enough. Amelia, tired, raises her hand, cutting short the discussion. She doesn't want to continue with the embarrassing spectacle. She looks at Domenico. Send them in. Let them come for him. Richard struggles with all his might, thrashing, growling, and thrashing like a cornered animal. Rage, helplessness, and outrage shatter him as his pride crumbles to pieces at his feet. The officers hold him firmly, twist his arms, and force him to bend over while they put the handcuffs on him. You can't do this to me, he shouts, his face red. I'm Richard Rodriguez. Damn you. Let me go. Two officers hold him by the arms. Another pushes him forward. His gaze darts from side to side, searching for support in the faces of the employees who stare at him with surprise and morbid curiosity, but no one lifts a finger for him. The murmur grows in the hallways. Some workers whisper among themselves. Others take out their phones to record. No one intervenes. You can't do this to me. Her voice cracks between desperation and hatred. You're all going to regret it. Amelia, this is your fault. You damn bitch. Dad, do something. Enrico doesn't respond. He just looks at him with disappointment. Move, the agent orders coldly. As he reaches the front door, the cold air hits his face. Police vehicles are waiting, their lights flashing. Richard's feet are rooted to the spot, his shoes slipping on the marble, but he's dragged along mercilessly. They push him into the vehicle, and the door closes with a loud bang. Richard Rodriguez is the first to fall. Silence falls over the room after Richard's departure. The tension still hangs in the air, but Amelia doesn't let it linger. She clears her throat and looks firmly at those present. Now that this matter is resolved, we must move on, he says bluntly. It's time to talk about the future of Alexis Rodriguez and Casa Garcia. Benito nods and takes the floor. Amelia and I agree with what No proposed a few days ago, so we've reached a strategic agreement. Both companies have been at odds for too long, but it's time to change that. The only way to strengthen ourselves and ensure our stability is by uniting. A murmur runs through the room. Some partners exchange glances, while others frown, uncomfortable with the idea. Enrico remains silent. He's still shaken by what just happened to his son. An alliance with Casa Garcia? One of the executives asks skeptically. After so many years of conflict, competition, and rivalry? That's exactly why. Amelia responds calmly. That competition has only weakened us. It's time to be smart strategists and put aside our differences. After what we've witnessed today, it's clear the company needs stability, says one of the most influential shareholders. If this alliance guarantees that, then we should support it. The board enters into a debate. Some partners accept without much resistance, understanding that it is the best option after everything they have just experienced with Richard and Vincenzo. Others, more traditional, are reluctant. However, little by little the voices of opposition diminish until a consensus is reached. Some accept with conviction, others reluctantly, but in the end, all agree that it is a sound strategic move. Amelia and Benito look at each other, satisfied. They've won the second battle. Upon returning to Siena, No and Livia arrive at the hospital first. As soon as they step through the doors, Livia quickens her pace, feeling an overwhelming urge to get to the room where Kimberly is being held. She doesn't know how she'll find her, but she's sure of what she must do. When she enters, the air in her lungs freezes. Kimberly is still in the intensive care bed, motionless, connected to wires and machines that monitor her every function. Her skin has a grayish hue. Her face looks thin, as if the life is draining from her. The constant sound of the ventilator fills the room with a cold, impersonal rhythm. Her chest tightens with pain. For a few seconds, she stands still beside the bed, watching Kimberly look so fragile, and a pang of sadness grips her chest. She never imagined seeing her like this, trapped in a hospital bed, surrounded by wires and machines doing everything for her. His eyes fill with tears. It's not just the fear of losing her. It's the helplessness of not having arrived sooner, of not having been able to prevent so much suffering. He doesn't want his story to end like this, in a white room, with the dim light reflecting off skin that once held so much strength, so much vitality. He gently takes Kimberly's hand in his own. It's cold, too cold. The touch sends a shiver through his body. He then slips the bracelet from his wrist and places it on Kimberly's. The metal barely touches her skin as he begins to move. At first, it's subtle, almost imperceptible. Then, the pale tone of her skin begins to gain color. Her face, once brittle and fragile, softens. Her breathing, once labored and mechanical, becomes deeper, more natural. Livia watches her, her eyes wide with emotion. Her heart thunders in her chest as she sees Kimberly's fragility begin to fade. A faint blush returns to her cheeks, and the tightness in her face eases as the pain that had held her prisoner for so long begins to release her. When Kimberly's eyes open, full of life, Livia feels a wave of happiness run through her from head to toe. She lets out a choked, excited laugh, her hands shaking with shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. She runs out into the hallway and calls for medical staff. Doctors and nurses rush in. Seeing Kimberly awake, their expressions turn from bewilderment to disbelief. Wasting no time, they begin disconnecting her from the monitors and ventilator, assessing her vital signs, unable to explain what just happened. At first, Kimberly's thoughts swirl in chaotic nonsense, but little by little, they begin to take shape. Images from her past that had remained in the shadows are taking shape, clarity, meaning she has recovered her memory. Minutes later, after a series of checkups, the doctors confirmed that Kimberly was out of danger. There were no more traces of the weakness that had kept her trapped in the intensive care bed. Her pulse was steady, her breathing stable, and her skin had regained color. They then decided to move her to a private room. Livia sits next to her and gently takes her hands. The warmth of the touch comforts her. Kimberly smiles. "How are you feeling?" Livia asks softly. Kimberly exhales calmly and squeezes his hands. "Physically, I'm better than ever. But I don't understand what happened." She's still wrapped in a whirlwind of emotions, trying to understand. She moves her fingers and looks at them curiously, rediscovering the feeling of being fully awake. Her expression changes, becoming more serious, and her eyes lock with Livia's. "I remember everything, Livia." "What do you mean?" she asks, confused. "I remember everything, Livia," he repeats. "I remember my mother." He frowns slightly. A tear escapes his eyes. "My son, my savior." Kimberly squeezes her eyes shut, memories burning in her mind. Guilt suffocates her. She was just a happy, naive, inexperienced, easily manipulated young girl. She doesn't know when things changed. She only remembers Antonio, her stepfather, entangled her with sweet words, with caresses disguised as affection, confusing her feelings, her thoughts, awakening desires in her skin. She's unaware of the moment she crossed the line, of when she stopped being just a child under his protection and became his lover. But she didn't know she had to refuse, that she had to escape from him. Antonio made her believe that everything passing between them was pure love, when in reality it was just a disgrace masterfully woven by a vile and unscrupulous man. One day she woke up feeling nauseous. Fear paralyzed her as soon as she realized what it meant. She was pregnant. There was no way to hide it anymore. She couldn't keep the secret any longer, nor could she continue deceiving Carla. It was time to tell her the truth. Consuming fear, she gathered her courage and confessed everything. She expected screams, reproaches, insults, and contempt. But Carla didn't react that way. She didn't judge her. She didn't yell at her. She didn't even glare at her. Instead, her expression cracked with sadness and guilt. "Forgive me, my child," Carla whispered in a faint voice. "I should have protected you. I'm sorry for not seeing what Antonio had done to you, for not protecting you from him." Those words disarmed her. How could Carla apologize when she was the one who had betrayed her? But Carla soon made her see that the real culprit was Antonio, the one who manipulated and used her. A miserable man who had also cheated on his wife for years. Then Carla confronted Antonio. That night, the argument was violent. Shouts, reproaches, accusations echoed throughout the house. Carla kicked him out. She demanded that he disappear, that he never come near Kimberly again. He did, but 2 years later, he returned. That morning, Kimberly was getting ready for college. She was a second-year psychology major. Carla was babysitting little Salvador so she could focus on her education. But that day, she had left early for the market to do the day's shopping. Kimberly was alone. She was giving her hair a final touch when the sound of the door opening broke the tranquility. Kimberly turned around, thinking Carla had returned, although she was surprised since she had just left. But it wasn't her. It was Antonio standing in the doorway. His mere presence made her stomach churn. She no longer saw him with the innocent eyes she'd seen before. Now she felt repulsion, a deep disgust that made her instinctively recoil. He wasn't alone. Beside her was a man with a serious demeanor and a cold gaze. Tall, with well-groomed dark hair and an impeccable suit. Kimberly didn't know him. "This is Vincenzo Garcia," Antonio said with his usual cynical smile. "Your younger brother." Kimberly felt a chill. She didn't understand what that meant or what she was doing there. "I don't want you here," he said harshly, crossing his arms. "Leave before my mother gets here." Antonio ignored her warning and took a few steps into the house, with Vincenzo watching her silently. "I didn't come for you," he replied disdainfully. "I came for the child." Fear hit her like a punch. She tensed instantly and felt the urge to run to the room where Salvador was sleeping. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his pulse racing. "From his inheritance," Antonio replied, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "I'll take him and make sure he is everything he deserves." Kimberly shook her head, confused, terrified. She didn't want to hear any more, didn't understand, and didn't want to know anything. The only thing she was sure of was that she wouldn't let him take her son. "They won't take him. Get out of here, or I'll call the police." She ran to the child's room, screaming at the top of her lungs for the neighbors, pleading for help. Then she felt the first impact. She wasn't sure where it came from, but her body buckled under the force of the blow. Then, hands violently grabbed her by the hair and slammed her against the wall. The pain was immediate. A flash of white light blurred her vision. She could barely process it when another blow came, louder, then another. The last thing she saw was the crib. Salvador was there, still asleep. Instinct moved her before consciousness abandoned her. She crawled as best she could, her lungs burning with blood and her head pounding and spinning. Her clumsy fingers found the bracelet on her wrist, slipped it on with difficulty, and dropped it into the crib. One final blow threw her headlong into darkness. She woke up weeks later, lost in a complete void. She remembered nothing. She didn't know her name, her story, or why she was there. Fear paralyzed her, but worse was the feeling of not belonging anywhere. The hospital's head nurse took a liking to her. She was the one who explained that someone had brought her there, practically leaving her for dead, and that, without any documentation or information, they had registered her under the name Kimberly Morrow. That name became her only identity. During her hospitalization, the nurse helped her search for answers. They contacted authorities and reviewed records, but found nothing that told them who she really was. Every lead ended in a dead end. Without family, without a home, without memories, Kimberly had nowhere to go. The nurse didn't have the heart to abandon her, so she took her home and welcomed her as if she were her own daughter. She helped her rebuild her life, got her her first job, and gave her the support she needed to move forward. Over time, Kimberly managed to stabilize, resume her studies, and finish her degree. Little by little, she built her own story until she became the woman she is today. No and Livia listened to the story in silence. Their faces reflect the emotions that shake them inside. Noah's hands clench into fists on his legs. Livia, sitting on the edge of the bed, keeps her back rigid, her gaze dark, filled with anger and frustration. They both process the magnitude of what Kimberly has experienced, feeling the impact of each revelation firsthand. Neither of them knows how to handle such a cruel truth in those moments. Finally, Livia breaks the silence. "We will do justice," she asserts fiercely. "My father will pay for what he did to you." "Your father?" she asks, confused. "There are many things you don't know," Noah intervenes. "How are you feeling?" Livia asks cautiously. "I already told you," she replies worriedly. "Physically, I'm fine, but I don't understand what's happening." "We'll explain." Livia gives a reassuring smile. "First of all, I think you regained your memory thanks to the bracelet, she says thoughtfully. Kimberly frowns, confused. Livia gently takes her hand and lifts it, showing her the bracelet on her wrist. It's more than just a jewel, he explains. It protects and heals the wearer. Kimberly looks down at the bracelet and strokes it with her fingertips, barely aware of its presence. 1,000 questions run through her mind, but before she can ask any, No speaks firmly. There's something important you need to know, he announces seriously. I'm sorry to have to say this under these circumstances, but we're running out of time, and you need to know the truth about your origins. What are you taking about? You're the daughter of Amelia Rodriguez and Benito Garcia, Livia reveals delicately. The woman who raised you is Carla Rodriguez, Amelia's cousin. She left you in her care. She takes a deep breath. The people you visited that night you collapsed, the ones No and I took you to meet, are actually your parents. Kimberly remains silent, absorbing each word. The truth, as overwhelming as it was unexpected, should have filled her with anguish. But deep inside, the opposite is happening. A profound calm envelopes her. She feels neither fear nor doubt. Something she hasn't experienced in years blossoms in her chest, certainty. As if, deep down, she'd been waiting for this revelation all her life. A genuine smile spreads across her face. There are no tears, no despair, only the relief of finding a path she never knew she was looking for. I want to meet them, he says confidently. I want to see them. I don't want to waste any more time away from them. Do you really want to meet them? Of course I do, she replies confidently. I'm not a spoiled, spiteful teenager. I'm 60 years old, and I just found out my parents are alive. Of course I want to see them, to meet them, she smiles excitedly. But Livia doesn't smile. Her expression hardens, and the light in her eyes fades with a hint of concern. It's not that easy, she clarifies. She sighs and lowers her gaze for a moment, gathering her strength to continue. Her voice sounds muffled, as she regrets being the bearer of a truth that should never have been spoken. There's something else you need to know. Kimberly frowns. The gravity in Livia's voice sends a tinge of unease through her as she tells her everything she needs to know, from beginning to end. Your existence has been protected by distance, he continues. Amelia and Benito never stopped loving you, but they had to give you up to keep you safe. Kimberly's calm is broken. Safe from what? From the blood curse, Livia explains. An ancient curse that has punished our families for generations. Whoever defies its rules pays with pain and death. Amelia and Benito couldn't risk losing you. That's why they left you in Carla's care. It was the only way to keep you safe. Kimberly feels a shudder run through her skin. Her mind searches for logic in what she's hearing, but something inside her knows it's true. Since she was a child, her life was marked by a destiny she never fully understood. So, her voice is barely a whisper. I'll never be able to be with them. Livia holds his gaze. No, you know what happens when you're around them. He points to the room they're in. You have the bracelet back now, but we're not sure how long it'll protect you. Kimberly presses her lips together. Her mind is racing, searching for an answer, a way out. What should I do then? She asks determinedly. I want to be close to my parents. For that to happen, we have to break the curse, Livia replies with a tired expression. Kimberly frowns, her breathing becoming heavier as a disturbing thought takes shape in her head. Wait a minute, he stares at them. What will happen to you? If history repeats itself, then you're doomed too? We'll find a way to avoid it, Noah assures. Kimberly gets out of bed. At first, she fears her legs might give out, but on the contrary, she's never felt so strong. She paces a bit, her head filled with intertwined thoughts. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. His eyes light up with undeniable resolve. It's easy, Kimberly exclaims with conviction. I'll break that curse. Noah and Livia exchange a look of alarm. If I offer my life, you will all be free. You will be able to love each other without fear, just like my parents and... Of course not. Livia denies, scandalized. Noah and I are looking for a solution. No human sacrifice. Kimberly approaches her with a serene smile. She sits down next to her and tenderly takes her hands. Livia, darling, he whispers. I'm old enough to make my own decisions. He smiles affectionately. I lost Carla. I lost my son, and now I can't be near my parents. If my life helps you and them be happy, I won't hesitate to give it up. We know where your son is, No says with a stern expression. His name is Salvador Picasso. Kimberly feels the ground slipping away from under her feet. My son. She stands up unsteadily, nervously. Yes, Noah confirms. He. My mother? Salvador's voice echoes in the room. Everyone turns around at once, surprised. Standing in the doorway, dressed in a hospital gown, Salvador stares at them, his eyes wide open. His breathing is labored, his chest heaving, as if he's just run a great distance. But his expression isn't one of fear, it's one of astonishment, disbelief, and joy all at the same time. Just a few hours ago, her body had been weakening. The doctors couldn't find a clear reason for her discomfort, but suddenly, she began to regain her strength. First, it was a slight tingling in her fingers, then in her legs, until the fatigue disappeared completely. She felt stronger than ever, her mind clear, her energy renewed. Without thinking twice, she stood up and left the room. He didn't know where he was going, but something inside him urged him to move. He didn't question that feeling, he simply followed it. His instinct led him down the hallway, guiding him with a certainty he didn't understand. When he walked into the room and saw Olivia, he thought he was being drawn to her. That bond, he's sure, unites them, even if the whole world wants them to believe otherwise. But when he walked through the door and met Kimberly's gaze, he understood the truth. It wasn't Livia who called him. It's the bond he has with his mother. The room falls into absolute silence. Salvador and Kimberly stare at each other unblinkingly, as if the sands of time had stopped flowing just for them. No words are needed. They recognize each other in the depth of their gaze, in the sensation that runs through their bodies, in the accelerated beat of their hearts. It's not just surprise, it's a larger feeling, one that transcends the years of separation. It's the love that never fades. Salvador feels a warm fire ignite in his chest. His breath catches, his throat tightens with emotion. Suddenly, he can't stay still. His legs move before he can even think about it. He runs toward her with the desperation of someone who has waited a lifetime for this moment. When he reaches her, he encircles her in a tight, desperate hug, as if he fears she might disappear at any second. He buries his face in her neck and squeezes his eyes shut. His body trembles. It's his mother, the woman he thought he'd lost forever. The one he remembers, even though it sounds impossible in those moments. The memories of his childhood, buried somewhere in the dark recesses of his mind, surface effervescently. Mother. The word is etched into her mind, her skin, every fiber of her being. I've never felt anything like this. Kimberly is paralyzed at first. Her mind struggles to grasp that the man holding her so devotedly is her little savior. The child she protected until her last breath, the one she lost in the darkness of violence and pain. But she doesn't need proof, she doesn't need explanations. He knows it. He feels it. He's his son. Her eyes fill with tears, but they aren't from sadness. They're from relief, from love, from a joy so great she can hardly contain it. Her arms react and hold him tightly, with the desperation of someone who has finally recovered what she thought was lost forever. Her chest swells with an overwhelming love, a happiness she never imagined she would feel again. Noah and Livia watch silently from their seats. A tangle of emotions and conflicting feelings invade them. Salvador is their enemy, the man who has tried to harm Noah in every way. He kidnapped him, drugged him, tried to kill him. The damage he caused is real. The scars are still there, raw. But in that moment, resentment fades into the background. Livia feels a pressure in her chest. She knows Salvador is a threat, a dangerous shadow that has been on the verge of destroying everything. And yet, there he is, broken in his mother's arms, not like the man who wanted to hurt them, but like a son who has finally found the love he was denied. Noah experiences the same internal struggle. His instinct screams at him not to forget, not to overlook what Salvador has done and tried to do. But another, deeper, more human part of him understands that in life some things aren't always black and white. and this is one of those moments. Livia turns her face and meets Noah's gaze. They don't need words. They both know what the other is thinking. This isn't the time for reproaches or judgment. This moment doesn't belong to them. It belongs to Salvador and Speranza. No nods slightly. Livia does the same. A silent agreement between the two as mother and son enjoy their reunion. The rest will come in due time. Salvador pulls away from Kimberly, his heart pounding. The excitement of reunion overwhelms him. But when he looks up and sees Livia, he feels an overwhelming urge to get closer to her. "Hi, Livia." She smiles. "Hi." He barely takes a step toward her, and Noah stands in her way. His posture is rigid, threatening. The muscles in his arms are tense, his fists clenched at his sides, his gaze burning with suppressed fury. "Stay away from my wife," he warns in a stern voice. Salvador doesn't back down. He clenches his jaw and holds Noah's gaze with a clear challenge in his eyes. "Let her tell me," he replies without taking his eyes off her. "What's going on?" Kimberly asks, alarmed by the tension in the air. Noah ignores the question and takes a step closer, getting close enough to make his threat clear. "At least try it," he murmurs coldly, "and I'll finish destroying the little bit of face I left." Salvador's breathing becomes labored. The atmosphere in the room becomes unbearable. Then Livia's voice takes over. "You heard my husband, Salvador. I don't want you near me," she demands bluntly and gets out of bed. Her tone leaves no room for doubt. There's no hesitation, no wavering. Salvador feels the blow of those words more painful than any punch. But before he can say anything to her, Livia's face changes. Her eyes blink several times as the world around her blurs. She tries to stay on her feet, but everything spins. The room wobbles, her body loses balance, and a feeling of vertigo overcomes her. Her stomach churns, her skin turns cold, and icy sweat prickles her hair. Her vision darkens at the edges, and she feels her legs give way under her weight. A buzzing deafens her ears. Everything blurs. Noah reacts instantly. He runs to her and catches her before she falls. She feels fragile in his arms as all her energy suddenly disappears. Her skin is pale, her dry lips barely able to utter a word. "What's wrong, little piece of meat?" she whispers worriedly. Livia looks at him with difficulty, while her own consciousness slowly fades away. "I don't know," she whispers, her voice choked. "I don't feel well." The same thing is happening to her as to Amelia, Carla announces, looking at Livia with concern. She entered the room, her face somber and her breathing labored. She had been following Salvador. Everyone turned to her. The impact of her words resonated in the room. "Are you pregnant?" the old woman asks, although she's sure she already knows the answer. Noah nods, his face tense. Carla takes a deep breath and her expression becomes even more serious, more somber. History is repeating itself. Kimberly doesn't hesitate. She takes off the bracelet and places it on Livia's wrist. For a moment, nothing changes. Anguish and silence fill the room. But then, a faint warmth spreads across Livia's skin, her breathing stops being erratic, and the trembling in her body gradually dissipates. Color returns to her cheeks, and the tightness in her chest eases. Her once heavy eyelids lift, and her gaze meets Noah's. No pulls her into a tight hug, relieved to feel her body react. Livia clings to him with the same intensity, still scared. The feeling of weakness has left her vulnerable, but in Noah's arms, security protects her like a shield. "How are you feeling?" Noah asks, worried that she's not fully recovered. "Weak, tired," she answers, her voice breaking. "I'm going to protect you, my love," he whispers very close to her lips, just for the two of them. "I won't let anything happen to you. Not to you. Not to our baby. I promise." Livia's eyes fill with tears. The fear remains, but so does the conviction that she is no longer alone. She trusts her husband, and that fills her with courage. Without saying a word, she joins her lips with Noah's, sealing the promise. "What do we do?" Salvador asks, clearly anxious. Seeing Livia so fragile, so affected, shakes his very foundations and awakens an unbearable anguish in him. He can't bear to see her in Noah's arms, that place that was and is his, But he also can't ignore the pang of terror that gnaws at his chest at the thought that something serious could happen to her. His insides are shaken by the contradiction of protecting her and losing her at the same time. "You won't do shit," Noah replies coldly. "Stay away from us. I'll make sure you pay for everything you've done." Salvador tenses his jaw. Before he can respond, Kimberly looks at him uneasily. "What are you talking about, Noah?" she asks nervously. "What have you done, Salvador?" Now's no time for explanations. Noah interrupts without the right to reply. "We have to go find Benito Garcia." Livia nods determinedly. "You should take her to the Lunaria's camp," Carla advises. "They'll help her." "I will," Noah confirms. "But first we have to go to the Garcia mansion." "I'm coming with you," Kimberly declares. Noah shakes his head in disagreement, but she lifts her chin determinedly. "I won't get out of the car. I won't expose myself, I promise, but I'm going with you whether you like it or not." No sighs. He knows arguing won't change anything. There's no more time to waste. Kimberly and Carla exchange a quick, warm hug. Kimberly changes her clothes and heads off with Noah and Livia to the Garcia mansion. "Do you know how to get to that camp?" Salvador asks Carla once they return to their room. Carla nods. "Come on, take me there." When they arrive at the Garcia mansion, Benito greets them with a warm hug. The tension of the past few days is reflected on his face, but seeing them back restores his peace. During his absence, he and Amelia have taken care of everything related to the companies, trying to maintain control amid the chaos. "Where have you been all this time?" he asks, frowning. "We've been looking for you. There's a missing persons report with the police." "We were at the Lunaria camp." No answers roughly. "We just got back." "Kimberly's out of danger," Livia adds without missing a beat. "She already knows the truth. She knows that you and Amelia are her parents." Benito remains motionless for a few seconds. His eyes moisten, and he places a hand over his face, trying to contain his emotion. The thought of his daughter recognizing him, of knowing who he really is, fills his chest with feelings he can't put into words. "You don't know how much I'd love to go to the car, hug her, give her some broth," he admits in a hoarse voice. Livia gently takes his hand. "I'll let her know. She wants to be with you too. But first we have to finish all this." Benito takes a deep breath, nods, and struggles to regain his composure. Livia explains that the Supreme Moon told them they need the dagger he has in his possession. Benito observes her silently, then turns his gaze to No, trying to read in their faces what they dare not express with words. He knows very well the use that this object requires and what it demands of whoever uses it. "We won't sacrifice anyone, if that's what you're thinking," Livia assures firmly. "Although I would sacrifice Vicenzo without any problem," No adds with a hint of sarcasm. Vicenzo was expelled from Casa Garcia by the shareholders meeting at the Spanish headquarters, Benito reports impassively. "After the evidence Nolan gathered, we discovered that he and Richard were the industrial spies." Livia feels a pang in her chest when she hears Nolan's name. "That boy is in a very bad way," Benito adds. "He came here and filled me in on everything. He himself gathered the key evidence to prove to you that he never intended to betray you. Plus, he ended his relationship with your father, despite the fact that he's threatened him, and I don't know what else." Livia nods slightly. No squeezes her shoulder gently, in a silent gesture of support. "I haven't seen Vicenzo in person," Benito continues. "I don't know where he's been, but I called him and informed him that he's been excluded from the will and from everything related to the Garcia family. I should have been stricter with him a long time ago." He sighs sadly. "Alexis Rodriguez's lawyers have filed lawsuits against him, and they've already issued a warrant for his arrest." "Is he in prison?" Livia asks with a hint of satisfaction. "Richard Rodriguez, yes. But not Vicenzo. They haven't been able to locate him." Her face darkens. "He's a coward," Livia exclaims with contempt. "He'll never show his face." She looks her grandfather straight in the eyes before continuing with an even more bitter truth. "He and Antonio Picasso beat Kimberly to death, took Salvador away, and locked Carla in a mental hospital so she couldn't betray them." Benito, for a moment, is in shock, assimilating what his granddaughter has just told him. I'll make him pay. I promise. Benito promises, on the verge of fury. She has to pay for everything she's done, Livia reaffirms. That's why Kimberly lost her memory. She takes a deep breath. Today we gave her back the bracelet, and the guardian spirit healed her completely. Benito looks down at the bracelet on Livia's wrist. Something inside him stirs with unease. But why are you wearing it? She asks, anguish growing in her chest. Livia is pregnant, Noah answers seriously. The curse is claiming her and our baby. Benito feels a heartbreaking chill inside him. He refuses to accept that history will repeat itself. That's why we need the dagger. Noah insists without hesitation. That dagger has been in the Garcia family for generations. It's an heirloom that has been carefully preserved for centuries. There was a time when I was required to use it, he says seriously, but I never did. With Kimberly? Livia asks bluntly. Benito nods slightly. No need to say more. Livia doesn't insist. Follow me. Without further ado, he guides them through the mansion's halls to a room where the family's oldest and most priceless objects are protected and safeguarded. The dim light illuminates walls filled with works of art and shelves filled with relics from a past marked by secrets and tragedy. Benito approaches a small oak shelf and takes a black velvet box. He carefully opens it, revealing the dagger inside. Its blade gleams with its unbroken edge, clearly showing that time has not passed over it. With a solemn gesture, he hands it to Livia. Here it is. I sincerely hope that this time, your purpose is correct. On the way back to the studio, a noise alerts them. They stop for a moment, alert. The noise grows louder. Wasting no time, they rush inside and find Vincenzo rifling through the place. He's turning over boxes, desperately opening drawers, searching for something only he knows. What the hell are you doing? Benito asks angrily. Stop right now. Vincenzo raises his head, startled, and upon seeing them, he gives a bitter smile. He looks deplorable. A thick beard covers his jaw, his clothes are wrinkled, and he smells of liquor. His red eyes reflect fury, but also despair. You and that bitch, he points at Livia with a trembling finger, have ruined my life. His voice is thick with hatred. Rage trembles on his lips. His whole body feels like it's about to explode. No steps forward and stands in front of Livia, protectively. His gaze hardens as he fixes on Vincenzo, his posture a clear warning. You've ruined yourself, Livia tells him without hesitation. And in the process, you've tried to drag us all down with you. You're vile, despicable, and cowardly. You don't know how sorry I am that you're my father. Vincenzo's laughter, sordid and cruel, bursts into the room. His chest heaves with twisted pleasure, as if he'd been waiting for this moment for years. I'm not your father, traitor. He confesses with a venomous tone and a satisfaction that's impossible to hide. The world stops. Benito and Livia freeze, their eyes wide open. The words hit them straight in the chest. Why do you think I despise and hate you so much? Vincenzo continues with disgust, carried away by the momentary courage that alcohol instills in him. Your whore of a mother dared to deceive me and intended to abandon me, subjecting me to public shame. He spits on the ground with contempt. I didn't allow it, but I made her and her little bastard pay for their betrayal day after day. He laughs like a madman. The silence that follows is suffocating. Livia feels the air leaving her lungs. Her gaze searches desperately for Benito, as if he could deny what she's just heard, as if a single word from him could erase that revelation. Her voice comes out shaky, barely a whisper broken by pain. So, Livia asks Benito disconsolately, aren't I a Garcia? Am I not your granddaughter? Her eyes fill with tears, her chest wrenches with pain. Everything she believed to be true is shattered before her. It's impossible, Benito exclaims, overwhelmed. Of course you're my granddaughter. You have to be a Garcia, Livia. No intervenes, trying to calm her down. Otherwise, the curse wouldn't affect you. You're Tomaso's daughter. Vincenzo blurts out with a look of disgust. That jerk and that bitch Abriana betrayed me. His alcohol-laced voice doesn't hide the bitterness and helplessness of feeling betrayed. I couldn't answer her in bed, and that damn bitch went looking for Tomaso. Rage hardens him. He relives in his mind the moment he discovered the betrayal. His mouth curls into a crooked smile. He's not telling her this as a compassionate or noble act. It's yet another wound he's trying to open in Livia's heart, to hurt her further by revealing the truth about his origins. He intends to humiliate her, devalue her, destroy her. But my idiot brother has never been able to stand up to me. She laughs with disdain and mockery. He didn't have the balls to claim his daughter or defend his lover. He cared so little about them that he preferred to turn a blind eye. The expression on Livia's face is indescribable. She doesn't know what to think. She doesn't know what to feel. Which of the two is worse? The one who raised her with hatred, seeking to avenge his wife's betrayal, or the coward who never acknowledged her? No takes advantage of the distraction. He cautiously moves to a corner of the room and dials 911. Vincenzo notices, his eyes boring into him with sudden fury. His hand slides inside his jacket, pulls out a gun, and points it straight at No. "Put down the damn phone," he orders with a dangerous expression. Too late. Noah grins, triumphant. "They're coming for you, you damn jerk." The shot pierces the air. A sharp, brutal boom. Livia screams and runs toward No, her heart pounding. The bullet passed centimeters from her shoulder, just enough to scratch the fabric of her shirt. No grits his teeth, but remains standing. Benito lunges at Vincenzo, fury driving him, but the gun turns towards him and points threateningly. "I have nothing to lose," Vincenzo warns, his eyes wild. He presses the barrel to his temple. His hand trembles, not from fear, but from the unbearable weight of his own reality. It's clear from his expression that he no longer cares about anything. He's lost everything. His power, his fortune, even the respect and prestige he once believed he had. But none of it hurts as much as losing Nolan. The pain pierces her chest with a rawness that alcohol hasn't been able to soothe. She's been drinking for days, trying to erase the memory of his voice, the warmth of his skin, the certainty that she'll never have him again. In her own selfish and twisted way, she loves him. He was the only man she shared her intimacy with, the only one who knew her weaknesses. She shared her feelings with him alone, and now she's lost him forever. That emptiness is worse than financial ruin, more unbearable than outrage. He prefers death to facing life without him. Hopelessness consumes him from within, leaving only a dark, unfillable void. Furthermore, he's now a cornered man, ruined, with no future. The thought of facing prison, of becoming a forgotten name in the corridors of a cell, is unbearable to him. He can't allow it. He'd rather choose his own end than give others the satisfaction of seeing him fall. "You're a fucking coward," Livia yells at him through gritted teeth and fierce contempt. "Do us all a favor and pull the trigger. Finish shooting yourself. Free us from your disgusting presence." Livia laughs with contempt. "But you're not capable, are you, you bastard?" She challenges him, disgusted, brimming over, fed up with him. "You don't even have the guts for that. You're only brave when you abuse the weak, when you beat women who can't defend themselves. Look at you now, trembling like the rat you've always been. You don't even have the courage to die." The eyes of the man she thought was her father a few minutes ago narrow. The shadow of a crooked smile appears on his face. "I'll wait for you in hell, Livia Garcia." A final shot rings out in the room. The bullet pierces his head, and his body falls heavily to the floor, lifeless. The impact resonates in the room, followed by an oppressive silence. The blood spreads across the floor, dark and thick, forming a pool beneath him. Livia watches without blinking, her breath bated. She feels neither pity nor regret, only a weight that dissolves inside her, leaving a cold and gratifying relief. Vincenzo thought his death would haunt her, that his absence would be a punishment. She believed he would be the shadow that would haunt her forever, that every time she closed her eyes she would see his face and feel his shadow chasing her. But instead, by pulling the trigger, he granted her the peace he never intended to give her in life. His final act of selfishness was, ironically, the only one that truly set her free. A couple of hours later, the vehicle continues along the road that leads to the Lunaria's camp. The Garcia mansion is left behind, shrouded in shadow. A place that represented power and splendor has now become a scene of tragedy. The authorities arrived, took statements, removed Vincenzo's body, and transported it to the morgue. His story ended, but theirs continues, carrying the burden and uncertainty of what lies ahead. The silence in the car is dense. Livia stares out the window, not really seeing the landscape. Her mind remains trapped in the revelation. Vincenzo isn't her father, but neither has Tommaso. He never showed her affection, never treated her as anything more than a child to be showered with expensive gifts, as if that were enough to build a bond between them. He was always distant, a kind and generous uncle in material matters, but a stranger in other ways. A void settles in her chest. If Vincenzo mistreated her, Tommaso ignored her. He let her grow up believing a lie, without caring about her. Not a hug, not a word of comfort. Not once did he defend her from Vincenzo. Only indifference wrapped in gifts and wads of cash. Now, facing the truth gives her no answers, only more questions. She doesn't know if she feels anger, sadness, or simple exhaustion. Maybe he just doesn't feel anything. And he doesn't care. Noah takes her hand, his warmth anchoring her to the present. He doesn't say anything, just gives her the warmth and encouragement she needs. Barely setting foot on the sacred ground, the healers rush forward, guiding Livia to a secluded refuge. They have her lie down on a bed of soft furs, light incense, and prepare concoctions in clay bowls while whispering prayers in an ancient language. Livia feels a comforting vitality course through her body. Each sip of the herbs heals not only her body, but also eases the heaviness in her soul. Her eyelids close at the feeling of peace that, for the first time in a long time, completely envelopes her. Hours later, everything is ready for the blood moon ritual. Torches illuminate the clearing, herbs burn in the ritual fire, and chants float in the air like ancestral cries. Livia and Noah are prepared for what is to come. White robes, sacred dye marks on their skin, and the dagger, placed on the altar, await their moment. Minutes earlier, Speranza approached the supreme moon. "I want to be part of the ritual," she confessed, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'm willing to give my life to end this curse." The supreme moon looked at her with wisdom and compassion in her eyes. "Tonight we will do everything possible so that love may triumph, without sacrifice, over hatred, revenge, and resentment," was his response. Kimberly understood it very well. Now, before the ceremonial altar, Noah and Livia prepare to face the moment that will define the fate of their families. The red moon hangs above them, its crimson light bathing the ancient stone tabernacle, witness to centuries of suffering. This time, they will fight so that the moon will not demand more blood, but rather receive something more powerful as an offering, the absolute surrender of love. The air vibrates with an arcane energy, charged with the voices of those who died, cursing their lineage. Ethereal whispers dance among the shadows, expectant. But Noah and Livia are not afraid. Their hearts beat with conviction, with the certainty that they have come this far to end decades of suffering. Now they know that their love is the most powerful weapon, that their union transcends time and death. And so, they are there, determined to defy fate, and they will not stop until they achieve it. At her side, the supreme moon raises her hands toward the cloudy sky and with a serene voice, recites the ancestral prayer. The moon created destiny, but love is stronger than the will of the gods. Blood has sealed the condemnation, but only the sacrifice of absolute love can undo what has been written. For the curse to be broken, two marked individuals must offer their unconditional love to each other and give up what they hold most dear. The fruit of their love, without fear, without doubts. One child per child. They must choose love over life itself. Only then will the moon give them back their freedom. The earth responds with a gentle tremor. The sacred fire burns more intensely, casting dancing shadows on the ritual stones. The night feels dense, the air thick with invisible presences watching the ceremony. The red moon shines with a haunting brilliance. Waiting. The same dagger that once sealed the curse rests on the altar, its blade glowing ethereally in the spectral light. This time, it will not be used as an instrument of damnation, but of liberation. Noah and Livia exchange a confident glance before taking it together. At that moment, a silver glow floods the altar. From the jewels they both wear, the butterfly and the hummingbird emerge, their vibrant forms of light expanding into the air. The butterfly spreads its iridescent wings, leaving a luminous trail in its wake, while the hummingbird moves in swift bursts, its feathers sparking with mystical glimmer. Both silhouettes surround them and draw a protective circle with their celestial energy. The blue light entangles their bodies, penetrates to the depths of their souls, and endows them with strength, conviction, and the blessing of the guardian spirits who watch over them. With a precise motion, they slide the dagger across their palms, and the blood flows out in crimson threads that glisten beneath the reddish flashes. As they join hands, their essence intertwines, forming an unbreakable bond. Immediately, they raise their voices to the heavens, their hearts open and their souls in absolute surrender. Eternal moon, witness of our destiny, today we give you the most sacred thing we possess, our blood, our essence, our love, which has not been broken, nor stained by darkness or condemnation. May this offering not be of pain, but of life. May every drop that flows from our hands be the healing of what time has marked with suffering. May the shadows fade before the purity of this bond, and may the curse that bound us for generations be broken by the power of true love. Receive, Goddess of the Moon, our offering and grant us our freedom. As they finish, the ground beneath their feet responds with a slight tremor, indicating that the earth itself recognizes the power of the bond they have just strengthened and supports their request. The supreme moon once again raises her arms to the sky and intones a sacred healing incantation. Her voice resonates like thunder in the night, vibrating in every corner of the consecrated circle. Energy crackles in the air, charged with ancient power. Yet the ritual fire rages on, its flames twisting into shapes that evoke shadows from a tormented past. The curse, trapped in the fabric of time, refuses to be stripped of its hold. A chilly breeze cuts through the air, snaking through the crowd with invisible fingers that prickle the skin. The darkness twists and takes shape. A being hidden on the threshold between worlds begins to manifest. The spirit of Lorenzo, the man who started this whole nightmare, manifests with an overwhelming presence. His essence exudes pure hatred, a resentment that has fueled years of grudges and betrayals from those he cursed. His burning eyes, devoid of compassion, scan the altar with fury. Bitterness consumes him, a poison that has entangled the penitent remains of his existence. He refuses to be released, clinging to his suffering. His spectral form oscillates between the world of the living and the damned. The energy around him is dense, suffocating, a voracious shadow that absorbs the light. I won't allow it. Lorenzo's voice resonates like a heartbreaking lament, laden with rage. He cannot accept that his sacrifice was in vain, that the pain that became a curse must now fade. He refuses to give in. He will not allow his story to end. He wants perpetual revenge, eternal damnation. Lorenzo, the time of darkness is over. The supreme moon proclaims with authority. Abandon your hatred. Let the condemnation you impose dissolve. Free your soul from suffering and allow the love you so longed for to illuminate your path. Do not cling to revenge any longer, for only those who embrace peace can transcend time. The specter does not relent. His fury intensifies. His presence darkens the altar. I want her soul, he points at Livia. Feed my spirit with her sacrifice. Give her to me, he demands menacingly. You'll have to take my soul first, Noah challenges him. Lorenzo lets out a grim laugh. So be it, he proclaims. Lorenzo throws himself at Noah with a scream of fury as his spectral shadow writhes. Just as he is about to reach him, a violent gale shakes the sacred circle with devastating force. The torches crackle, the earth shakes. He can't reach him. A barrier rises before Noah, a powerful energy that stops Lorenzo in his tracks. It is a wall of incandescent light, born of the purest force in existence, love. A powerful feeling has defied the same curse that for centuries has devoured his lineage. Noah's devotion to Livia, his determination to protect her at any cost, materializes in a shield that shines with blinding intensity. Lorenzo collides with the invisible wall and is thrown backward as if repelled by a titanic blow. His dark essence writhes, weakened by the warmth and power of that energy. Noah, wrapped in the glowing barrier, resembles a giant. His upright figure magnifies before everyone's eyes, like a beacon of light that dispels Lorenzo's dark shadow. The dark spirit crawls, trying to advance, but each attempt is futile. The protection surrounding Noah is absolute, an impenetrable fortress. Darkness can never fight against true love, says the supreme moon. Lorenzo roars in frustration. His silhouette twists, resisting defeat. He has spent centuries holding on to his hatred, fueling his vengeance, and he is not willing to give in now. If he can't take Noah, he will go for Livia. The child growing inside her is the bond, the key, the blood that will keep the curse alive. He throws himself at her with all the force of his anger. The air is charged with oppressive energy. The flames of the torches flicker, on the verge of extinction. But a scream bursts out of the darkness, stopping him in his tracks. A figure bursts into the sacred circle. He lunges at the dagger resting on the altar, gripping it in both hands. The blade, ancient and thirsty, responds to the touch. Its edge gleams with a trembling flash, as if awakening from an ancestral slumber. The crackling torches regain their vitality, and the light reveals the face of the intruder, Salvador. His chest rises and falls. His breathing is erratic, but he looks determined. His fingers grip the hilt of the dagger tightly, as he thinks the prophecy is clear. The curse is broken when the marked one renounces what they love most. And Salvador, his heart pounding, fervently believes that this is his destiny. His eyes search for Livia. There's torment in his gaze. He always believed she was destined for him. He thought their love was part of a story that needed to be rewritten. But now he understands his role is different. He straightens his back and raises the dagger. If his sacrifice can break the curse, then he won't hesitate. For the first time in his life, he's willing to give up the thing he holds most dear. And that's Livia. I have always loved Livia, he declares solemnly. And if my destiny is to see her with another man, I prefer to sacrifice myself rather than endure that torment. If my life can break this sentence, so be it. I am not afraid to pay the price if it grants her freedom. Look Lorenzo straight in the eyes. I, too, have loved without being reciprocated, he says with anguish. For years, I've been a prisoner of resentment like you. I used my suffering to harm others, all to have her. He looks at Livia sadly. But now that I realize she doesn't love me, I prefer to give everything, even my own life, so that she may be free and happy. I don't want to see her trapped in this blessed sentence. He raises the dagger with the intention of stabbing it into his chest. Stop it, Salvador, Livia orders. What do you think you're doing? She asks, a mixture of annoyance and nervousness. To fulfill my destiny, he replies with conviction. I've finally understood the role I play at your side. Now I know why I've loved you for so long. It's I who must give myself so that you can live. Stop talking nonsense, she chides him impatiently. Do you think it's that easy? You show up, sacrifice yourself, and everyone's happy? Is everything resolved like that? Do you really think your death will make up for all the pain you've caused? Her eyes glaze over, but her gaze doesn't waver. Is there regret in your heart? Or are you just looking for an easy way out of the guilt? Salvador watches her, the dagger still clutched in his hand, and his face darkened, caught between doubt and stubbornness. Don't pretend to be the martyr who saves us all, Livia continues bitterly. You haven't paid for anything yet. You haven't even asked for forgiveness. You can't erase the past with desperate action. If you truly seek redemption, you must live with the consequences of what you've done and pay for it. I love you, Livia, he whispers, his voice breaking, and falls to his knees in front of her. I've never loved anyone more. From the first day, I knew you were part of my destiny. My life has revolved only around you. I can't bear to see you suffer. I'd rather give my life 1,000 times over than watch this curse consume you. His eyes, darkened by the disappointment of unrequited love, seek Livia's with a silent plea. His mind is a whirlwind of heartbreaking emotions, a battle between confusion and the torment of having caused so much harm by following a lie. For the first time, he feels that his sacrifice is the only way to make sense of his broken existence. Lorenzo's dark silhouette swirls around Salvador, anxious, dark, trying to grasp his last chance at revenge. Salvador is not like Noah. His spirit is dark, weak, easily contaminated and consumed. Livia reads his intentions. Her gaze bore into the spectral entity with implacable force. "You won't have his soul, you damned, resentful bastard," he declares in a firm, unwavering voice. Lorenzo shudders. The light emanating from Livia isn't a fleeting flash. It's a burning fire that compels him to retreat. His essence falters, weakened by the power of her purity, courage, and determination. For the first time in centuries, terror courses through him. Then the ground rumbles with supernatural force. The ancient stones creak under the pressure of a shadowy energy twisting in the air. A chilling wind swirls around the altar, carrying distant wails, voices that do not belong to the living. The shadows expand and take shape. Spectral figures emerge from the gloom, their faces blurred by anger and suffering. They are the souls trapped in the curse, those who for centuries have been condemned to repeat the pain of their lineage. With spectral hands, they try to take Livia, drawn by the mingled Rodriguez/Garcia blood that still shines in the wound on her palm. Noah stands between them, protecting Livia. The Lunarias cry out in prayer. But before the shadows can reach her, Kimberly raises her hands and calls out a name with a scream. "Zahila," she calls to Lorenzo's mother. Her arms are raised to the sky, channeling the white energy of her ancestors. "Zahila, hear me. I summon you." Time stands still. A grayish glow envelopes the ritual circle, and from the mist of spirits, a silhouette begins to materialize. At first, it's only a blurred outline, a blur among the shadows. But little by little, the figure becomes clearer, revealing the face of a woman marked by suffering. Zahila, her eyes, heavy with torment, scan the scene with unfathomable suffering. The woman who, in her affliction, condemned her own blood, now sees the price of her curse. The shadowy energy that surrounds her pulses with burning resentment, charged with the anger and despair that have consumed her for generations. Kimberly takes a step forward, defying the whirlwind of invisible forces surrounding her. "The curse you cast feeds on repeated pain and has already done too much damage," she says determinedly, her gaze fixed on Zahila. "Tonight, I ask you, mother to mother, to let go of the hatred, to help your son find peace and free your race from this torment." The wind stirs furiously, the dark forces that uphold the curse resist her plea. Zahila watches her with cloudy eyes, filled with rage and sorrow. Her essence oscillates between shadow and light, caught between the desire to hold on to her pain and the possibility of redemption. The voices of spirits corrupted by the curse surround her, whispering promises of revenge, urging her not to give in, not to show weakness. But before her, Kimberly rises with a light that dispels the shadow. She is pure, selfless love, proof that compassion can heal what hatred has destroyed. Behind her, the women of her lineage, the Lunarias, watch her. There is no reproach in their gazes, only longing. Centuries of suffering separate them, but in that moment, the possibility of redemption unites them. They await her decision. They await that, for the first time, she will choose forgiveness. From mother to mother, Kimberly insists, taking a step toward her. "I know what it's like to lose the people you love, especially a child. I know what it's like to live with a void that nothing can fill." A single tear trickles down her cheek. She takes another step. "But I also know that love isn't torment. It's not a prison, Zahila. You don't have to live in eternal suffering." Zahila looks away, observing the scene around her. She sees Livia and No, holding hands, ready to face them with their love. She sees Salvador, his soul scarred by the mistakes he's made, but determined to correct them. She sees Kimberly, who despite all the pain she's experienced, continues to choose compassion over hatred. And for the first time in centuries, doubt pierces her. Break free from your torment, Kimberly pleads, taking another step toward her. Let go of your pain and allow yourself to be happy with your son in eternity. The air stills. The dark energy surrounding Zahila shifts, its vibration no longer a threat but a faint throb, a glimpse of what her humanity once was. There is no more fury, no more desire for revenge. Only longing remains. A deep longing for rest, for redemption, for peace. I have no more strength, the specter exclaims with true regret. I have lost the light. No and Livia look at each other, no words needed. They know what they must do. They approach Kimberly and take her hand. The supreme moon joins them. The four of them interlace their hands, forming a circle around Zahila. Behind them, the Lunarias create a wider ring, closing the space with their lunar energy. The voices of the Lunarians rise in solemn chant, while the high moon recites ancient words. The red moon shines more intensely, its radiance bathing the altar in a crimson hue. The darkness surrounding them trembles, cracking with a deafening sound. An iridescent glimmer bursts from Zahila's chest. At first it's a spark, a faint glow, then a luminous current that grows and expands. Zahila slowly turns her head, her eyes searching the shadows. Then she sees Lorenzo, her son, trapped in the gloomy darkness, a reflection of her own damnation. For the first time in centuries, compassion shines in her gaze. She approaches him with soft, ethereal steps and takes him into her lap with the tenderness of a mother who has realized her mistake too late. She draws Lorenzo to the center of the circle and covers him with a warmth he had almost forgotten. A maternal warmth. He trembles, her spectral figure writhes, seeming to resist, but his mother's radiance reaches every corner of his being. For the first time, and since long before her death, the torment subsides and an unknown ecstasy fills him. The agony that tormented him for centuries dissolves, leaving in its place an unexpected calm. His face softens, his gaze loses its severity. In his chest, where there had only been resentment, a new feeling blossoms, relief. He closes his eyes and clings to his mother tightly, certain that the suffering is behind him. The part of him, marked by hatred and revenge, falls away, fading into nothingness. What remains is his true essence, clean, free, surrendering itself completely to the light that redeems him. The dark energy that had trapped them slowly dissipates, as if it had never had the right to exist. Both figures begin to glow with a celestial intensity. Their contours blur, becoming ethereal and translucent, until their silhouettes merge into a swirl of silver light that dances in the air, vibrant and serene, until it disappears. The shadows that once fed on suffering begin to change. Their blackness transforms into a crystalline blue, radiant and pure. One by one, they fade into nothingness, finally freed from eternal damnation. Immediately, the light bursts forth in a blinding blaze, expanding in all directions, reaching every corner. Its radiance filters through the trees, caressing the earth with a refreshing clarity. The once dense and oppressive breeze becomes light and fresh, carrying with it the promise of a new beginning. The night opens into a vast, clear sky. One by one, the stars emerge, twinkling, celebrating their finally won freedom. The moon, once veiled by the curse, returns to its natural color and shines with immaculate purity, shedding its silvery light on all present. Livia and No gaze at each other, their souls shining with the same intensity that saturates the firmament. The weight that had oppressed them disappears. Their hearts beat in unison with the certainty that they have triumphed and been healed, for their love has grown stronger. They smile, and in that smile there is relief, there is love, there is promise of a future free of shadows. They embrace sweetly. Their lips touch, first gently, savoring freedom, then with the passion of a love tested by adversity and triumphant. In that broth, not only is a new destiny sealed, but also that of all those who have ever suffered under the curse of Zahila and Lorenzo Picasso. The Lunarias raise their hands to the sky, thanking the moon for its mercy. Kimberly, with tears in her eyes, watches them filled with joy. Salvador, his soul broken but with a new opportunity, closes his eyes, hugs his mother, and lets the light envelop him, allowing himself, for the first time, to imagine a different future. The darkness has been banished. History has been rewritten, and for the first time in decades, the moon shines pure and free over the Rodriguez family, the Garcia family, and the Lunaria family. Chapter 15. The prison visiting room is filled with low murmurs and expectant glances. Family members wait in chairs, some with their eyes fixed on the door through which the inmates will appear. Guards patrol with imperturbable expressions, alert to any sign of conflict. The atmosphere is tense, where suppressed emotions and resignation intertwine. Jessica walks down the hallway. She's dressed in jeans and a long wool jacket, a scarf hiding her pulled-back hair just as her sunglasses hide her eyes. She ignores the stares of the guards and some visitors who watch her curiously. She's come once again with the intention of seeing Salvador, even though he's refused to see her since the first day. She approaches the registration window and hands over her fake ID, which bears the name Jovanka Valeni. The clerk reviews the list and, impassive, shakes her head. Sorry, the inmate has declined the visit. Would you like to try again? Jessica presses her lips together, but nods. She crosses her arms as the officer dials a number on the prison's internal line. She waits, as she's waited many times before, but deep down she already knows the answer. Negative again. The woman confirms without changing her tone of voice. Jessica sighs in frustration, but doesn't insist. She simply picks up her ID and leaves, refusing to accept that, no matter how hard she tries, Salvador no longer wants her to be a part of his life. He's the only man she's ever loved, the only one who ever made her feel she had a place in the world. But he's locked away, and she, though free, lives trapped in an even worse fate. She knows there will be no other man in her life she can love, as her story was marked by a love that never belonged to her. When Salvador was arrested, she knew she would be next. She fled before they could catch her, obtained false documents using her mother's name, and disappeared into the shadows. But the money ran out quickly, and justice never stopped looking for her. With no resources and no safe place to hide, she ended up falling back on the only path she knew, the only one she'd always been able to turn to when nothing else was left, selling herself to the highest bidder. The luxurious, carefree life is a thing of the past. Now she moves around in filthy brothels, among stained walls and sheets that smell of stale sweat. She serves men who repulse her, who leave marks on her skin and crumpled bills on her nightstand. Her life is an endless cycle of disgust and resignation. Sometimes, in the loneliest of early mornings, when she can't get any clients, she wonders when everything went so wrong. She hates herself for who she is, but she hates him even more, because despite everything, he's still the man she loves. Sundays are the only thing that keeps her going, a small ray of sunshine in her bleak existence. She dresses in her best clothes, puts on makeup trying to hide the dark circles under her eyes, sometimes the bruises, and perfumes herself with the hope that this day will be different. She walks to the prison with a heavy heart and waits, as always, in the visiting line. Her turn arrives, her name is announced, and the answer is the same as always. Salvador doesn't want to see her. He doesn't want her in his life. But she keeps coming back, again and again, because the only thing worse than the misery she lives in is the thought of accepting that she's lost him forever. So, the following Sunday, once again in the waiting room, she harbors the childish illusion that day, finally, Salvador will want to see her. After the healing ritual, No and Livia filed charges against Salvador, accusing him of sabotaging the yacht in Airy and planning and executing No's kidnapping. They also provided compelling evidence that, for months, Salvador supplied No with drugs, affecting his health and causing severe bouts of insomnia and extreme weakness. Faced with the evidence, he denied nothing. He pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 10 years in prison, with the possibility of a reduction for good behavior. He accepted the sentence and did not ask for leniency or mercy. For many, it was a just punishment. For him, it was a chance at redemption. Since then, he has focused on his rehabilitation, dedicating every day to rebuilding himself. In prison, he found refuge in books and working in the carpentry shop. He learned to recognize his reflection without the shadow of resentment. Kimberly visits him frequently, and the bond between mother and son has strengthened. In her company, in his mother's affection, he has found the healing his heart needed. Their conversations, their shared silences, the way she looks at him and listens to him without judgment have been more powerful than any therapy. Although affection for Livia lingers in some corner of his soul, he's realized she's happy with no. And for the first time in his life, he accepts that some love isn't meant to be reciprocated. His place is no longer in the past, but on the path he's now trying to build with the only person who never stopped loving him and who makes him who he is. Kimberly, his mother. That's why he refuses to see Jessica. He doesn't need to see her to know she's still clinging to what he no longer is. He knows her too well, and he knows that if she comes with him, it's because she has nowhere else to go. He doesn't want to know what's become of her. It's better this way. His past with her and the others is behind him, buried with every mistake he's trying to right. He doesn't owe her anything, but he doesn't report her either. If they ever catch her, it's because of her. He, for his part, doesn't want any more chains binding him to what he once was. He doesn't need any more shadows in his path. Today, he's only seeking redemption. Nolan stands on a small hill near San Miniato. The summer sun bathes the landscape in a warm, golden light. At his feet, an immense field stretches out like a bright yellow carpet. Miles and miles of sunflowers, with their large heads, follow the path of the sun. From this elevated position, the panoramic view is majestic. The rolling hills of Tuscany stretch into the distance, painted in various shades of green and dotted with slender cypress trees that seem to guard the horizon. The air is filled with the soft buzzing of bees flitting among the flowers, and a light, warm wind stirs the sunflower leaves, creating a rippling motion as if the entire field is breathing. In the distance, scattered farmhouses with their red-tiled roofs can be seen, along with perhaps a winding road that snakes through the crops. The sky, a deep blue, is dotted with the occasional fluffy white cloud that casts fleeting shadows over the landscape. The sweet, earthy scent of the earth mingles with the slightly harsh aroma of flowers, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. It's a place where time seems to stand still, inviting calm and contemplation of natural beauty in all its splendor. Light footsteps sound behind him. Nolan, absorbed in the beauty of the landscape, turns around curiously. As he does so, his heart skips a beat with excitement. His eyes cloud over slightly, and a sweet smile appears on his lips as he recognizes the figure approaching him. "Cara mia," he whispers sweetly as he watches Livia advance toward him, the wind playing in her hair. "Hello, Costello," she replies with a smile, stopping a few steps from him. Benito explained to Livia how Nolan dedicated himself to exposing Vincenzo and clearing his name in the industry and the business world. Quietly, he gathered evidence, followed every lead, and sacrificed his time and rest to get to the truth. He fully understood that his affection for Livia was greater than any selfish desire or unhealthy passion, and that his loyalty to her was above the contradictory feelings that might bind him to Vincenzo. Nothing hurt him more than losing her, but at least he could ensure that the name Livia remained clean and free from the lies that others wanted to impose. More than anything, he was able to show her that he didn't sell her out to the enemy. When Nolan learned that Vincenzo had died, he had mixed feelings. It wasn't the fate he would have chosen for the man with whom he'd shared his intimacy. He froze, a pressure in his chest he didn't know how to handle. Vincenzo had been cruel, manipulative, and ruthless with everyone, but with him, it was different. He had seen a version of him that no one else had seen. The man who held him tenderly in the early morning, who kissed him with devotion, who whispered sweet nothings in a voice that seemed sincere. But in the end, her hatred for Livia won out over her affection for him. Nolan loved him, but Vincenzo used him. He turned him into a piece, a mere pawn in his revenge against Livia, not caring how much damage he would cause her. And that was something Nolan could never forgive him for, much less forgive himself for. Knowing that his death closed the cycle of destruction she had begun brought her no relief, only bitter sadness. She decided then not to remember him for his cruelty, but for the moments when she believed there was something real between them. With Vincenzo's death, Nolan was freed from his threats, but that didn't change his decision to leave the country. Livia dropped all lawsuits against him, so he's a man free of legal trouble. Now he wants to leave behind everything that reminds him of the chaos, pain, and mistakes of his past. He needs to start over. Berlin offers him a new beginning, a city where no one knows him, where he won't have to bear the weight of his history. His flight leaves the next day, and before leaving, he got in his car and drove to San Miniato, the place where his childhood was preserved among memories and stone walls. His parents still live there, and he couldn't leave without saying goodbye. Imagining the distance that will soon separate them, a pang tightens in her chest. She'll miss the house with its aging facade, the garden her mother devotedly tends, the aroma of coffee in the morning, and the warmth of family conversations. Her home. He knows his departure will hurt them, but he also knows they understand his need to start over. They've seen him fall and rise, and even though it grieves them, they will give him their blessing. Now, standing on the hill, Nolan gazed for the last time at the lands where he grew up, letting the wind caress his face as he said a silent goodbye. It was then that soft footsteps interrupted his moment of introspection. He turned around, and to his surprise, there was Livia. For a long time, Livia clung to the pain, feeling betrayed by him, the person she trusted most. The wound was deep, the suffering unbearable, but now, with the full truth before her, and through the entire healing and transformation process she's gone through, she no longer sees things only in black and white. She understands that Nolan wasn't the enemy, that he made a terrible mistake, that he disappointed her, but also that he never meant to hurt her, and that lack doesn't define everything they have been, for so many years, for each other. Noah, seeing her distressed and indecisive, suggested that she go see him. "Don't let pride condemn you to live with doubt," he told her. And she knows she's right. So now she's there, her heart beating fast, afraid that it might be too late, but determined to give Nolan a chance to explain himself, to heal that wound, and perhaps to heal it together. As evening falls, between sincere tears and smiles filled with emotion, Nolan and Livia gaze into each other's eyes, certain that their bond is unbreakable. They love each other like brothers, like those who have shared joys and defeats, like those who have hurt each other unintentionally, but always find their way back to each other. After a long dialogue, filled with confessions, memories, and forgiveness, they reach an agreement. Nolan won't leave. He'll stay by their side, working together, rebuilding from the ground up what was nearly destroyed. If your friendship is strong, it will survive everything. You will heal together and leave everything behind. And if not, then you will accept that your paths must separate. In that moment, with the sun tinting the sky with warm tones and feeling the other's accelerated heartbeat in a sincere and reconciliatory embrace, they know it's worth a try. Because the love that unites them is greater than any mistake made. Because time does not erase what the heart keeps alive. And because there are feelings that, no matter what happens, always find their way back to heal and endure. Epilogue. 3 years have passed since the curse was lifted, and with it, the dark days that marked the Rodriguez and Garcia families. Now, united as a single force, their companies dominate the olive oil market, expanding successfully and establishing themselves as the most influential in the country. But beyond business, what truly matters is that they have finally found peace. Livia remembers those times when she felt lost, swimming against a relentless current, without a true place in the world. The loneliness and constant struggle seemed endless. But now, everything is different. She lives next to the man she loves, the man who has proven to be her refuge and strength every step of the way. Noah is her home, her best choice, the one who taught her to love, and the father of her two beautiful twins, who at that moment are running through the tall grass of the meadow, laughing out loud while their father pretends he can't catch them. From the terrace of the house, Livia watches them with a warm smile, feeling that, for the first time, life has given her more than she ever dared to dream. The sun bathes the landscape in its golden light, the cool wind caresses her skin, and her heart feels only gratitude. The darkness is behind them, and the only thing that matters now is the affection that surrounds them. Noah is an exceptional father. He grew up in a huge, luxurious house, but it was always empty. His father lived for his business, his mother traveled constantly, and he learned too early what loneliness meant. Over the years, he promised himself that if he ever had children, they would never feel that absence. He wouldn't be a shadow in their lives, but a refuge, someone they could always trust. So far, he's kept his promise. Livia, sitting on a cushioned lounge chair, tenderly watches Noah play with the twins in the meadow. The wind ruffles her hair, and although her pregnancy is beginning to make her movements more difficult, she doesn't hesitate to get up when she sees Kimberly approaching. She greets her with a smile and a warm hug. She's 5 months pregnant, and everyone knows it's going to be a girl. She'll be named Kimberly, in honor of the woman who became her lifeline, who held her in her darkest moments, and who guided her when she needed it most. For years, Kimberly offered him the affection and strength of a mother, healing his fears and insecurities with patience and tenderness. Although she didn't give him life, she gave him something even more valuable: affection, support, and unconditional companionship. She and Noah grew up as only children, surrounded by silence and empty rooms. They knew the sadness of not having a sibling with whom to share games, secrets, or hugs during difficult times. They don't want their children to go through the same thing. They've decided to fill their home with laughter and voices, with mutual understanding and endless affection. They dream of a house where someone is always waiting with open arms, where every corner overflows with happiness. The twins were the beginning of that dream, the first piece of a family that grows with the promise of never knowing loneliness. Kimberly approaches her and envelopes her in a strong hug before lovingly kissing her cheek. Her face radiates health and happiness, reflecting the fullness of her new life. Since reuniting with Amelia and Benito, she has lived with them, rebuilding the bonds broken by time and reclaiming every lost moment. Livia then remembers that the reunion between Kimberly and her parents was like a moment suspended in time, a moment where the past and present collided with the force of a storm and the tenderness of a sunrise. After 60 years of separation, of fragmented memories, and of a love that never ceased to exist, their gazes met with the intensity of those who have longed for a hug for a lifetime. Amelia was the first to move, her trembling body moving slowly, as if she feared it was all a mirage, a cruel trick of fate. But when her fingers touched her daughter's face, the warmth of her skin dispelled any doubts. A sob escaped her chest, and with a broken voice, she murmured her name. Kimberly. The little girl she had given up trying to save now stood before her, her eyes brimming with tears and her lips trembling. Without waiting any longer, Amelia pulled her into her arms, holding her with the desperation of a mother who fears losing her daughter once again. Benito watched them with a melting heart, and when Kimberly turned to him, her eyes shining with love and need, he hugged her tightly, resting his face in her hair, inhaling deeply as if he could recover all the lost time in that instant. They cried together, clinging to each other, feeling the emptiness that had consumed them for so long finally fill. There were no recriminations, only affection. The guilt, the pain, and the years of absence were left behind in that moment where only the fact that they were together at last mattered. Since then, Kimberly has lived with them, rebuilding broken bonds, sharing laughter, stories, and the certainty that fate, though cruel at the time, has granted them a second chance at being a family. And this time, they won't waste it. Where are Mr. and Mrs. Garcia Rodriguez? Livia asks with a curious smile. Look at them, Kimberly replies, pointing at the meadow. Livia follows the direction of her finger and finds the grandparents running after the twins, laughing with the same energy as the children. Noah leaves the little ones with their grandparents and approaches to greet Kimberly, who, after reciprocating, also joins in the game with the children. Without saying a word, he wraps her in his arms, a warm refuge where the whole world ceases to exist for him. He fills her senses with her familiar scent. His eyes reflect devotion. "Have I told you how beautiful and sexy you look today?" he whispers, spreading small spoonfuls along her chin. "Yes, but I like it when you repeat it to me," she replies mischievously. "You're beautiful. I think I'll keep you pregnant the whole time. I find you temptingly irresistible. I don't mind us at least trying it every day." The butterfly and the hummingbird twinkle on their owners' arms and necks. Laughter merges with the wind as their lips meet in a sweet, affectionate broth. They have overcome every obstacle, every shadow of the past, and have built a solid and real affection. Happiness remains in your present and in your future. And every time they remember how it all began, they smile knowingly. Because, in the end, affection was in the deal.